let's not delay. It's already 9:05 Central Standard Time, and we are getting to, we're going to start the conference. First, I'd like to let everybody know exactly how we're going to be running our one-day conference this time. If you've attended in the past, usually it's been really structured, and we've always been on the time clock. Well, we're still going to have a time clock. We're a little less structured than what we normally would be. But I want to welcome everybody. Project JFK. CSI Dallas presents the 2021 one-day stimulus conference. And what I mean by stimulus in the title is it's free to come to. We do ask if anybody would like to make a donation, they can do that. And I'll explain how to do that here in just a second. But what we're doing this for is to simulate the minds of the world, because this is going out globally. The replay will be on YouTube tomorrow morning. Hopefully it will be rendered by that time. And those who did not get a chance to attend will be able to go back and watch the replay on projectjfk.com and also on our YouTube channel, Project JFK. Okay, I'd like to ask everybody to make sure that when somebody is speaking, please don't interrupt. Make sure that your microphones are on mute. Also, if you want to speak and ask questions, please make sure that you have your, let's see if we can, if you're going to be on video, make sure we have your whole face on the screen, because it just helps everybody be able to see who's asking the questions. Also, make sure that any sounds in the background, such as phones, are silenced. I'm going to do a quick screen share here now. I love computers first thing in the morning. Okay, this is our website, projectjfk.com. And for those of you that maybe have not visited our website or have not checked up the updates that's been done recently, and more updates will be done this weekend after this event ends. You're able to go in and see the homepage at projectjfk.com, scroll down, and where it says help our cause, this is where you can make that donation. And you get your name up on the wall. I am gonna announce who has donated to us, because I think it's important that they be known. Larry Snaff, R. Brooks Laplante, Rick Bucarelli, Russ Baker, J. Gary Shaw, Alan Cohen, Bruce DeTorres, Jimmy Langkop, David Towery, Emerson Stocks, Anthony Proto Jr., and Scott Edwards. So why do we ask for donations? Well, we're not a nonprofit, but we do ask for donations for things that we do in the background of running our website, having the shows each month, which is our journey meetings, spotlight series, and well, like today, our one-day free conference to attend. You don't have to obviously donate, but every little bit helps, and it keeps the lights on, and also helps us with bringing out new content to you guys. And also the fact of, doing like our scanning of documents and collections of that sorts. If you go to the events tab and you look at the events, you will see obviously today's notice, but I want to point out that December the 18th, there's going to be the next journey meeting. That's going to be 1 to 3, forgive the 9 there, the Central Standard Time. And we're also going to be having a journey meeting, or I'm sorry, a spotlight series featuring Bruce DeTorres. And I believe that's going to be the first week of December. I'm working on the scheduling, but I should have that information put up on the website sometime this coming up week. For all details, for everybody sign up for that. Larry was our last spotlight speaker, and his replay obviously is listed down below here. But anytime that you've not been able to attend our journey meetings, you can always go back and hit the replays. There's quite a few of them there. Also, during the journey meetings, we have our chat logs. the chat logs are, today's chat is open. We want you to be able to share information with the group. Remember, anytime that you send a chat message directly to an individual, that will not show up in the chat log. So those are safe and secure. Nobody's going to be able to see what you talk about in between yourselves. But if you talk to the group, to everyone, then it appears in the chat log. You can download that. And I know there's a lot of good links that are shared. Now, usually your links are hyperlinks. They're in blue. In the chat logs, they're not actually blue. You just need to highlight it, and then you can click go to link. I know Bart Camp shares a lot of great information. So does Bill Simpage. Larry Snaff has as well. So if you want to go back and look at the chat logs while you're watching the videos and the replay, you're more than welcome to do that. We also have the Journey meetings and all of our meetings as MP3 downloads that you can download, put on your device, take with you, listen in the car, on the train, wherever you might be. Our Spotlight Series replays, such as John Newman, Bill Simpage, David Denton, and Larry Rivera, are also online. If there is a handout, you'll find that in the virtual handout sections. Those also help with when you're going back to watch the videos, just like you were there live. We put this stuff up so that way it makes it a more fulfilling experience for everybody that, did attend. The ones that did not get a chance to, you don't miss out on anything. Chat logs are there as well, and also MP3 downloads. So I'll tell you a quick thing about Project JFK. It is basically
David, you've been muted for the last 2 minutes at least. I haven't heard anything.
No, I'm off mute.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. No,
right. It just froze and it disappeared all.
Okay, that might be it. But and speaking of everybody that's in attendance, if you run out of the fact of your microphone or the sound does not come through or your video glitches, unfortunately, I can't fix that because that's through the Zoom platform or that's through the internet that we're all differently using and connecting to. So if at any time that your sound goes away, the video freezes, please go ahead and exit. Make sure that you come back in. Let me hit stop share here. I want everybody to take a quick minute, get a pen and paper. I want to give you the meeting ID and passcode. So that way, if you do happen to need to leave and come back in, at the link that you got in your email, maybe that, doesn't work, depends on how long we go today. This meeting ID and passcode, you can go to Zoom's website and you can join a meeting with this. So I'm going to give you the number. It's 829-1604-6739. And the meeting ID passcode is 168971. Now I'm going to enter that into the chat log. And you can always check out on them there as well. Let me type this in real quick. There's the meeting ID, and 168971 is the passcode. Obviously, please make sure you write that down because if you get kicked out, it's in the chat log. We can see it, but if you're trying to get back in, make sure you have it written down on a scrap piece of paper because I don't want anybody to miss anything. So again, also, if you have an opportunity to plug in an Ethernet cable for this meeting or for anything in the future that we do, Ethernet instead of Wi-Fi is always best. It gives you a much more secure connection and less chance of Wi-Fi dropping out, and then you end up missing out on what we were talking about. So now that we've got that all out of the way, again, real quick, Project JFK CSI Dallas consists of not only myself, David Knight, but the person that started it all for us was Casey Quinlan. He's in attendance today, and also Brian Edwards. We're all three co-directors of Project JFK CSI Dallas, and I just happen to luck out and be the host of all the shows. Let's go ahead and talk about what is current events right now. What's going on? Well, current event that's going on, something that just happened, well, right in our time. was the release of JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass. For those of you that have seen it, or those of you that haven't seen it, it is playing on Showtime. It's probably showing other places as well, but I know I watched it on Showtime twice yesterday, and I saw things, obviously they were there the first time, but I was so excited to see it and been waiting 2 years to see it, that I finally, realized, hey, I'm missing out on a couple things. So I understand that, unfortunately, Siskel or Roger Ebert's website only gave it 2.5 stars, but hey, I give it 5 stars, 5 popcorn bags, whatever you want to call it. There is a list of speakers, and I just want to read their names because for those of you that haven't seen it, these are guys that Oliver Stone went out and interviewed, plus the footage that he shows in this documentary. It's top notch. Dr. Cyril Wecht, our own Brian Edwards, and I'm going to let Brian talk about this in just a second, his experience with it. Barry Ernest, Dr. Gary Aguilar, Deborah Conway, Dr. Michael Chesser, Dr. David Mantic, Dr. Henry C. Lee, Douglas Horn, Dr. Donald Miller, Lisa Peace, James Ganacher. If I messed up any names, please forgive me. Jefferson Morley, Dr. John Newman, John Turnheim, Thomas Sumlick, Paul Blau, David Talbot, Richard Mahoney, James Galbraith, Philip Muhlenbach, Robert Rakove, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, those are some impressive names. And Oliver Stone went out and got a hold of people that were in the research community that know their stuff, know their research. It was a pleasure to meet him in Washington, and also he was our guest in Dallas in 2019. Brian, why don't you give us a quick rundown on your experience of not only being, filming with Oliver Stone, but also your expression and your experience of seeing the video, because I know you've seen it multiple times. Brian, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, how's that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My experience was the first time I met him, I'm not sure if I even gave my name right. Well, it is, Oliver Stone, but how it happened was out of the blue. I got a call from Jim D'Ingenio, who I rarely talk to on the phone or email. And he said that he asked me if I was sitting in front of my phone. I said, yeah. He said, well, you're going to be getting a call from a California number that you don't recognize. He said, but take the call. I said, all right. A few minutes later, the phone rang, and it was one of the producers. And he said, let me put you on hold for a second. And the next person that came on the line was Oliver Stone. And I think I said my name, but I don't remember. He asked me if I was interested in, he said he was putting together a new documentary, kind of a follow-up to JFK, and he said, asked me if I'd be interested in helping. I think I blacked out for about 10 minutes. I go, sure, why not? Why? Yeah, what do I do? So anyway, we flew, me and my wife and I, up to Washington, D.C., and for 3 days we interviewed and did the town with David and D'Ingenio, and had a great time. And then the following year, that was in 2019, and in 2020, he called me again and asked me if I wanted to do some additional footage. And this time it was going to be in Los Angeles. So, of course, I said, well, I'll get back to you on that. I'll check with you. But yeah, I went out to California for a couple of days and did some more filming. So I'm hoping the 4-hour version has got more of, not that I'm patting myself on the back, but more of my interview, because we really got into the chain of evidence, the backyard photographs, the rifle, the photography of the crime scene, and all that. So I'm hoping that'll be in part 2 of the experience. But as far as my I've seen it a few times. I've seen the movie a few times. I think 11 so far, but it was well done. It's Oliver Stone. I mean, how can you? I mean, he doesn't do backyard video versions. He does a high quality research. I mean, the people he had, not me, but the people he had, Dr. Wecht and Newman and all that, that just cemented the quality of the project. And it was a 3-year project that he put together, and he did a super job. So I give it 5 popcorn bags too. It was well done. A lot of new information, a lot of new video clips and film clips we hadn't seen before. Well done as far as cutting it together. But yeah, it was an experience of a lifetime, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, and I know that one of the big key things that we talk about here was also talked about in the video is they spoke a lot about the documents and what researchers have found, what's in there that's being uncovered. And next month on December the 15th is when we're going to get some updates on record releases that's going to happen or not happen next month. And I know that Biden's got to make a decision by December of next year about the documents. And documents are extremely important because they tell the story. There's a lot of gaps because, as we learned in the video and what we've known for quite some time, is documents get destroyed. Whether it's from the Pentagon or from the Warren Commission, they destroy their own recordings. So it's important that we continue doing what we're doing and having an Oliver Stone film come out. It was important when we had it come out in 1991, so we got the JFK Records Act passed. And it's also important now that we're looking, the movie was made 30 years ago. Well, 30 years, we still don't have the entire documents released. I was hoping by the time 30 years ago, great, the documents be released. I didn't know it was going to take 30 years and we still don't have them. And I know we preach that on the soapbox all the time, but God damn it, it's our documents. We want to see what's in there. And by having the film come out, I'm hoping we'll, put some more light on the fact, put some pressure on the government to release what they should have released quite some time ago. But this is a great time. I mean, it's right before, JFK assassination weekend, as we like to refer to it as, that we've all been a part of down in Dallas. And obviously because of, COVID and, where we're at right now, meeting in person depends on your own opinion, and depends on also the locale of where we're at, of whether we're going to meet. So we're doing that here virtually, but we are on virtual events every month, except for a little two-month hiatus we had to take. But by having what we do, it's important. And it's important that you guys that are in the audience and the ones that are watching this in replay, you guys attending the event, and anytime that we have discussions, we don't have to wait until November to talk about things, because guess what? We don't just research in the month of November. We research every day, every week, every month, and every year. So I want to thank personally everybody that's in attendance and shows support to us. And you show your support by, number one, being here. Number two, going back and watching the replay, clicking the subscribe button, hitting that thumbs up, leaving some comments. Let people read your comments, because believe it or not, sometimes comments are really informative. Sometimes they're funny. Sometimes they're vile. But you know what? It's everybody's opinion. And by reading the comments, maybe you're going to say something, that will get somebody to think about the case. Maybe you have something that was in that video that you didn't get a chance to ask a question because maybe you didn't attend the live event. Well, the nice part about YouTube, and by putting the replay out there, is if you weren't in live attendance, you can ask a question. The people that were in, the speakers that were in there, or the attendees that, took part of that, you ask a question, maybe by chance they'll go on there, look at the video, or, you know, I can say, hey, somebody asked a question. I think it's important that you need to answer them. They'll go on to the YouTube channel. They can put the reply to your question. So just because you weren't there in person, you have a question, you can still ask it. That's what's nice about the replays. So, you know, again, thanks again for, you know, for everybody in attendance and everybody that supports us. And again, supporting us also includes, you know, making that donation to the group. That's what helps us out. That's what keeps the, as the old hotel commercial, we'll keep the light on. Well, we're keeping the light on. We're keeping the show going each month. I don't want to talk the entire, you know, next 30 minutes. I want to give Casey and Brian an opportunity to also greet you guys because sometimes they don't get a chance. I keep running my mouth or we keep going. So Casey, why don't you join in with us and, you know, say a few things.
All right, David, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? I hope we can. First of all, I do want to thank David for putting these programs together. He is the technician and also the researcher. So he's a young man that has come a long way and has done a super job in putting these programs together, not only for us, but basically for you guys. It's been 58 years since the murder of President John F. Kennedy. And I know we've had opportunities to see documents released, and we do have several lawyers on our programs that are indispensable to us in helping get those documents released, or at least using the procedure that Washington wants us to use in order to get those documents out. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today. I especially want to thank Bart Camp. For God's sake, buddy, you know you're my hero, and anybody across the pond that's coming in, man, I thank you very much for your time. Yeah, I know, Bart.
No way. No way. I don't want to know about it. So, but thanks anyway. But
at the same time, though, we do have a lot of researchers all around the world and all around the United States that are coming in and listening to the different casts that we put out. All of us want to find the truth. All of us want to find out what actually happened that day. And I'm gonna plug a book that's coming out here and that is Coup in Dallas. And I just want to plug that because personally, I cannot wait to get that book because I am going to read 800 pages in probably about a day and a half and then go back over it again. And then I'm going to make a PowerPoint program out of that before Bart gets it and go from there. But I guarantee you, I'm going to look at that and break it down and hopefully give a presentation on that and combine that with the Scorzani papers and to give you guys a probably pretty good view of what, and I realize that that's going to be my interpretation, but at the same time, I've always told my students, you know, as a former high school teacher and college adjunct professor, I've always told my students, I said, if I'm going to do the interpretation, it's Quinlanism, okay? And take it from there. And then if you want to go and do further research, then you do that. But I want to point out to you guys that all of us are looking for the truth, and we try to find it the best we possibly can. I also want to point out that I'm a little prejudiced here for Brian because Brian is part of our program here, but I thought Brian's presentation in this film that Oliver Stone put out and finally got a chance to put out did a super job in answering the questions, very professional, which we knew he was. And I really can't wait to see the 4-hour presentation to see what was cut on the scraps and thrown on the floor. Again, first of all, thank you guys for coming in for this one-day presentation. And with that, I'll give it back to David.
All right, thank you, Casey. I really appreciate that, and you know, great words of wisdom there. Brian, go ahead, and I'm going to turn over to you now and let you greet everybody. Go ahead.
Am I on?
Yep, you're on.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It was kind of bittersweet talking about the assassination, even though it was a limited time with Oliver Stone. I mean, he is very knowledgeable, open to new ideas. I'm still pitching Casey. I'm still pitching our book to him for a screenplay. So I'm holding my breath. I'm crossing my fingers on that one. But he was very, very charming, very approachable. He even let David go to lunch dinner with us, and even though we had to pay for it, but that's all right. Yeah. But you know, we built a relationship, even though it's, you know, 1,500 miles away. I email him once a week just to check in, let him know that we're still here plugging away, and he keeps encouraging us to continue fighting for, you know, we deserve the truth, as he said on the flyer for the movie. He said we deserve the truth, and if we keep plugging away, I think the walls are going to start breaking up, and they're going to have to do some things that they haven't wanted to do for 55 years. But we're hoping that will be a small contribution, our contribution to finding the truth about President Kennedy's death. Like I said before, I think he's done a great job putting it together. It's almost like a JFK 101. For anybody that doesn't know the events, the surrounding President Kennedy's murder, I think his new movie will show how it all took place, and that there was a conspiracy of tremendous magnitude of people involved as far as wanting him dead. Now, as far as actually pulling the trigger, he didn't really go into that. He just went into the events of surrounding what made him a threat. And I think he did a super job. What else can we talk about? Just a little side note, when David drove all the way up from Kansas City to Washington, D.C. by 19 himself.
Hours. Huh? 19 hours. 19 hours. Yeah.
And you didn't speed at all. That was good.
No.
David was going to meet us at the airport. And then as we landed, the producer called and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, we've got a driver for you." So I had to quickly call David to say, "Look, don't pick us up because we've got a limo picking us up." And for two kids from Kansas getting in a limo was an experience. But after the filming, Stone said, "Hey, we're going to go to dinner. Can you find a good place for us to eat?" That's Washington, D.C. Is there a McDonald's close by? Because that's my budget. So he ended up going to a place. We went to ask the concierge for an Asian fusion restaurant. I've never heard of that, but anyway, that's where we went, and we had everything. We ate everything that we could order. We ordered, and Oliver was having a great time. And if we have time at the end of the day, I'll show you some pictures from the restaurant. But the producer, not the producer, but D'Ingenio was with us, and he said after it was over with, we got back to the hotel about 2:00 in the morning. He says, "I've known the guy for 20 years. And he says, I've never experienced him having such a good time with non-Hollywood people." And he said, "You guys are," my wife, David, and myself, he said, "You guys are just down to earth, good guys." And that really made us feel pretty special when he said that. But he, like I said, we keep in touch once a week just to keep going on. It's he's letting us know what he's doing, and it was an experience. I'll always remember that. So anyway, enough about me and anything. Oh, I can't remember. If I think of it, I'll click in. It was something to do with the film, but I just can't remember right now. But it's too early in the morning for me.
Well, thank you, Brian. Dinner was unexpected, but it was really nice. And we also went back and, had some dessert and drink as well the next night at the hotel. But I know that dinner that trip was great, but because I'd never been to Washington and I got a chance to see a lot of the sites as well. But I tell you what, seeing Brian's expression when the bowl of kimchi came out on the table, wow, that was one of the comical things when he just started going, I'm not eating that.
Yeah, he said, and Stone said and I found out later through D'Ingenio that that's all he eats is that food, that type of food. And I swear there was a beak or a foot. There was a claw. There was a claw in one of the bowls, and he said, if you'll eat that, he says, you'll never have to prove yourself to me again. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. If I eat this bowl, and it was a bowl probably about that big around and about that deep, mostly stuff I never recognized off of a dinner plate. He said, if you eat that, he says, I'll give you an hour with me one-on-one. Well, there's an incentive right there, because he doesn't just sit around and shoot the shit with people. I got about 4 bites into it, and I just said, no, I can't. I couldn't do it. I just could not do it. I said, Oliver, what is this? He goes, what are you worried about? Just eat it. I said, but if I don't know what it is, what is it? He goes, don't worry about it. There was, remember, David, there was something in one of the bowls that was about the size of my little finger, pearl white. It looked like a tooth from a canine, like a big cat or a dog, and it was spongy. I chewed on that thing for 5 minutes, and it never broke down. And he said, he laughed at me. In fact, you took a picture of him from behind me. He's laughing his ass off, and I had to spit it out. And I looked at it, and it didn't even have teeth marks on it. And I said, you eat this shit all the time? He goes, oh yeah, it's good for you. It's good for your digestion. I said, well, I'll take a clogged digestive system over this kind of shit. I couldn't eat it. But anyway, that's what I was going to tell you. We were on the way back. David was driving, and I'm sitting in the back seat, and I belched because of all the spices and shit in the thing. He freaked out. He turned around. I thought he was going to wreck the car. He grabbed Dave and said, get this man to a Walgreens. My wife said, Oliver, he does that all the time. Don't worry about it. We found the Walgreens. Before the car was even stopped, David was still pulling up to the curb. Stone jumps out. He's running into the Walmart, or no, the Walgreens. And my wife and I quickly got behind him because he doesn't know where the hell he's going. And we stood in the doorway for 2 or 3 minutes, and I looked at him and I said, have you ever been to a Walgreens? He goes, no, but I know they got drugs here. So we walked around the entire store looking. I said, what are we looking for? He says, Alka-Seltzer. He says, that's all I lived on in Vietnam was Alka-Seltzer. So now they paid me for they paid me for appearing in the video. David and I paid for dinner. We go to the Walgreens, and we found a $7-8 box of Alka-Seltzer. He walks up to the counter and pulls out a Black American Express card for $8 or $9 box of Alka-Seltzer. I said, Oliver, don't you have cash? He goes, oh no, I never carry fucking cash. He says, that's worthless. He says, money is plastic. So we paid for the Alka-Seltzer too. We get back in the car, and he's breaking it open and says, here, take one of these before we get back to the hotel. Got back to the hotel. They went to the bar. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going to the bar. We went upstairs. The phone rang in my room, and he asked me, he said, did you take that other Alka-Seltzer? Dad, I did take the Alka-Seltzer. So, and I slammed the phone down. Jesus. That was a funny guy. But anyway, that was our Alka-Seltzer story.
Yeah, I wanted to at least get in and let you guys know, and I assume you already did. Yeah, I'm a Vietnam veteran, and so is Oliver Stone, and the type of food that you guys are eating was pretty normal over there, either in Korea or Vietnam.
No.
In Kempsey, heck, you'll need more than Alka-Seltzer to take care of it.
No. Casey, if I had to go to Vietnam to eat that shit, I would have gone to Canada.
Well, he hasn't even told you. He hasn't even told you about the shit fish, because anybody who's been there would understand what that is.
I think we ate some of that. Whatever was on that menu, we ordered, or he ordered, and then gave me the menu and said, "Here, go get it." Who's paying for that? I had to get David and go, "Hey, I need some money because I don't have enough for all this stuff." But anyway, it was fun. We had a good time, and then we saw him. Was that the same year we were in Dallas? We went to Campese's. He had never been to Campese's the whole time he was down there filming. I said, "You've never been to Campese's?" He goes, "I don't even know what it is." I said, "Well, it's probably not any food you're going to like. It's Italian." He goes, "Yeah, we'll try it." So we put, how many did we have? Like 20 people. We had a whole gang of folks. I was his driver body man for that whole weekend. And so we ended up going to Campese's, and you could tell he was not comfortable eating food that was not in a bowl and had shit in it, like fish or chicken legs or whatever. But we forced it down him, but we had a good time there too. And that Betty Windsor had given me a second copy of the original movie poster from JFK, and I brought that down there. I said, "Would you mind signing this for me?" So that's it in the background back there. You can't see a signature, but it's a prominent place in my office. So that was kind of a highlight of me getting to talk to Stone again. He's a nervous man in the car, so I don't know if I'd ever want to be his driver full time. He's a nervous man. Anyway, I'm done, David. Thanks.
All right, Brian. Well, let's move along here. I'm going to go ahead and the schedule. Thank you, Bill, for putting that in the chat log. We are going to start off with Bruce Torres. Then we're going to lead into Brooks Laplante, Craig Bozarth, Bill Simpage. By 2 to 3 o'clock canceled on me, but I believe we're going to have Casey come on. He's going to do some talk on a topic he wants to speak of, and then we're going to have Bart Camp. And then after that, we're going to basically kind of open up to open discussion. And that's the thing with this conference is today it's going to be laid back. It's not going to be like what you've seen us do in the past. It's kind of the conference meets the journey meeting. So we're going to be a little laxed on things. You may hear some stories that pop up that you've not heard before. Kind of like the food story that we just had. Sorry about that. So I want to thank our speakers that are going to be with us today. A special shout out to those guys. It's without the speakers, we wouldn't have our conference today. So I know we're about 15 minutes early, but Bruce, are you in the room? Let's see. Bruce Torres.
Hello.
Hi, Bruce. Are you prepared to go?
No, I need till really 11.
Oh, well, yeah, 10 my time, 11 your time. Okay, go ahead. We can talk about a couple other things while you're getting prepared.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Well, let's see. What can we talk about next? Bill.
I said, go on.
Yeah, I'm going through my mind here, Bart. What the hell? Well, I tell you what. Let's go ahead and I'll throw another plug in. Everybody that you heard a while ago, I said December 18th is our next. That is our next journey meeting. Well, the reason the December 18th, the reason why that's so important is December 15th is when we find out about the document releases. And for those of you that haven't visited the website, I'm going to pull this up real quick. want to talk about Larry Snaff here real fast. I don't know if Larry's in attendance or not, but let's pull this up. Kind of the little hidden section on our website, the blog section. That's kind of where I had to put Larry at. I'm going to probably move him over to his own tab. But Larry Snaff is a attorney based in New York City and New Jersey, and he's been involved in the JFK research for decades. Well, anything that Larry does and sends to me in an email, these are important, highlights of what he's working on. And, he's not doing it just by himself. He's got other people involved as well. You can go on the website and you can download PDFs or documents. So that way you can see what, in case you don't get one of his emails forwarded to you. He forwards them to me, and then I put them on the website, just like the form of letter to Congress. This is an important download. If anybody didn't get a chance to see this at the last journey meeting that we had earlier this month, it's something that he typed up. It's something you can download and then kind of, personalize it to your liking. And it's kind of a great form letter that, these are what you can send to your representatives in Congress about the JFK records. Just like the letter to President Biden that he sent, Snaff versus NARA complaint. These are key updates that Larry is sharing with us because why? It's important. This, like I say, this first hour was the welcome and kind of current event section. But what Larry does, also what Bill does, I know that John Newman, Dan Hardway, those guys are also, fighting the good fight and fighting the good fight. We all do that, but they're the ones that send in the requests. And it's not just them. There's other people as well that their names don't come off the top of my head at the moment. But, they're demanding on behalf of the research community, on behalf of us, to release the documents, to, stir the shitstorm, so to speak, as Donald Sutherland said in the movie JFK. Ask questions, demand answers, demand the documents, and, ask for them. So I want to throw a special shout out to Larry Snaff. And again, anything is in right now, he's going to be kept in the blog section at the moment, but you may find him over on the more tab before too much longer, because if I run out of space, I got to give him a new page. And speaking of, we've got about another 10 minutes to vamp before I bring on Mr. DeTorres. For those of you that haven't been to the website, of course, you click on the more tab and click on the affiliated websites. This will be getting about 12 new websites, I believe, is what I have on the list. It's going to be updated. But these website buttons, they're hyperlinks. So that way, if, people, especially students, college kids, they're looking to do something with writing a report or getting information, researching. This is kind of like the directory, phone book, maybe perhaps. It's the directory to the other websites. And all you have to do is just click on the website. I know, Bart, I'm going to get yours put on here as well. Why I don't have you on there, I don't know, but I do have Dealey Plaza UK on there. But I will get you on there as well. Bruce DeTorres' website will be on there. And any websites that you are out there and you think that needs to be on there that's not on there, leave it in the comment section, and I will put it on the website, because we get average of 300 to 400 hits a day to projectjfk.com, and around November we average between 12 to 1300 hits a day. So people come here for information.
Yeah, I will sort that out for you likewise. I'm going to put you on Dealey Plaza UK, and probably some referral to the Prayer Man website as well. to the videos of all my ramblings and rants online as such. For those that's seeking the extra juicy bits. So I will make that refer to that, but definitely to your website at the Dealey Plaza UK website, because I've got a page for that stuff. So I just haven't had much time or spent much time on the website updating it as such, but I'll do it soon enough, next week or so.
Appreciate that, Bart.
No
by
worries.
by having connections between our website to other websites and vice versa, that helps with connecting us all together, bringing the silos of information together, just like what's on your site. What will be coming up with the Dick Russell collection digitized that we got from Baylor, that's going to be on our website as well. So definitely it's full of information, and updates happen frequently,
Too often.
so it never fails. You get done with one thing and you're like, okay, I've got to update the website and cover this as well. But it's a labor of love, I guess you'd call it.
It never ends. Absolutely. No. It's full of stuff, and I just have a massive washing list to do on either website, basically, because I spend everything on scanning, so everything else is basically deteriorating slightly, or just not kept up to date as quickly as it should be. But that's the price you pay, so it's the way it goes. Suck it.
Thank you, Bart. Appreciate that.
David, I want to add a couple things in here.
Go ahead,
I also want to thank especially our lawyers, Larry Schnaff and Bill Simpich. And if there's any other lawyers in there that I've missed, I want to thank you guys for all the work that you do with the JFK Records and the JFK Records Act. Without these people, we would not have the opportunity to use the same type of language that Washington, D.C. wants us to use in order to be able to get through the State Department and all the other, the National Archives, in order to get this material even on the docket so that people can even look at what we want. And these guys do an unending work trying to put this out. And I do appreciate, I really do appreciate people like Bart Camp who goes over these documents. And I know there's several of you that actually sit down and read these documents, and they are not an easy thing to read, let alone try to interpret. And you have to go over and over these things to try to pull these things out. I know I was trying to get a hold of a couple documents that gave out the GP Floor code name for Lee Harvey Oswald. And I'm telling you, it's one of those things you could bypass that and not even see what it is and understand what it is. And then you come back to it maybe a year later and you're going, my God, how did I miss that? Well, they are easy to miss, but at the same time, you may not even know what they are. But for those people who do the interpretations on those, at least for us researchers to be able to break that down. And as a school teacher, as a high school and college adjunct professor, what I do is I break that down so that the common, ordinary, everyday person can understand what those are. I mean, I brought this GP Floor to my students and they go, what are you talking about? So then I had to go over documentation of code names. So, you get into the Mary Farrell, the exhibits that she has online, and there are several people that have written and documented those things. And Bart Camp is one of those guys that does a lot of this stuff and breaks it down for us. And so is Bill Simpich, and so is Larry Schnaff. So I definitely want to thank those guys who spend tremendous amounts of time. I spend tremendous amounts of time reading, and in order for me to be able to get out in public and speak, I have to reread things about 4 or 5 times. And people say, well, how do you know all this stuff? And I said, well, I memorize it. Okay. If you read it over and over again, you memorize it or you fall back to it. And I know my students kept saying to me, well, do you read this book here? And I said, well, yeah, I do. But I said, turn to page 468, maybe 469. It's right there. And they'll pull it up and they go, you even memorized the page? And I go, well, you know, I said, if you've been doing it as long as most of us have been doing it, I said, you'll know exactly where to go. You may not know exactly what the interpretation is, but I would give an interpretation. I said, if I don't have a good interpretation, I will go to the people to find out that I know that would give us a better interpretation. And I'm on the horn well, not every day, but at least once or twice a week with J. Gary Shaw. And one of the top mentors in our program. And I really want to thank Gary Shaw for doing a lot of the work that he has done in the past. And so I'll refer to him, or even Ed Tatro. And I know Ed's not online with us, and that's because Ed has a little bit of problems with modern technology. And so at the same time, I'm
one of many.
One of many, that's true. But Ed is one hell of a writer, and he and the other thing I want to plug a little bit is St. Patrick's magazine that is coming out, the Garrison Magazine. And if you happen to get that magazine, it is a 369 page magazine that's coming out. It's almost like volume 27 of the Warren Commission documents. It's that thick, but there are a lot of really, really good articles inside there. And Bart, you in there? Okay. All right. And now I'm not sure how long your article is. I haven't got
it's going to be pretty long, because I basically what I'm talking about today is condensed in an article. So with a ton of exclusive pictures, and I will share a few pictures of that. So yeah, it's quite a big article. I have no idea how many pages it's going to be, but because of I shot some good pictures as well of Malcolm during that period, they're all going to be included as such. So yeah.
Well, excellent. And the other thing about the Garrison magazine, again, yeah, it's going to be pretty lengthy. And not only that, I know just from talking to Ed Tatro, Tatro said he had 69 pages, and I said, "You got 69 pages? Holy cow!" I said, "How big is that book going to be?" Well, it's going to be humongous, and for researchers, yeah, you may take a little bit of time to go over that. And I don't know if Gary Shaw is going to be in it this month or not, but I do know that there's a number of researchers that are putting things in, and I know that St. Patrick asked all of us, Brian, myself, and David, to put some things in, and we opted out this time. We will probably come in at the beginning of the year. But I guarantee you there are some very, very good articles inside there. And I'm sure Bart's going to be right up at the top of that. So anyway, I wanted to focus on those things. And again, thank you people for doing the research and keeping us up to date 58 years going into the murder of JFK. Thank you, guys.
Casey, can I ask you one quick question?
Sure.
Do you want any GP floor documents?
I do.
Oh,
you got them?
Just just direct message me your email, and I will send you about 10 or 12 of them. So yeah.
We'll do so, buddy. We'll do so. Thank you.
All right, no worries.
All right, we've got a couple quick minutes here. So speaking of the Garrison Magazine, I want to throw a quick shout out here to everybody to go to Lulu, www.lulu.com. You can find the magazine came out on the 8th of November, so you can get it in paperback and have it shipped to your house for $24.19 plus shipping, or you can get the ebook PDF for $12.10 right now, and you can find the previous issues of Garrison Magazine, whether you get print or whether you get the PDF version or ebook version. All of those are great magazines to go back on, and they're full of great articles, like Casey said. So again, I'd like to shout out to support St. Patrick, and like I say, you can find him at www.lulu.com. You can usually do a search. You can find either St. Patrick or Midnight Rider News, or the Garrison Magazine. Also, I saw in the comment section a while ago about is there any other events coming up past ours? Of course, always you can find any event that we're hosting on the event tab at projectjfk.com, but there are 3 conferences for next weekend. The Kappa Citizens Against Political Assassinations. Kappa's having their conference 11/20 through 11/21 of this year. And you can find their website at kappa-us.org. You can find JFK Lancer at jfklancer.com. They're having a conference, from what I understand, next week as well. Let's see if there's any information of.
I'm on that.
Okay, yeah, I don't see the exact details of it, but again, I'm sure you can,
It's
pull
on
it up
Facebook. On Facebook,
Okay,
there's some flyer, some poster where they have all the names. I got quite a few, about 20 odd. And that same weekend, you've got Dealey Plaza UK, which basically has a one-day seminar with 4 British, Scottish speakers only. So that's when we just do homegrown only. We don't attempt to get an American in there because everybody else is busy on the other conferences. So we basically made it our mission on that particular day on Assassination Weekend to just use British speakers. It saves the hassle as such. So it's me, Johnny Cairns is speaking, Stuart Galloway speaking, and there's one more, which of course I forgot. Scott Reed, I think, is there as well. So yeah, we got 4 speakers, all on Zoom as well. So hook me up if you want to join and listen in. So I probably can sort something out. And yeah, that's that.
All right, thanks, Bart. And don't want to leave out anybody. There's also a conference November 19th, 20th, and 21st, the 9th annual JFK Assassination Conference. That's the one that's going to be with Judith Baker. And if you want to find out information about that, you can go to jfkdallasconference.com and get the information there. So obviously we want to put out there, if there's anybody else that's putting on events, you're more than welcome to attend. And, we encourage, reaching across the aisles and attending other events. All right, Bruce, you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do a quick screen share here of Bruce's website. He has brucedetores.com, and he just wrote a book called God, School, 9/11, and JFK, The Lies That Are Killing Us and the Truth That Sets Us Free. And I encourage everybody to order his book. It's a damn, as I like to call it, it's a damn good book. And Bruce is going to be our first speaker. Quick bio: after getting a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in acting and directing, pursuing an acting career in New York and points west, and performing lead roles in comedies, dramas, and musicals, Bruce Detores decided to write a book about energy, consciousness, and the nature of reality. 9/11 happened along the way. After years of research, he incorporated it and similar things in God, School, 9/11, and JFK, The Lies That Are Killing Us and the Truth That Sets Us Free. Bruce also drummed in rock bands and hosted 1,000+ business networking meetings while developing his marketing, sales, and public speaking skills. He lives once again in New Jersey. So with that, Bruce, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very, very much. Boo, 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 boo. Coming. Beginning. All righty. At his inaugural, he said, "We dare not forget that we are the heirs of that first revolution, the American Revolution, wherein the beliefs our forebears fought for was that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God." That's Patrick Henry famously declaring, "Give me liberty or give me death." And we dare not forget that those are the stakes for which we play. And if Kennedy did not forget that, there's something else he seemed not to have forgotten that I believe set him free to enjoy what he did. And that's what he never forgot, in my opinion, that he's going to die. And that's skull is a memento mori, which is, remember you're going to die, remember your mortality. And part of his tremendous freedom, I think, and power and sanity and groundedness and down-to-earthness came from the fact that he could not forget that he was going to die due to his health problems that he had starting very, very young. And there was a hit song not long ago, live as if you're dying. So we're going to explore these things. That is Pete Townsend. He wrote a lyric, out here in the fields, I fight for my meals. I get my back into my living. That's how badly he wanted to express himself, create something of value. And it also speaks to how we all, when we had our backs in our living and had to fight for our meals every single day and handled life, we also handled death. Death was our smiling friend that was always over our shoulder. These men were building the Empire State Building around 1930. And that's probably just another lunch break. And it's a huge challenge for me and many modern folks to get out of our fears and to be able to go forward. And when we have to handle our own food and do our own work, and give it all you got to get what you need. And if you know that any day, any minute, especially when you're my age or in this range, it's any second these things get this could be my last moment. So might as well enjoy it and give it all you got. This is us when we forget that we might die any second. We might become very, very rich and powerful and become royalty and have a lot of time on our hands. And I love that The Thinker by Rodin is a statue, because that's us when we think too much and get lost in thought. We turn to stone. That's us that's us. If our backs are not in our living, if we're not up to something. And when we have the power of royalty and the power over others and do too much thinking, we can go a little nuts. Here's a crazy king, King Richard III. And this is also when we forget, wait a second, don't let death surprise you. So it's a very, very empowering theme to do whatever it takes to enjoy life, knowing we're going to die. It is the biggest hurdle we face. If we run from it, we become this, rather checked out. And William Shakespeare is renowned for many things. Hamlet, probably most predominantly. So I did a search of Hamlet, just Hamlet in images. And what is it about Hamlet? What is it about Hamlet? To be or not to be? Yeah, it is. So we've got to get right. We've got to. There's a lot of power getting right about death, figuring out, how do I want to relate to it? How do I want to deal with it? And there's tons to learn from President Kennedy. There's his memento mori, his coconut that saved his life, with which he helped save the lives of his men. That's exactly what that is to him. It's also his brand, and we'll see that in a second. It became the thing he became known for, courage and endurance. But to discover Kennedy is to discover his greatness at every level. That's what I found when I was researching the assassination. And one of the greatest things about him was he confronted powers that kill to win in order to do what was right. In Profiles in Courage, he said, a man or a woman does what he must, despite the obstacles. That's all there is to human morality, I'm paraphrasing. And he did what he felt he had to, even though he was confronting forces that kill to win. The deep state, the CIA, the Pentagon. David told you about the book, great reviews at my site, and you get it at tryingday.com. And for the last 15 months, I've been helping publisher Chris Milligan every week interview his authors. He's published about 150 books in the last 20 years. And if you go to Trying Day and just listen to the podcast, each episode's about a half an hour. It's such a curriculum to flesh out what we're up against. And we dare not forget what we're up against. Forces that killed a good president because of where they're taking us and where we're going. So this is Joseph P. Kennedy, president's father. I submit that John F. Kennedy loved America. He loved the American dream because he lived it. He was the descendant of immigrants who had risen to the top of the top. His father became a very successful banker and then businessman and statesman. He was the first chairman of the Security and Exchange Commission. He was the ambassador to Great Britain in the late 30s, the beginning of World War II. And with this robust family, 8 other siblings, Kennedy learned to compete. So as we examine what allowed him to do what he did, this is hugely formative. This Joseph P. Kennedy, this can-do guy, full of the blarney, full of the fun, if not the selfishness, but also some hard-headed driving realism. Think of Pete Townsend again, out here in the fields. This man got his back into his living and whatever he wanted to accomplish. He, for good, bad, ugly, sloppy, or not, this man accomplished more than most. But young John was very, 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 very sick from a very, very early age. And there's his old friend, his smiling death's head, reminding him, hey, man, this could be your last day. He read a ton of books. So how do we fortify ourselves like him? Well, let's look at what he did. He read his brains out. He fell in love with living and he pondered, what did it all mean? Look at him pondering there. That's not him, but I'm glad that guy kind of looks like him in that silhouette. Kennedy spent a lot of time in hospitals and his whole life, and had a lot and had things happen and illnesses and sicknesses and complications that many, many times almost took him out. But he made lemonade out of lemons, all that reading and writing and thinking. He was able to take his college thesis about why England slept while Germany was rearming, and with the help of his father and all his connections, turn it into a nice selling book. There he is with Spencer Tracy, Hollywood movie star, when John Kennedy here was 23 or something like that. So, made the best of that, and got into the service just before Pearl Harbor, and was consigned to North or South Carolina when J. Edgar Hoover made a big stink about the German woman that Kennedy was seeing, Inga Arvad. Kennedy called her Inga Binga. And he then had his father pull all kinds of strings to get him in active service. This is a very sick young man. This is a frail young man in a lot of physical pain. And he became the commander, skipper, captain, I don't know his exact rank, of a PT boat, which bounced on the waves like a bucking bronco. That couldn't have felt too good. And once again, he had an encounter with his old friend near death when PT 109 was split in two, and had a 9 or 10 day adventure of you know, very little food or water as he swam around and scrounged around a way to survive, and turned it into something great. Whoops. By 1946, John Hersey wrote up the story of PT-109, and John Kennedy was able to brand himself, or took the brand, got known as, you know, with his courage and his endurance for that 9-day survival, and parlayed it into becoming a congressman, and met Dave Powers, who helped him with local politics there, and continuing the theme of, you know, royalty. Kings did well with court jesters, and in many ways, Dave Powers helped Kennedy deal with the weight and the burden of the crown, with the fun and frivolity and the joy of living that Dave Powers certainly represented for him. So he became a congressman in the late 1940s. And in 1951, there he is in the back, looking around in Vietnam. Here's a quote: "We have allied ourselves to the desperate effort of a French regime to hang on to the remnants of empire." And that took some courage. Remember now, since his brand is courage and endurance, and he lived up to it. It wasn't just sizzled, and he became senator in 1953, and had the tremendous good luck, good fortune, or talent and intelligence to recognize quality when he met Ted Sorensen. Sorensen brought a world and a perspective of a very heart-centered, life-loving, humanitarian values, and an intelligence, trained as a lawyer, to cut to the chase in a number of ways. Specifically in his writing, we'll talk, he analyzed what made the Gettysburg Address great for Kennedy in a little bit, and we'll see that. And also, Kennedy, having spent so much time sick, I feel was a no-nonsense guy, because there must have been so many conversations, things he had to do, the campaigning, just even socializing, that he was exhausted. So I think Kennedy fell in love with doing things most efficiently, which means with the least amount of effort. And with Sorensen, the way they write, the writings that they mutually produced, evidence to me the desire, the purpose, the mission is to get to the truth, to just keep asking questions until you get to the truth. Because if you're trying to conserve your energy, I'm not going to call them lazy, but if you're trying to conserve your energy and you get to the truth, it does all the work. And that's what made Kennedy a very, very compelling orator and candidate and statesman, is because when you can find and tell the truth about something, it does all the work. You win. It's obvious. You win people over to how you see things, because they can see for themselves it's the truth if they analyze what you present. In his second year as a senator, major health problems, is back once again, twice. He came in a period, 54, 55, very, very close to running away with his old friend here, Mr. Death, and once again turned it into, with Sorensen's help, lemonade out of those lemons. And very popular book, Kennedy leveraging his profiling courage, always reminding folks periodically that what he did with PT-109 was courageous, and him living up to it. What he said about Vietnam there was very courageous, against the grain of a lot of thinking in the 1950s about, oh, what's going on in Vietnam is fine, we can keep helping them. And he said at that time, not really. And then his popularity earned him a shot at being vice president in 1956. That didn't happen. In 1957, he stood up in the Senate and gave a speech on behalf of encouraging France to let Algeria go, which again was against the grain of many of what was going on in Washington at the time under Eisenhower and the two Dulles brothers, and against a lot of advice. And we see that again and again with Kennedy. He declared and did what he thought was true, and he made it to the presidency. Now, not only would I love to know what Ike is saying here out of the side of his face there, that's pretty fun. Kennedy was a man, when most men wore hats, who didn't like to wear a hat. He held them. And yet for his inauguration, he decreed top hat and tails. And you find this picture in books about him from 1935, when Top Hat was a popular movie and there was a popular song. We're putting on our top hat, tying up our white tie, brushing off our tails, Fred Astaire. And I just love to imagine that this is why he decreed top hats and tails for his inauguration. It was to tickle his old friends and to tickle himself with, well, I'm becoming president, I can wear whatever I want. And I just think that that's adorable, especially because his life was one of suffering physically, because for all the smile and all the success, this man lived with pain. Friends around him said most of his days, I think Brother Bobby famously in the intro to 13 Days about the Cuban Missile Crisis, most of his days, usually half, I think is the phrase, were in physical pain. And yet he could enjoy that. He did that and jumped right into the fire. In the month that he was inaugurated, Khrushchev said the Soviet Union was hell-bent on helping any country that wanted to have a socialist or communist revolution, wars of liberation, which was a direct defiance of American policy and what we wanted to do. So he had his hands filled right there. And President Eisenhower gave a farewell address, warning not only famously about the military-industrial complex, which is heart-stopping when you really read it or hear it slowly, what he's saying about the military-industrial complex. This man who spent his entire adulthood in the military said, we must take nothing for granted. Nothing. He also, in that speech, warned about a technical revolution where a grant from the federal government was threatening open, honest intellectual curiosity in the sciences, paraphrasing. And we may become hostage to a technological elite. And that's another warning that was fulfilled, like the ever-present heavy military-industrial complex on our shoulders. And the third warning was we should not mortgage our children's future with debt, basically. And there are many people now expert in the economics who say this bubble, this financial economic bubble that has existed now for decades, should it pop, will make the Great Depression look like, man, we lost our car keys. Eisenhower warned him, Laos, like the way the Soviet Union is trying to stabilize that country is going to be the biggest thing that the biggest threat you face coming in. Kennedy talked about that there at the top. But then, of course, in April was the Bay of Pigs that Dulles and Lemnitzer and the Pentagon sold him. Basically, Dulles sold Kennedy into a debacle of epic proportions. Talk about a kick in the painful parts. And this is when Kennedy really, really woke up and realized what he was up against. That these people lied to him in order to force a war with the Soviet Union risking nuclear annihilation if that went where it very easily could have. And he kept that small, took the humiliation, and radically had to revise or quickly get up to speed with the truth. And later, we'll see how he felt very fortunate that it happened. And we might be here because of this chain of events. Now, there's the moon, which 1 month after the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy told Congress in the United States, we choose, in this decade to go, put a man safely on the moon and bring him back. And just like, making lemonade out of lemons, I just wonder if he hadn't been embarrassed around the world for looking so stupid with the Bay of Pigs, would he have changed the story and adopted the Apollo program to get to the moon by the end of the decade? It's fun to imagine. 1961, a year of disasters, as Kennedy said toward the end. There he is with Khrushchev. He came back and told the American people that the Soviet Union might trample our rights in West Berlin, and called up reserves and asked for more money for arms buildup and talked about civil defense and talked about nuclear shelters. And this was the Berlin crisis. And this was when the country prepared psychologically for a nuclear war. And Kennedy told the country and the world that we are far from knowing how this is going to end. And down below, that's the Berlin Wall being in place, as the Soviets sealed off West Berlin, which was the island of freedom inside East Germany, which the Soviets controlled. And there's Kennedy in the top right there at the UN that September, challenging the Soviet Union to a peace race, talking about disarmament. Disarmament. We don't hear about disarmament anymore. We really haven't since the early 60s, since the Kennedy era. And also at that time, Khrushchev started writing private letters to Kennedy, and they started writing letters back and forth, and it really helped develop some kind of rapport, and it helped them the next year with the Cuban crisis. In October, the Soviets blew up a 50 megaton bomb. And Khrushchev was always saying stuff about how we're on the rise, Soviet Union is going to dwarf us. And around November, Kennedy had a mid-level State Department, I think, maybe it was Pentagon, give a speech somewhere in the Midwest, I think at a college or maybe to some editors, where that fellow was authorized to tell the press that our nuclear capability is this much bigger than the Soviet Union's, which Kennedy had kept under wraps because of the discussion of a missile gap during the campaign and then controversy. Is there a gap or not? Are we really behind? Kennedy kind of leveraged that as his advantage to become president. And at the end of the year, I think to shut Khrushchev up, he had this fellow leak it knowing it would go worldwide, basically slapped Khrushchev down and just said, because Khrushchev knew the truth about his level of arms versus ours. And because of the wall and other things, Khrushchev, he didn't fulfill his threat to trample into West Berlin by the end of the year. So that crisis kind of abated, but not before our tanks faced theirs at Checkpoint Charlie in Berlin for a few days, I believe. Khrushchev and Kennedy sent messages behind the scenes and negotiated, I think personally, okay, you'll pull your tanks out and then, okay, and yours will come out 20 minutes later. That easily could have flashed into. So a lot of things could have ended there, folks, including the Northern Hemisphere, if 1961 had gotten out of control. And, I've got too many slides there. Okay, but that was nothing compared to 1962. In March, Lemnitzer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, came up with and presented a plan for Operation Northwoods. Basically, we can attack various things, blame it on Cuba. We could kill people, blame it on Cuba as a pretext to go on in. Once again, oblivious to the threat that might cause the Soviet Union to fight back and maybe take Berlin and cause a war. I think it's John Newman lately has shown how the Pentagon, CIA knew back early in '62 that the Soviets were building up Cuba with missile capabilities. They didn't tell Kennedy till October that the Soviets were had missiles in Cuba. And I have to move this to see. Oh, yeah. So for 13 days, we were at the brink, and Kennedy drew the line there. Well done by that cartoon. And had they not done that, we during that 13 days, there were a number of incidents where we later learned that we were one or two men's decisions away from the beginning of shooting and firing, which would have most likely escalated to the nuclear war we're terrified of. And that's who this young fellow is. He was in a submarine, a Soviet submarine. His name is Vasily Alexandrovich Arkhipov. And he was the one out of three men on a submarine who said, no, we're not going to use our nuclear weapons, because they thought they were under attack by our ship. So 1962, we came to the brink, and it's only because of Kennedy and Khrushchev finding a way to say, whoa, we're not going to do that. And then Kennedy's last year as president, Norman Cousins, journalist in the top left there, talked to Khrushchev, came back, told Kennedy, Khrushchev is open to a new start, but it's your move. So on June 10th, Kennedy spoke at American University and declared the United States' intention for peace, and how possible it is to end the Cold War, and how we must commit to peace. And because the elimination of war and the elimination of arms is in all of our interests. And I take that as his desire to eliminate the military-industrial complex, or at least so shrink it that they would feel it's eliminated. And again, these are powers that kill to win. And when you make your living from war, disarmament is your enemy. So for all the businesses and military that made their living by preparing for war, Kennedy became the enemy, if not far sooner. He got on television after Medgar Evers was shot the next day, June 11th, and talked about civil rights being a moral issue, and it's time for Congress to pass legislation that protects civil rights for all Americans. He went to Berlin and a couple other places in Europe and spoke about peace and the need to have harmony with the Soviet Union. In August, Martin Luther King spoke at the Lincoln Memorial in the march that was organized in support of Kennedy's civil rights bill. Kennedy spoke at the United Nations again, and he listed all these areas of progress over the last 3 years, all of his policies. And his speech at the UN is so worth reading, because as a snapshot of the high watermark that Kennedy brought us to, I consider his administration the high watermark of all American history. That's it. And inspiring for all you can infer from, wow, that's the high watermark. That's the best we could do. Pretty good. Let's look at it. I highly recommend not only that speech, but studying his administration. There he is signing the test ban treaty, the limited test ban treaty that he and the Soviet Union and the United States had negotiated that summer after his peace speech. First of its kind ever to contain testing of nuclear weapons. And that document in the lower right is the National Security Memorandum indicating that they had made the decision to pull 1,000 American advisors, military personnel out of Vietnam by the end of the year with the goal of pulling out the bulk by the end of 1965. I'm convinced, the record is more than persuasive to me, Kennedy was no way going to do what Johnson later did in Vietnam. And by that November of 63, Kennedy was aware of assassination plots against him. Abraham Bolden was a Secret Service agent, and he describes the plot in Chicago in early November. So bad that Kennedy gave an excuse to not go to Chicago. But there he is riding in Tampa in late November. And there was also a threat. But by the time he arrived, he was assured, you're safe. So he not only rode in an open car, he stood through some of the route. And I don't think he was showboating, or maybe he was, because he's standing, you know, take your best shot. You know, it's an astounding amount of courage that he's demonstrating right there. And his last night alive in Fort Worth, they went upstairs, and he made the point of telling Jackie, did you see that fellow who approached us tonight? I think with a briefcase or maybe nothing. You know, he must have gotten through the security, and Kennedy demonstrated how easily that fellow could have shot him had he wanted to. He pointed that out to Jackie. And then the next morning they woke up and heard about, and you know, that they were going to go, they knew they were going to fly to Dallas after a speech. And this is what was going on in Dallas. So wanted for treason, a handbill. One of these is a handbill. One of them, I think maybe they were both in newspapers, and they really, really indict him. Dallas was arguably the most dangerous city that he could have gone to. And there was a lot of talk swirling around about don't go. He chose to go anyway for political purposes, to shore up candidates in the area and unite the Democrat Party. And I think Jackie noticed this in the paper or something in the hotel that morning. And Kennedy said, if someone wants to shoot me, you know, from a window, there's nothing anyone can do about it. So why worry about it? And he, I love these pictures because what he allowed the press to put out was always mindful of his image. But I think a family member must have taken this. Someone must have, I imagine someone teased him about always looking perfect and wrinkle-free and crispy, you know, seams. So he did this, and Pierre Salinger did that. But it's this playful side, because there's no picture I've seen of the previous summer. He was on vacation at the beach with his friends and family, and he insisted that they film a home movie. Okay. And part of it was like this gangster stuff or this shoot 'em up stuff. So he had himself filmed getting shot, falling. He used ketchup for blood. And then they would come, his friends, like with baskets, just stepped over his body to keep going to the beach. So he had that playful side. But there's something about how he was talking about assassination and dying. I feel like it's easy to imagine he was pre-warning them, letting them know that if something happened to him, he was going into it with eyes wide open and somehow pre-comforting and consoling. And that's just to show that he could be that playful. And he got in the car and he drove through town. And this is Averell Harriman. He was a member of Skull and Bones. And John Barber was told by Jim Garrison that Garrison believed, but he didn't have concrete proof, so it was off the record. Garrison told Barber that he believed Harriman ordered the assassination because Kennedy wouldn't escalate Vietnam, and he ordered Dulles to arrange the assassination. And now we're going to look at the 3-act structure, and specifically getting to America. Most stories are well divided up into Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. And Act 1 typically has a dramatic plot point that throws the story in another direction. And then the climax of the story is the plot point at the end of Act 2 that puts all forces in path of the final resolution. And using the Wizard of Oz as an example, in Act 1, we're typically introduced to our nemesis. This is the nemesis of our hero. Dorothy's the hero. This is the nemesis, okay? And the plot point, of course, is the tornado, which so dramatically throws the story and throws the lead character into a chaotic new adventure, a new world. She goes to Oz, has all those adventures. And the plot point at the end of Act 2 is she douses the witch with water as she's trying to extinguish her friend, the burning scarecrow, and she melts it. She melts her. And then, of course, that sets up to the end. She finds her way home. And that's an example of the 3-act structure. So for America, we have our nemesis in Act 1, which is the creation of Skull and Bones, the secret society at Yale in 1832. And all that they continue to inflict upon us behind the scenes. And the Civil War and Lincoln's assassination are a huge plot point, throwing America in a completely different direction, because up until then, we were very well balanced between the states' rights and the proper role of the federal government, proper according to the Constitution and the intent of the Constitution. And that's a battle that was seeded at the beginning and continued really up until this point, was a huge turning point. And throughout Act 2, we had the genocide of natives. We had de facto slavery still of Black people, even though it was legally ended. And we had the creation of the Federal Reserve, and we have World War I and World War II. And we can see how those are very manufactured events, largely influenced here in the United States through the influence of members of the order, not exclusively, but predominantly for all intents and purposes. And the plot point at the end of Act 2 for the good old United States is the assassination of President Kennedy. Again, like I said, the high water mark of what we could be, wanted to be, said we were, we're trying to be. And his public execution was meant to traumatize us to the deepest, most severest, most painful extent. And it's nothing new because of history. Perfectibilists is a nice history of the Illuminati, the order of the Illuminati, and how it seeped into the Masons and arguably into Skull and Bones with the intent of world domination, nothing less. Royal Vengeance, this book about the assassination of Princess Diana and the ancient royal cult of human sacrifice and the valediction, talk about loosely the killing of the king. There's more on this to get into, but it's easy to see the Kennedy assassination as just another killing of the king that happened on a regular basis to steal his power. The murderers steal his power. The rightful power is stolen by forces that do not deserve it. And the traumatization of the population. He was on television 2 or 3 times a month his entire term. He did 64 press conferences, and I believe it was the familiarity created by his press conferences that caused his assassination to be so heart-wrenchingly traumatic for America and for the world. And since then, we're in Act 3. Remember, his assassination is boop, that's the turning point. And Act 3 to the end, we had this. Vietnam, we had, this is Johnson almost sending a nuclear attack to Egypt because Israel attacked our ship, the Liberty, and they were going to blame, and they were going to blame it on Egypt, but that was a debacle. Of course, Martin Luther King was killed, and Bobby Kennedy was killed. And then we have good old, Tricky Dick convincing South Vietnam not to have peace in '68. And then we have, Watergate and the debacle, the debauching of trust in government following Nixon. Carter led by Brzezinski into doing things that encouraged the invasion of Afghanistan in order to demonize the Soviet Union as world conquerors, when the truth that's come out, especially in that valediction book, is that the Soviet Union was not doing that. They went in there for other purposes. They wanted to get out. We knew we wanted to get them out, but it aided and abetted the ballooning of our military again in the 1980s under Reagan and Bush. Reagan almost taken out in the first couple of months of his presidency by another Skull and Bones member, Bush Sr. And then we've got Clinton with Waco and Oklahoma City. Tons indicating that, like the Kennedy assassination, inside jobs to facilitate all the destabilization and railroad tighter, stronger surveillance up till that time. And then, of course, we've got 9/11 with another member of Skull and Bones, the continuing nemesis, George Jr. Building 7 standing in the background while Jane Stanley announces that it had fallen. It doesn't fall for another 20 minutes. Oops, she jumped the script. She got the script. She missed her cue. There's Building 7, nicely collapsed into its own footprint. Our troops guarding the poppy fields in Afghanistan. The Taliban had curtailed illegal drugs, the production, and that got robustly back into production after we went in there. Colin Powell lying his face off about Iraq's nuclear capability to just weapons of mass destruction, biological, chemical, and the USA Patriot Act and the Department of Homeland Security, which basically you could say stamp sealed. Boop, that's the end of the Constitution. Boop, that's the end of the Bill of Rights, and that's the end of America, because America exists if people live under the Constitution. We don't live under the Constitution. We don't live in America. I don't know where America exists, but it's not in North America. And now we have this raging debate about what is it? Is it real? Is it phony? Is it what is it? We'll just say that. Here's some things to look at. Breaking point of history, how decades of U.S. duplicity enabled the pandemic. And Bobby Jr.'s full court press attacking Anthony Fauci as a murderer. He accuses him of homicide, his policies. He gives a great talk at the Ron Paul about a month ago. Bobby Jr. did, where he describes this is what an honest pandemic response would look like. And to hear him go through it, he's a very experienced lawyer. You realize, wow, yeah, what we've had for a year and a half makes no sense. And he also gives a big history of Fauci and what a criminal he believes he is. And his new book is coming out soon. And all this is happening while Klaus Schwab in Europe has been pounding us for 10 years about the Fourth Industrial Revolution and transhumanism. And there are folks who look at all this and just see nothing but a technological capture and enslavement of every man, woman, and child on the planet. So that's America in 3 acts. That's us down there. That's free humanity. Those are humans who want to be free down there. We dare not forget the Kennedy assassination, because it leads to learning all this, which reflects Lincoln's admonition. If we could first know where we are and where we're tending, we could better know what to do and how to do it. His famous House Divided speech. This is where we are. That's us in one picture. That's America in one picture. According to Bruce, yes. So what do? We spread the word. We plug into Project JFK. We watch every journey they do. We watch every spotlight. We attach our bank accounts to their systems and help spread the word, because something will happen when enough of us know what's really going on. It doesn't take half. It doesn't take 25%. History shows it takes, I think I saw 3%, 4%, let's say 5% of a population who wants to change their society or revolt against the current structures in order to lead a country into something else, something better. So that's why we spread the word. Obviously, get my book. It's got all this in it and more at Trine Day. Also, develop a spiritual imagination, how to deal with our good friend there, death. Because if we aspire to have Kennedy's perspective, his influence on anybody, his ability to fall asleep quickly and enjoy a good night's sleep, and to horse around with his friends and pretend to be shot and wear your tie askew and trip lightly through the minefield that is the problems we face. We got to get right with spirituality. In my book, I've got these chapters: Common Sense, the Universe, Identity, Internal Talking Mind, where I explore consciousness. I explore what quantum physics is saying about consciousness for the last 100 years or so, how everything's made out of energy, thoughts become things. And this is something of an illusion. I review throughout my whole book a lot of what the mystics have been saying and the poets have been saying along these lines, that there's only one of us here. The only thing that exists is an infinite and eternal realm of love and spirit and consciousness. And if we imagine what you learned from the videos at this YouTube channel, Anthony Cheen Production, he interviews many people who had near-death experiences. Well, they were really dead, but they came back. And what they describe is so similar and so persuasive along all the literature of mysticism and spirituality and consciousness, that it's fun to imagine that life is eternal. The spirit that you are, the spirit that your family, your parents, your grandparents, everybody you miss is eternal, and they're all here. And it's just a transition of perception when we die. Like, oh, we finally see what's really here. It's always been here. Death is painless. That's what these survivors have come back and said. Many of them, some suffered a lot of pain when they had those accidents, but the moment of death was an expansion into something wonderful that they came back and they say they can't describe. It's more real than this. They don't have the words to describe how much more real that is than this. This is very limiting and weird after they experience what's really on the other side. So get right about spirit and death, and fall in love with the Constitution. I've got God, School, 9/11, and JFK, where, and A Brief History of the United States, where I talk about, like Kennedy said, war is the constant companion of mankind, war and tyranny. That's it. And the United States was this tiny little moment, this blip, a couple hundred years is a blip, where it was codified human rights, where a government put on paper that you can own arms to protect yourself from us in case you think we're getting too strong. The United States is the high watermark of humanity, just like John F. Kennedy was the high watermark of the United States. But the good news is life is eternal. You could pave the planet with concrete, and eventually blades of grass are going to burst through. And where you and I dare not forget that we are the heirs of the first revolution, of that first revolution that said the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God, from the hand of our Creator, from the hand of whatever created us, from our nature, just the fact that we exist. We've got these rights, and we can respect each other to negotiate coexistence if I respect your rights. So we have to fall in love with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, to fall in love with life. That's not a bad goal. To do whatever it takes to enjoy being you every single second, even when you're alone. And we are alone the vast majority of our lives with just what's in here, what we think. So fall in love with studying people like John F. Kennedy to figure out how did they accomplish so much and seem to do it with so much ease and grace and style. What kind of metal was he made out of? What did he get his back into in order to accomplish with some ferocity? Fall in love with life, my friends. Though there's an epidemic of despair, there's an epidemic of fear, there's an epidemic of addiction, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, suicide attempts, and suicides. That's been trending for 25 years before the lockdown. It couldn't be more urgent. It couldn't be more urgent that we do not forget that if we're going to be free, only we can make it so. We're as free as we say we are. Quick story about being in love with life and the power of love. The survivor of the Nazi concentration camps, who was asked many years later, how did you survive? So many died, not from being exterminated, but from the despair and the disease and the hopelessness. How did you survive? And this survivor said, they could beat me, they could starve me, they could make me sleep in the snow, sleep on concrete, but the guards couldn't make me stop loving them. That's a miracle. He chose to love them because he wanted to feel love, because he wanted to feel love. He was going to decide, how am I going to feel? It's got nothing to do with my circumstances, the fact that I'm in a Nazi concentration camp and that the guards are beating me and making me sleep on concrete and work and sleep in snow. I'm going to love them anyway. That's a miraculous power to ponder, the power of choosing your own thoughts that give you power, and to justify them so that they're not fantasies and delusions, like the biography of a man like John F. Kennedy. Like, okay, there's many ways to do it, many reasons why. We dare not forget. We dare not forget we are the heirs of that first revolution. We dare not forget that this minute, this day might be the only one we have left in order to do anything. And that when we get to the other side, maybe we're okay. Maybe we're fine. Can't do anything about it. Why worry? And the last words of his inaugural address are, God's work must truly be our own. He identified himself with God with that statement. Who am I? What should I do? These are the soul-wrenching questions that keep us up in the middle of the night. With this, Kennedy's telling us, identify with God. Try to imagine, what would God do? So yeah, it's up to us to decide, to meet the challenge of the question, what is God? And if it's the intention to love life and enjoy, then we can parent ourselves like a loving mother. They're there, everything's all right. Calm down, soothing, everything's going to be all right, like a loving mother. If we had one, it's easy to talk to ourselves like that. And a very encouraging and empowering father. Come on, we got a lot to do today. We're going to figure out how. I don't know how to do it either, but we're going to experiment. We're going to make a mess. We'll come back. We'll do it again and again, day after day. We'll get better and learn. And we have to have it all done by dinner so that we can go take a, clean up and enjoy a night around the fire, telling stories and singing songs. We dare not forget. We dare not forget. We dare not forget to teach each other. That's it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Bruce. That was a interesting thought-provoking presentation that you just gave us. And something that we need to remember, that the JFK assassination conference that we're doing, it's not just about the assassination. I mean, to understand the assassination, you need to understand the man that was assassinated, JFK. The idea that not just John F. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963. Yes, that I think was the tipping point of when we lost our innocence as a nation, as a world, because our president was gunned down on the streets of Dallas in broad daylight in front of thousands of eyewitnesses. But you also have to look at the fact that he wasn't the only one that was assassinated or killed in the 1960s. I think he was the tipping point, but you got to remember about RFK, MLK, Medgar Evers, Patrice Lumumba, the DM brothers. It wasn't just, him, but you've got to reach back and you've got to talk about, not only the assassination, yes, but, there's more to John F. Kennedy. The reason why we study this, not just because we want justice, but because of this man that was our president that was taken from us. So, yeah, a very, very good presentation. I like how you, went back before he even became president, because he didn't just all of a sudden beam down and boom, I'm president. And 3 years later, less than 3 years later, he's dead. So very good presentation, Bruce. I commend you on putting that together. Does anybody have any questions for Bruce? Any comments?
Traumatized.
Well,
completely traumatized.
I see a comment that Mark Young wrote in the chat section. It says, well done. I appreciate people who plant a flag and speak their piece without self-editing in today's defensiveness against a different idea. And that's the whole point. We're all different people. We're all different researchers. We have our own niche. We have, there's people that talk about, the documents. There's people that talk about the wounds, the autopsy. So, it takes a village to find the truth, not just a village to raise the children. So, it takes all of us and what we research, what we find, and then we have to talk about it. We have to have a discussion about it. And that's what, this format's for. So, good job, Bruce. I appreciate it. I think everybody in the audience does. I think Casey wants to add something here too. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, I do. Bruce, thank you very much for that fantastic presentation. I would say about 2/3, the beginning 2/3 of your presentation I really liked, because it gave you a historical background on JFK. And that's what a lot of us actually need to see. Most of us who have done research over a number of years realize that, but you put it into pretty good perspective from your point of view, and that point of view was excellent. And also the pictures and everything else that went along with it, and your explanation I thought was fantastic. A couple words that caught me is forces that kill to win. And I think that goes right along with Eisenhower's look and prediction about the military-industrial complex. And we've battled with that particular little phraseology that he put out over the years, trying to figure out exactly what the military-industrial complex is. I know I have, but forces or powers that kill to win, I think was a very appropriate thing, because I may end up putting an article together. I already have 2/3 of it ready to go with a title, and this may be the third part of that title. I'll probably steal it from you and then put your name on it. So, but thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And again, there will be details released soon. Bruce is going to be a spotlight speaker for us. I believe we're going to try to do that the first week of December. And like I say, once we get the final details, ironed out, which they're pretty easy because Bruce is ready to go and we're ready to have him. So we just got to figure out the exact date and time. But that will be up on projectjfk.com under the events tab, and you'll see the spotlight information there. So with that, if anybody has any other things for Bruce, speak now, or we're going to move on to our next keynote speaker.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about the American University speech. I think that was one of the most important points in JFK's presidency, especially what sealed his fate, basically, you know, with the Hawks and the military-industrial complex tugging towards nuclear annihilation, I would say, versus him, where JFK mentions peace, I don't know, maybe 50 times in that speech. So it's very, very important that we look at that point in JFK's life as probably something that, you know, actually sealed his fate there towards the end of his life.
Thank you, Larry. All right, well, let's go ahead and thank Bruce, and we will move on to our next speaker.
David, I wanted to at least point out that I wanted to thank Bruce personally. And the other thing is I appreciate Larry Rivera's comment, and wanted to draw you guys' attention to Larry's background. That background, Larry, is phenomenal. So yeah, that's your Blender program, isn't it? So, but again, Bruce, thank you very much. And we'll be looking forward to you in December. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Honored.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and move along with our next speaker. Our next speaker is R. Brooks Laplante. Now, Brooks is a former state legislator from Indiana who has researched the JFK assassination for several decades. He has always doubted that Oswald acted alone, but was really drawn into the case when he bought David Lipton's Best Evidence some 40 years ago. He owes his interest in JFK to his Irish grandfather and to his mother, who was born on November the 22nd. Brooks spent most of his career as a manufacturing entrepreneur in the aluminum industry, and from 2005 to 2009, he served on the Indiana State University Board of Trustees. In October 2007, he had the opportunity to engage with Vincent Bigliosi while the author was on the ISU campus to present his book, Reclaiming History. Brooks has focused his research on the JFK medical evidence, including what happened at Parkland and Bethesda, and to the Harvey and Lee duality as put forth by John Armstrong. His presentation today is on 605 Elsbeth Street. It's a mysterious address that appeared in a Dallas police report a few hours after the assassination, but one the Warrant Commission ignored that has never been explained. So Brooks is going to give us the explanation of that and talk to us today about 605 Elsbeth Street. Go ahead, Brooks.
That's a tongue twister from Bruce to Brooks, right?
It is. Apologize.
All right, so, okay, I see the arrow for screen share, right? I don't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. I need to give us just a quick second here, everybody. I'm going to walk Brooks through how to share his screen. You need to make sure that is your presentation, is it in PowerPoint, Brooks?
Yeah, and it's open.
Okay, and it's open, shrunk down, right?
Right.
Okay, now click on the screen share button at the bottom,
and
it's going to pull up a white box with tiles, and you're just going to click on your presentation, PowerPoint presentation, and then once that's highlighted with the blue square, hit share, and we should have it up on the screen. All right, now you'll want to go over to your normal slideshow and then click slideshow there at the top.
Yeah, do you see it? Because it's on my.
Yeah, I've got your PowerPoint pulled up. So just click on slideshow, which is, you know, the tab up here, right, kind of almost in the middle. Bring your cursor up.
Okay.
Keep going. You see where it says slideshow, right, kind of to the left of your cursor.
And I've got a header that's popping up here that may be blocking some stuff, but.
Okay, yeah. There's a little. You're sharing screen, so you're gonna have a little pop down of your buttons, but right underneath that, you're gonna see slideshow.
Top row at the top of the document all the way at the top. Underneath PowerPoint, to your left, at the very top.
Okay, I'm there. There's file.
Yep, now keep going to the right and you'll see slideshow.
Over here to the right.
Yep, keep going.
See, it's blocked out by what's popping up on my screen since I can't see it.
Okay, I tell you what, stop share for a second.
Send the file.
No, we're going to do something different. Hold on just a second.
Okay,
now open go to your PowerPoint and go ahead and have it in the slideshow with the, full screen.
Okay.
And then you're going to re-click share screen.
Click on slideshow.
Yeah, go to slideshow and then just,
Okay.
You're going to click from the main or from the first slide.
From beginning.
Yeah, and now then go back in on Zoom, click the share screen,
Okay.
and highlight that box and click back on it. Sometimes that little drop down box of your buttons kind of gets in your way.
Okay. Go to screen share now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Can you see it okay? I'm right back. I came full circle to where I was before.
Yeah, go over there on slide one, just double click on that and see if it pops it up. Or hold it, stop. You see where it says from beginning right there?
Yeah.
Click that right there.
Okay.
There you go. Now you got it. Now we're good. Go ahead and go.
I have only done this once before back in May, so sorry about the, you and I probably should rehearse before I go on.
No
Save us a couple minutes. Well, thanks a lot, David. And I just wanted to make a comment. Bruce said at the end of his talk there that he mentioned about what keeps us up at night. And my research, as you said in the intro, has been narrowed down to the medical evidence and the autopsy, what happened at Parkland, Bethesda. And then also I've been going through John Armstrong's Harvey and Lee. This is the third or fourth time I went through it meticulously. Now I think I'm going through it with a flour sifter. I've spent I don't know how many hundreds, thousands of hours working on his piece. It took him 20 years to compile and write that book. And he's got just an enormous amount of data in there, individual data points, some of which don't end up getting explained. They're in the book, but they just hang out there. I'll talk about a couple of those here in my presentation. I call them orphans. They're observations, something a witness sees, something that appears in a document, but it just never gets explained. There's no home for it. And I talked about some of that during my May presentation. And as we move into 605 Elsbeth, I thought it'd be helpful to spend a few minutes, just go back and look at what I did talk about in May. And this research process is always a work in progress. And as I approach this date, getting ready to put the presentation together, I'm working feverishly. I knew weeks ago exactly what it was going to look like, what the PowerPoint should look like. Should have had it done a week ago, but I can't help myself because I keep chasing things down rat holes. And so as I present this today and I talk about 605, I'm going to say my work on 605 is probably 80% complete, maybe. But I was able to pull enough together, I think, to do a good presentation. I'll continue to chase down some of the other stuff. And there's a few things I'm going to present today that I would encourage any researcher who might want to jump in, get involved, help out, take a look at some of this stuff. Please do, because we do it together. And I stand on the shoulders of giants. As David said in the intro, it was Lifton's book that got me involved. I spent thousands of hours on that topic, digging. I did make a trip a couple years ago to Wesleyan University over in Massachusetts, where William Manchester was professor emeritus, donated all his papers to the Olin Library. They're in the archive there. Nothing's been digitized, as we talk about the importance of digitizing records and papers, as I know a lot of people here are doing. It wasn't available on the internet. Now I could see exactly what they had. I'm trying to remember, for Death of a President, I think he had around 60 boxes of material. I knew what was in each box. So I had them pull about 15 boxes. I spent 2 full days there going through. Fascinating process, because I held in my hands his actual typed memo, his minutes, if you will, the things that he jotted down from his interviews and his interactions with people. All of the Kennedy family files are unavailable, as are the Secret Service files. You can't see any of those interviews, but you could see everything else. And I went there on a mission with particular purpose as it relates to the medical evidence, the autopsy, things that happened at Parkland, trying to connect some dots. I got some answers. I discovered some really amazing things. I was allowed to take pictures. That may end up being a future presentation that I do, but I know some things that unless you've been there and gone through those files, no one knows. David Lifton doesn't know, but they are key parts of the puzzle. And that's the kind of research that we do. But this is a massive puzzle. I try to explain to people, it's like you can buy a 5,000 piece puzzle and put it on a large dining room table. This puzzle is so big, it takes up your whole living room floor. And it's probably 80%, 90% complete, but there's gaping holes in it, and we don't know exactly what fits in until if we had all the records that have not yet been released, that would fill big portions of the puzzle. And there are some orphans in there, just things that, individual pieces that are just sitting on the side that you don't know, you're perplexed, you don't know where they fit. And what's also confounding is there are pieces of the puzzle that we put together that are disinformation. So we have put things into the official story as we see it, not the Warren Commission. And sadly, it's disinformation, and we're off in a wrong direction. The reason why the puzzle is not totally complete, as I said, the government's withholding information. We've got this disinformation, and of course, we've got orphans. We don't know what to do with them. One of the things I focused on in my May presentation, which was the jacket, I really zeroed in on what Oswald was wearing on November 22nd, and even the day before. Beale Frazier described a jacket that he was wearing when they went home Thursday night to Irving. He wore the same jacket to work on Friday the 22nd. When he was deposed by Robert Ball, before the Warren Commission, he denied not once, not twice, but 6 times that either jacket, Commission Exhibit 162 or 163, neither of those jackets were the jacket that Oswald was wearing. Presumably, he wore that jacket to work Thursday morning, which means he would have been on a city bus going from the Beckley rooming house downtown to work, and then when the day was over, rode to Irving. So the importance of getting to witnesses who typically rode with Oswald, maybe bus drivers who, because he rode frequently back and forth, we're led to believe, from the 1026 North Beckley rooming house to and from Dealey Plaza to go to work. We'll revisit that at the end. The second orphan, and that's just where we're going today, is I want to talk about 605 Elizabeth, which is a mysterious address, was circulated by the Dallas police in a report just a few hours after the assassination, never explained. In May, I talked a little bit about Roger Craig, and there are 2 scenarios for how Oswald left Dealey Plaza. He either left in the Rambler, the Nash Rambler station wagon, as Roger said, which is a huge problem because it's driven by a dark complected man. Roger describes him in detail. And as the Rambler is slowly moving down Elm Street, the driver's looking over, leaning to the passenger side, looking out the window. All of a sudden there's a shrill whistle, and this fellow runs down the grassy slope and gets in the Rambler, and off they go. Traffic was just too heavy for Roger to get across the street. He would have, he was being arrested. He just thought it was odd because he says, everybody's coming to Dealey Plaza. Everybody's running up the grassy knoll. And here's the one guy who's coming down the grassy knoll, getting a car and getting the hell out of Dealey Plaza. So it caught his eye. What we don't know, and I've been working on this, I've had Casey and some others involved, trying to figure out exactly, I've got a whole slew of the Murray photos. If anybody knows for sure, where was Roger standing? At best, he was on the opposite, well, we know he was on the south side of Elm Street, looking across. But he couldn't get across the street because of the traffic. So at best, he's 60 feet. He could be 30, 40 yards. We just don't know. That's a pretty sizable distance. We know that around 2 o'clock that Oswald was seen in a white t-shirt, driving a car in a hurry, zipped into the parking lot of the El Chico restaurant, and was hiding back underneath a large billboard sign in kind of an odd way. So a mechanic who worked across the street, T.F. White, who worked at Pate's Garage, observed this for a while, and he said, well, I wonder if the guy's in trouble. So he walks across the street, approaches the car, and he said, I got 10 to 15 feet away, and the driver looked at me, and then he just peeled the wheels and off he went. And he said it was Oswald. The problem is, per White's recollection, this happened at 2 o'clock. So Oswald has already been apprehended and is on his way downtown. In fact, they're probably pulling into the basement of City Hall about the time that White sees this other Oswald. So these are all the kind of sightings that are in Armstrong's book. There are tons of them, and you try to make sense of them. You know, he believes there was a imposter who was put forth by the intelligence community to defect to the Soviet Union under a false defector program. He calls him Harvey. He's probably of Eastern European descent. And so zipping around all over Dallas, Irving, in October, November of '63 are both Harvey and Lee. He's got Harvey staying at 1026 North Beckley. Lee is free to roam. And he cites many of you are familiar with the mysterious sightings. And John does a yeoman's work in trying to explain who's who. I think Larry Crawford, who worked for Ruby, gets involved in this, and he is actually mistaken for Oswald in some of these. But that's some of the work that I'm doing now to kind of go back and piece it all together. But bottom line is T.F. White saw his Oswald from 10 to 15 feet, said it was Oswald. When he got in Whaley's cab, the man who got in Whaley's cab got in the front seat. So Whaley saw him from what, 3 feet away? So both those guys saw somebody they thought was Oswald a lot closer than Roger Craig, and none of them had ever seen the guy before, presumably, from what we know, had never seen him before November 22nd. But you want to believe Roger. I know most everybody does. He was genuine. He was empathetic. He was a great lawman. He was Officer of the Year for the Dallas County Sheriff Department in 1960. You read his work, you watch this video, it's compelling. I want to believe Roger Craig, and I'm about 99% of the way there. There's a few things that really, really bother me, not about Roger, but about other circumstances. I'm going to talk about that here as we go forward. But if Roger was correct, if Roger did see Oswald get into the Rambler, the guy that was later arrested and shot by Ruby, if that's the guy that he saw get in the Rambler, then everything else is a hoax. The bus taxi thing is a hoax. And you can see the importance of needing to cover that up. The challenge becomes, you've got a bunch of witnesses that are involved in the bus taxi scenario that have to be managed. Their stories have to be controlled and coordinated, you would think, because think how important this is. Kennedy is killed by a conspiracy involving what, 3, 5, 6, 8 gunmen? We don't know how many they were shooting. So they control the, someone's got their speaker on.
There we go.
Hello. So somebody's running Dealey Plaza to make sure they control the witnesses. They go through, they sweep up all the cameras, just so that there's no evidence of another gunman. They end up altering the Zapruder film. They really took care of the Dealey Plaza situation. Then they had to alter the president's body, his wounds, fake the x-rays, rewrite the autopsy report. All of that was done to fit the single gunman scenario, blame it all on Oswald. You would think with 4 witnesses that we know of that were involved in the bus taxi scenario, that has got to be one of the most critical things for them to deal with. It goes right on the top shelf with these other things, because their stories, how believable they are in terms of, yeah, Oswald was on the bus, Oswald took Whaley's cab to Oak Cliff. If we can convince the American people that that's the situation, then we can just dismiss Roger Craig. So it was vitally important. This is one of the top 3, 4, 5 things I would put on the list of things that needed to be managed. And it didn't happen. And that's troublesome. This is Commission Exhibit 2003. And what happened shortly after the assassination is they put together a list. This is not all inclusive. It's missing quite a few names. At the bottom, you can see when it was typed up, it didn't include Jack Doherty, Jarman, Lovelady, Truly. There's a bunch of people. But on this list, at the very top, is Harvey Lee Oswald at 605 Elsbeth. It's never been explained. The Warren Commission ignored it, basically said, well, we don't know, but he never lived there. So that's that. But there's serious implications of 605 Elsbeth, because it appears this probably got into the report by way of the intelligence organization within the Dallas Police Department. Don't know if Revel knew he was living there. Don't know if Hosty provided this. Somebody knew. In fact, Hosty was communicating with Oswald, leaving notes under his apartment door. We don't really know the source, exactly where 605 Elsbeth came from, but somebody knew something. They knew well enough to put 605 Elsbeth there. Now, Fritz is down at the Texas School Book Depository with his gang going through the building. He comes back to City Hall about 2:30. He's carrying with him the address for Ruth Payne's house in Irving, up there on 5th Street. And he says, boys, I got a address here. I need you to go up to Irving and check this out. We're looking for this suspect. And they said, well, Captain, we don't need to go there because he's sitting right over here. So Fritz comes back with the Irving address, but yet at the same time, within the Dallas Police Department, somebody's saying, no, it's 605 Elsbeth. One of the problems that I had, can everybody see the very top of this slide, I hope? David? Okay, I'm sure, I'm hoping that everybody can see this. So one thing that caught my—
Brooks, this is Casey. Are you talking about the top where it says West Neely Street?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you can see the entire image here, because I've got this pop-up that no one else has that's kind of blocked on the very top of my slide, but I'm assuming you can.
So yeah, we can see it, Brooks.
Yeah, okay. So the yellow dot is where Whaley said right before he got to Neely, that's where Whaley said he dropped Oswald off. And then we know years after the assassination, Butch Burroughs, who was the ticket taker and concession stand operator at the Texas Theater, he told Jim Mars that Oswald was in while the previews were running the newsreel. So he estimated around 107, Oswald was in the theater, bought a ticket, came in, bought popcorn, moved around, talked to different people. So Oswald's in the theater at 107. So one possible scenario to me is if he is in the Whaley cab, he gets dropped off at the yellow dot. Whaley told the Warren Commission, this is where he didn't help. He gets out of the cab, crosses the street, and he's walking south on Beckley. He's going away from the rooming house, which is up at 1026. That was a problem. So Whaley turned around, headed back, went to the train station, picked up a passenger, so he's gone. Let's assume Oswald gets down to Davis Street, crosses over. He goes in the alley behind 605 and walks in the back door, changes clothes, maybe picks up his gun. And then from there, it's a short walk. This is all doable. If he's on foot, he can get to the Texas Theater by 107. So I presented that as a possible scenario. The other thing that, and maybe just say this, if there's validity in what Whaley saw, if he saw the real Oswald, then it makes that walk from where he exited the cab near Neely to 605 and then down to the theater. It makes that a possibility. In May, to focus on the jacket, here's an orphan. Didn't know what to do with it, was working on it, talked about it, presented it in May. But Oswald left the Beckley house. Earlene Roberts said he was zipping up a dark jacket. However, at the Tippit murder scene, all but one witness said the shooter was wearing a light colored jacket. I believe Earlene Roberts. The man that she's talking about registered as O.H. Lee, which is a little odd, and that's another story for another day. But if it's the real Oswald, if it's this man, the man that was arrested at the Texas Theater, he comes in shirt sleeves, leaves in a dark colored jacket. I believe Earlene Roberts. So there's a few places you got to hang your hat and say, okay, this story is rock solid, and it becomes a cornerstone for us upon which we can build our narrative. So I'm buying into Earlene Roberts. I'm in her corner. So then we have a problem. And as we all know, Oswald didn't shoot Tippit because he's in the Texas Theater at 107, according to Burroughs. So we're not talking about the same individuals anyway. It's no big deal. But what the Warren Commission did is they flew one of the witnesses, one of the Davis girls who was living in the corner house next to where Tippit was shot, Barbara Jeanette Davis. They flew her to Washington. She gave her testimony, and she says, no, he was wearing a dark colored jacket. She was the only one, and her purpose, she was a bomb thrower. They needed somebody. Now, she's staying with her. There are two girls, they're married to brothers. They're staying in that same house. And the other girl, Virginia Davis, said he was in a light colored jacket. So clearly, Barbara Jeanette Davis was a bomb thrower. Moving forward, a little more detail, when we compared the two options of Roger Craig and the Nash Rambler versus the bus taxi scenario, there's actually, we know the 4 witnesses on the bus taxi side. Roger Craig actually had 4 witnesses. John Armstrong detailed them. Collectively, they supported what Roger saw. There was a light-colored Nash Rambler station wagon. There was a young white male, somewhere between 20 and 30, that got in. And Mrs. Helen Forrest said, it sure looked like Oswald. If it wasn't him, it was his identical twin. Unfortunately, there's a lot of missing information. It would have really helped out if one of these 4 witnesses, and Marvin Robinson actually almost ran into the Rambler. It was right in front of him. So he would have been the guy that really could have helped us out. But there's no information on the car's color, and we don't know what the young man was wearing. No information on color of his clothes, much less what he was wearing. And we don't know anything about the driver of the car. We don't know anything about the license plate. Robinson was probably looking right at the license plate, but he didn't recall anything and didn't even know if it was, couldn't recall if it was a Texas plate. What's interesting here is Marvin Robinson, Roy Cooper both worked at LTV. And there were 3 James Penningtons in the Dallas City Directory in 1963, one of which lived across the Trinity River in the direction that Pennington was driving his car. And that James Pennington also worked at LTV. If that is him, I just find it really interesting that 3 of these witnesses to the Roger Craig event, who really didn't provide a lot of what could have been really helpful information, potentially they all worked at LTV. Here's where I had my problem. And what keeps you up at night? This for me, this is one of the things that I've lost a lot of sleep over. I go to bed at night sometimes with a particular piece of the puzzle or something that I'm thinking about and working on, and I'm just scratching my head saying, what the hell is going on? But we do know that if the bus taxi scenario is really what happened, then Roger was simply mistaken. And again, as I said before, there were other witnesses, T.F. White, who saw him from 10 to 15 feet, and he was obviously mistaken. So we can just shrug our shoulders and say, oh, yeah, he thought it was Oswald, but he was, at least 60 feet away, maybe 90, 100 feet. It looked like him, but it wasn't. But if he's correct, if Roger's correct, then it's not that simple for the bus taxi witnesses, okay? They're not mistaken, they're lying. And that means they're complicit in a deception. Did they do it willingly? Were they coerced? Were they bribed? Or were they threatened? We don't know. But we do know that they're involved in an effort to deceive the American public and promote a charade. And I had a hard time with that, because now you've got to control 4 people, 4 stories, and make sure the narrative really works well. The objective for whoever's running these 4 people is this: if you're going to lie and assist willingly in the cover-up, then by golly, help us out and don't provide any details that would undermine our narrative. You would think that's exactly, and this, keep in mind, as I said a few minutes ago, solving this problem between the Craig observation of the Rambler and the bus taxi scenario was of paramount importance. It was right there on the top shelf. So someone's got to be really on top of it. So who was running the 4 witnesses? It gives you some insight as to what actually was going on. This was total chaos. The conspirators, the plotters, the people that were running the thing from the upper level all the way down to boots on the ground, the people that were in Dealey Plaza, they were all on offense. They trained, they practiced, they were proactive, they had contingencies. They planned for a lot of stuff. But after the assassination, and in particular, once Oswald is arrested, not killed, but arrested in custody, then they have a real problem. Now they're on total defense. And they had a lot of balls in the air, a lot of things, a lot of fires to put out. But still, I would argue, if they were smart, competent, they would have delegated these 4 key witnesses in the bus taxi scenario. They would have handed them off to somebody and said, you make sure it's airtight, okay? We don't know what happened. Was there just one person charged with that responsibility and they were incompetent, or was it fragmented? There were different people involved and they just didn't coordinate their work. We don't know. Okay, William Whaley, the cab driver, this is a portion of his trip sheet. And he picked up a passenger at the Greyhound bus station, wrote down that he took him to 400 or 500 North Beckley. The fare was 95 cents, and he's got a time between 12:30, 12:45. That was problematic. It didn't fit the timeline for the Warren Commission, but Whaley explained that away, saying that he wrote stuff down at 15-minute intervals, and sometimes he didn't make entries into his log promptly. Sometimes he would do 2, maybe 3 at a time. He would play catch up. If that's believable, some people buy it, some don't. But we know the fare was 95 cents. So where does the meter trip? Whaley is arguably, of the 4, the most important, because he's on the bus, he gets off the bus, big deal. You've got 3 witnesses, but that doesn't really, in the long run, it doesn't really matter. It's important in regard to timeline and some other things. But it's Whaley who takes him to Oak Cliff. It's Whaley who drops him off down on Beckley right before Neely. You would think that someone with that information, okay, once they knew it was 95 cents, would have run that down and said, where does the meter flip? Now, you could have given this problem. This would have been an interesting problem to give to a bunch of 8th graders in a math class down in Oak Cliff, and say, okay, kids, we have a problem today. We want you to figure out how far the taxi goes if at the end of the trip, the meter reads 95 cents. When does the meter flip? When the cabbie pulls away from the curb, he flips the meter on, it's 45 cents. For every 4/10 of a mile, you add a dime. How far did he go? I would bet quite a few of those 8th graders, if they were fairly good at math, it's a simple problem, could figure it out. It's 2 miles, okay? Where's the 2-mile point? This slide was from May, talking about a different but relevant issue. This is the light as you come across from downtown. You're coming down Houston, you go across the viaduct, you merge into Zang's. When you get down to the light here, you got to go left to Beckley. You can go straight, the yellow arrow continues on Zang's, or you can peel off to the right on El Dorado. So this is the light where Whaley would have made his turn, gone left, the red arrow to go down Beckley. It's right at this light where the meter changes to 95 cents. That's the 2.0 mile mark. He had all sorts of options in terms of his narrative. If he's lying and he's going to feed a story that's going to help the investigators, the Warren Commission, put together a really good timeline, he had an opportunity. One oddity about Oak Cliff is that the address is staggered, and Whaley would have known this. Okay, he was a 37-year veteran. He was the most senior guy in the company. He bragged to the Warren Commission during his deposition, you name a street corner in Dallas and I can tell you what's on all 4 corners. That may have been true because after 37 years, he's been everywhere. But as you come into Oak Cliff from the north driving south, the arrow on the left, that's Beckley. The arrow on the right is Marsalis. We have what's called the Oak Cliff shift, what I call the Oak Cliff shift. And you can see on the left, down by the yellow box, there's 8th Street, but on the right, up by Marsalis, it's way up there. It's about a 4-block shift. The 500 block of North Beckley is that yellow box on the left. The 500 block of Marsalis is way up there on the right. Now there's Mary Bledsoe's house in the pink dot. It's almost directly across from 1026. When you come across, this is a picture taken in 1972. When you come across the Houston Viaduct, back in 1963, you could turn. You can't today, but you could turn right as you got across. You could turn and make a left-hand turn. It's in that lower left-hand corner. This is what it looked like, okay? There were multiple lanes, 2-way traffic on the Houston Viaduct. And as you came south, that dotted line That's the turn lane. So as you come down, and this is what Cecil McWaters, the driver of the Marsalis bus, would have done. He would have been in that turn lane, the dotted lane, waited to make sure there was no oncoming traffic because there's no traffic light. And then he can make that left-hand turn. And as soon as he did, he would swing and make a right-hand turn. The green arrow is where Marsalis was. Now it has been torn up for the construction. It's gone. But that would have been how quickly, once you came across, you just veer right and then swoop left, and then you're on Marsalis. If you don't make that turn, you continue on the blue arrow, that's Lancaster. Now, what you don't see, just to the left of where the head of the yellow arrow is, that would have been the Gloco station. Gloco, however you want to pronounce it. That's where Tippett was. Right before 1 o'clock, he's parked there for several minutes, waiting for someone, something, maybe the bus. And then when he peels out from there, he cuts across, what you're looking at here, he cuts across and he goes on to Lancaster. That's how he did it, because there were various options back there in '63 that don't exist today. Whaley had a perfect out. If somebody was on top of this situation, had driven the route, I've driven the route, if they drove the route and knew the meter flipped at the corner at the light at Zangs and Beckley, then Whaley could have said, hey, I dropped them at 5th and Beckley, but I wrote down the 500 block. I wrote down 500 North Beckley because I thought it was the 500 block. Over at 5th and Marsalis, it is the 500 block, but the numbers are different on Beckley. I was a little careless. Perfect explanation. With this, it makes a huge difference, because the 500, the intersection of 5th and North Beckley is the yellow dot. If he drops him there, he's 400 feet from the rooming house. The blue dot at the top at the light there at Zangs and Beckley, that's the 2-mile marker. And as you travel down Beckley, the meter rolls to 2.4 miles, or at $1.05. It rolls right as you get near Neely. So essentially, when Oswald said this will do, when he tells Whaley to move over, if it were true, if it really happened, Whaley probably flipped the meter right before it was going to go to $1.05. But he had all this distance between the light up there at Zangs and Beckley all the way down to where he says he dropped Oswald off. He had all this distance in between where the meter was reading 95 cents. Could have solved the problem. This is really significant because a huge opportunity was missed by not only the people that were involved in the cover-up, but as they fed this story timeline, synthesized the timeline. We have the official version of the events per the Warren Commission. They said he got out of the taxi at 12:54 at Beckley and Neely. Took him 6 minutes to get back, to walk all the way back up to the rooming house. Went in, changed his clothes, came out with a dark jacket, left at 1:03. And by the time he hustles all the way down and shoots Tippett, they walked that distance. They put a stopwatch on it. So they knew there was no way he could do it. Really, that timeline had to be about 1:16 in terms of when Tippett was shot. Now we know from T.F. Boley and other witnesses that were at the scene that Tippett was really shot about 1:10. So they had to fix that problem as well. But here's the opportunity they missed. Had somebody been smart enough to work with Whaley, because these guys are all involved in telling a tale that's a total fiction, right? So they would have said to, hey, Bill, we need you to say you dropped them at Beckley and 5th, because it only takes them a minute to walk to the rooming house. So they now save 6 minutes on the timeline. Give him the same 3 minutes. He leaves Beckley in a dark jacket at 12:57, and he shoots Tippett at 1:10. So this was so critical. They missed a golden opportunity. And for all of us who know a lot of the facts that, you know, Tippett was really shot at 1:10 and everything, they had to fudge everything. So these were the problems that I encountered as I was going through looking at the bus taxi scenario, saying, how could how could they bungle the thing so bad and miss so many opportunities when it was such a critical thing that they needed to manage? Okay, we've got a second disaster. Okay, and the first one was the drop point where Whaley dropped them off. Here's where problems really start kicking in for the investigators and the Warren Commission. Within a few weeks, the day of the assassination, McWaters, the bus driver, gives an affidavit. Whaley, the cabbie, Bledsoe, a passenger on the bus. There the following day on the 23rd, the housekeeper at Beckley, Earlene Roberts, gives her affidavit on December 5th. So within a span of about 2 weeks, they're all in on the record, and this is what they say. There's no mention of any jacket in any 4 of these affidavits. McWaters doesn't mention any clothing in his affidavit. Whaley's got him in a shirt only. He makes no mention of a jacket. He would later change that. Bledsoe makes no mention of clothing at the time in her affidavit. And Earlene Roberts says shirt only. So fast forward. Now, these 4 are critical to the whole best taxi scenario is riding on these people, right? So now we get into mid-March. They fly McWaters and Whaley to Washington, D.C. What happens is McWaters says he's wearing a cloth jacket. Whaley says he's wearing both jackets. They show him Commission Exhibit 162, 163, and he scratches his head. Well, he actually was wearing both. He was wearing one on top of the other. That really bothered me. That the linchpin in the Whaley deposition before the Warren Commission was the ID bracelet. He mentioned it in his affidavit back on November 23rd, and it's mentioned again when he testifies on March 12th. That they were banking everything on the ID bracelet. But again, if you're running Whaley in a hoax to deceive the American people, you've got to pay attention to other details. Someone should have said, hey, Bill, when you get up there, if they bring up the jacket, he wasn't wearing a jacket, okay? I at first interpreted this to think, okay, now another thing about Bill Whaley is he was in World War II. He won the Bronze Star. He was in the Army Air Corps, but he was flying over Iwo Jima at the Battle of Iwo Jima, and he won the Bronze Star. So he's a very experienced cabbie, the most senior guy. Everything just seemed legit. It was screaming legit. Until he gets to Washington and he comes up with this screwy thing. He's wearing both jackets. I think my interpretation initially of that was Whaley was just trying to help out. He wasn't prepared. He got caught off guard. He says, well, maybe he's wearing a jacket, but I don't know which one. They want me to tell that they got this light one, they got the blue one. Oh, okay, he's wearing both jackets. What a total fiasco that was. So now they come back to Dallas. Mary Bledsoe was in bad health, recovering from a stroke. They kept her home, but they take her testimony on April 2nd. She comes in fully scripted, has her own attorney. Things got so bad that at the end of her deposition, her attorney took over for a better part of 10 minutes. She's asking all the questions. I mean, it's a farce. And if anybody's lying in this whole thing, I think if you study this seriously for a while, the first person you come up with is Mary Bledsoe. But she says he's wearing a torn shirt. He's a maniac. He's got some buttons are missing, hole in the sleeve. She's describing the Oswald the way he looked coming out of the Texas Theater. But she also was his landlady for a week in October, supposedly. So if anybody knows, she had prior knowledge. So if anybody's legit, if anybody really knows what they're talking about in terms of Oswald, it's got to be Mary Bledsoe, because the guy lived with her for a week. She knows him. She recognized him immediately when he gets on the bus, okay? Then we've got Roy Milton Jones. He's never deposed. We have an FBI report on him. Now, he was interviewed a couple days before the report issued, but they held it back, didn't issue it until April 3rd. He says light blue jacket. And then Earlene Roberts comes back and she gives her testimony on April 8th. She says, and she stays right where she was all along. He was wearing a shirt only. So we got this total cluster of whatever, and it's just an absolute mess. And again, I'm thinking to myself, as critical as it was to get as far away from the Nash Ramblers escape as it points to conspiracy, to shore up the bus taxi scenario, as critical as that was, we've got this fiasco. Again, the objective is help us, okay? And it didn't happen. There's another orphan piece of the puzzle. What keeps you up at night, Bruce? I've gone to bed many times thinking about the dark jacket thing, because I believe Earlene Roberts, she's one of my cornerstones in this whole thing. The man who came into the Beckley rooming house after the assassination in a hurry, in shirt sleeves, went in, changed clothes, came out in a dark jacket. I believe that. There's another sighting of a man looks just like Oswald in a dark jacket. He's seen by an elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. Pennington. They're washing clothes over on Davis Street at the Tidy Lady Laundrette. And they say Oswald came in, man, just looked like Oswald, drove in a station wagon, comes in, they describe the dark jacket, he makes a phone call, he leaves, walks across the street, continues south on Clinton going south, and he leaves the station wagon there. He abandons the wagon. That's their story. That's one of many data points in Armstrong's book that he presents. And it's just hanging there. There's no explanation for that. I didn't really know how to fit it together. In May, I talked about it, but since then, I've gone back, and as I say, all of my work and the stuff that we're all doing is always a work in progress. So since then, I've come back and I put together what I think is a possible scenario. Roger Craig is right. Oswald did get in the Rambler. Here we go. 12:39 is the first report on KLFI radio. 3 shots fired at JFK's motorcade. Oswald gets into the Rambler at 12:40. They head west on Commerce. They go underneath the triple underpass, continue west until they get across the river, and they make a left on Beckley and they head south. At 12:46, there's a second report on KLFI radio. Shots definitely fired at the presidential motorcade. The shooter is armed with a .30 caliber rifle. Now, Earlene Roberts said, her friend called and said, have you heard about the president's been shot? Turn on your TV. So she goes right over and she starts messing with the television. And as she's messing with the television, Oswald walks through the door. So let's say that's 12:48. That's 8 minutes from the time he left Dealey Plaza. If he goes straight there, gets dropped off close by and walks into the rooming house, that timeline works. He comes in shirt sleeves. He leaves at 12:51, zipping up a dark jacket. 12:52, he's picked up by Rambler Man just around the corner. Now, where that happened, one of the things that was odd about Earlene's testimony, she said after Oswald left, she peeked out the front window and he was standing to the right over by the bus stop is where she saw him. In other words, he's standing over to the right. He should have been going left, hightailing it as fast as he can, because he's got to get down to 10th and Patton in time to kill Tippit per the Warren Commission timeline. So what's he doing standing over here to the right? 12:55, after he's picked up by Rambler Man, they continue on. They go somewhere, maybe a safe house, someplace, and Rambler Man gets out, Oswald slides over, and Oswald drives the Rambler alone, pulls into the parking lot of the Tidy Lady Laundrette, way out in West Davis at 1227 West Davis, where he's seen by the Penningtons. Makes his phone call And at 1 o'clock, he sets off on foot, going across the street, heading down Clinton. He gets to 8th Street, Clinton and 8th, at 1:03, where he's picked up by a second car. From there, it's 1.3 miles to the Texas Theater. He gets there, they travel that distance in they get there at 1:06. And then it's a 200-foot walk to the theater, buys a ticket, he's in the theater at 1:07. This is what Butch Burroughs said. What's it look like if you draw it out? Okay, he's coming down, if you look at the very top, he's coming down Beckley, that's the black line at the top. I'm gonna suggest that the car makes a right-hand turn on the El Dorado. Oswald gets out, hustles over to the rooming house, comes back, gets into the car there. El Dorado's that diagonal line, and it turns left and goes south on Elsbeth. Now, one possibility is the driver gets out at 605 Elsbeth, because if that's potentially a safe house, let's just assume that they make the jog down there on Neely, they drive behind the alley, and driver gets out, Oswald slips over, Oswald's in the car now. And the blue line is the blue line is the second man picks up. So dark complected man who was driving the Nash Rambler gets out and gets into a second car, and they both drive down Davis going west. The blue line, the black line. Oswald is in the Rambler, that's the black line. The second guy, his compadre who was driving the Rambler, is now in the second car. He's the blue line. They get down, they abandon the car, they drop the car. Oswald makes a phone call, that's some type of signal. Did he already know to go to Texas Theater, or was he told at that point that's where you need to go? We don't know exactly what happened with that phone call. He then walks across the street, goes south on Clinton. That's the dotted line where he gets into the second car, and then they make their way a little over a mile drive down to the Texas Theater. What's interesting, and I talked about this in May, is Sylvia Odio had just moved, the infamous Odio, had just moved in October to a new apartment on West Davis, and she's down here at this orange dot. So the proximity of the laundromat to the Odio apartment was intriguing to me. How does it play into it? We don't know. We just know that Odio was severely traumatized after the assassination. Does that play into this? And this is just one possible scenario. You could draw a big oval around the middle of this map, and they didn't necessarily, after they left Beckley, the Rambler didn't have to go to Elsbeth. It could have gone to the Odio apartment. We could have made the timeline work. It could have gone anywhere. All we know is from the time Oswald left Beckley and is seen in the dark jacket and the tidy lady laundrette, he's riding, we're proposing that he's gets into the Rambler at some point, and he's the guy that delivers the car there to the laundromat. So that makes, this is one scenario, and I've got a place for the puzzle piece, the orphan with the laundrette, the Oswald sighting. And this is the guy that came in, looked like Oswald, was wearing a dark jacket, which ties to what Earlene Roberts said, okay? Acting a little suspicious, makes a phone call, abandons the station wagon. So Oswald, dark jacket, station wagon. You can't ignore it. You got to find a home for it. Is this how it worked? I leave it for everyone's consideration. Again, I'm strongly in the Roger Craig camp. I believe he was sincere. I believe he probably did see Oswald get in to the Rambler. Am I 100%? I don't know where I'm at, maybe 99, 98. There's still some wiggle room there. But it makes everything else extremely problematic. And as I said, for the longest time, I really struggled. And all four of these people got to be lying, but yet it's such a complete disaster And you would think how important it actually was to get far away from the Rambler escape and say, no, 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 it was the bus taxi scenario. How it all fell apart just blows my mind. So it leads you to think that the four witnesses, the bus taxi scenario was what happened. Craig was mistaken. Bledsoe's obviously lying for various reasons. And we won't belabor that point anymore. In fact, at some point, maybe down the road, this is just part of a bigger story that I'm working on. And I don't know if I'll do a profile series on this, or maybe produce some type of article that synthesizes and puts this all together. But we're going to move on now to 605 Elsbeth, because if Roger Craig is right, Oswald actually did get into the Rambler, then it makes William Whaley irrelevant. So he didn't take Oswald down to Neely and Beckley in his cab, because that's a fiction, which means the scenario that I proposed before, where Oswald could have got out of the cab, walked to Elsbeth, and then from there walked to the theater, that's off the table. That didn't happen. But still, that doesn't solve our problem. Why is 605 Elsbeth in the police report? Okay, so Oswald did not go there after the shooting, but it's relevant. And I'm going to propose it's some type of a safe house, hideaway, whatever. So we'll move on. This is the neighborhood in 1963. And one of the, and I've assembled all this information, just digging through the city directory and looking up different addresses and whatnot. You can see the orange properties, those are used car lots, which the reason I put them in there, it's going to play into the narrative here in a little bit. But you can see there was a bunch of them over there, Beckley and Zhang's, up and down Beckley. There were quite a few used car lots. There was one right next to Pate's Garage. And that in that upper corner there where the red dot is, you can see where Pate's Garage is, and then right across the street, the El Chico. That's where T.F. White went over and saw a guy that he thought was Oswald at 2 o'clock. Now, if we move to the center of this diagram, you can see that you can see the 600 block of Elsbeth Street. And I've got 2 properties in green. That's where Oswald lived. We know he lived there. Okay, you've got the big apartment complex at 602 and 604. And then he moves around in the spring of 63. He moves down and around the corner to Neely, to that little block there. That's 212, 214. We're all familiar with that. That's a 2-story house. They live upstairs. 605 is my focus, and that's the blue property. And there actually, for a period of time, was a 607. The house got partitioned, and we'll come to that in a minute. 601 was the property on the corner next to it. It was always 601, but then it's flipped to commercial. And that's what happened with a lot of these properties up and down Davis. It was highly residential in the early years, and then eventually over time, more and more it became commercial, because Davis was one of the main thoroughfares. If you went on Davis and headed west, kept on going, that takes you to Fort Worth. So it was a state road. It popped up on a lot of maps. Everybody was very familiar with Davis. So the corner property, which was 601 Elsbeth, it flipped to commercial because they gave it a 203 West Davis address. Again, if it's a commercial property, you want people to know how to find you. You want a Davis Street address. You don't want an Elsbeth address. Okay. Looking at the 600 block in more detail. What's interesting here is there, and I have done a lot of research on these people that lived in the neighborhood. It's fascinating. There are a lot of old timers there. And I've got in red, I show you the dates in which the properties were constructed. There's a few I had to estimate that I wasn't quite sure. I actually think that the house on Neely in the lower right-hand corner was built sometime around World War II. I don't know the specific date. But most everything else up and down that street was either built in the 19-teens or the 1920s. 602, 604 Elsbeth Court Apartments up there in the corner, that was built in 1924. 605 was built across the street in 1920. 601 next to it in 1921. And as you can see, unlike a lot of the lots that extended the full length between Elsbeth and the alley, there's a property back behind 605 and 601 that had frontage on Davis. That is 207, 209, and we'll come to that in a little bit. Again, a lot of old timers researched and did a lot of work on these people, and it's really fascinating as you dig into the stories. One comment about 601 at the top. After it got flipped to 203 West Davis, it was readdressed, became a commercial establishment. It was the home for a fair number of years to Oak Cliff's Alcoholics Anonymous. That's where they met. They met in that house there right on the corner. Okay. One of the visits I made to Dallas, I went and spent some time at the Dallas County Clerk's office. And I was really starting to do some research records. I had a couple hours one afternoon that I kind of carved out. And when I got there, went upstairs and got into the property room. For those of you who've been there, it's a large room with a bunch of computers in it in an L-shaped arrangement. There's probably maybe 6, 7 computers that you can get on, where records have been digitized, so you can get in there and you can search that way. And then they also had a big counter table in the middle, a huge counter table, surrounded by, I think all 3 walls, as I recall, by big plat books. And I find out as I'm talking to the person who is supervising the area that the digital records began on January 1, 1964. So if you want to know anything about property records, transactions that occurred before 1964, you can't get to them. You got to pull the plat book. So she helped me, told her what address I was interested in. We found the book, pulled it down, and we're flipping through, and she's going, she knows what she's doing. I'm just watching her. She's flipping through. All of a sudden she goes, "It's missing." And I said, "What's missing?" She says, "The page you want. It's not here." And these books are like, I don't know, 30 pounds. These are massive plat sheets. And the book is probably, I don't know, 6 inches thick. It weighs a ton. And she's about a third of the way through when she flips to where we're supposed to be. And she's flipping back and forth, goes, "It's missing." And I say, "Well, what's that mean?" And she says, "Well, sometimes people pull the page because they want to get a copy of it, and then they just don't take the time to put it back where it belongs. It could be in the book." So I flip through the whole book and I get near the back and stuck a few pages from the back. Lo and behold, I find the page I'm looking for. So this shows that there was a track 8 and it was partitioned, and you've got 8, 8.1, 8.2. And so there's transactions that relate to these different tracks. Across the street, we'll come back to 605 in a second. One of the things that caused a lot of problems, I've had people even ask me, since they know I was researching Elsbeth, can you clarify some of the problems people have with addresses? Because did Oswald live at 602? No, he lived at 604. A lot of confusion. Well, what you find from the city directory is, and here's 1962 on the left, there are 10 apartments. They're listed as 602-04. You don't know which is which. And believe it or not, it remained that way until 1976, when for the first time ever, they tell you which apartments were 602 and which ones were 604. Now, if you go to the right there, 604 down to number 2, you see Mike Martinez. That's the Oswald apartment back in 1963, okay? In 62 on the left, it was occupied by Mrs. Edna Gordon. She's in number 2. But that's where the confusion arises from. Now, Fortunately, the landlord, if you will, well, let's call him the superintendent, the guy that resided there that ran herd over the place, Malan Tobias, his nickname was Jack. He and his wife testified before the Warren Commission, and he drew a map. He gave us Tobias Exhibit number 2. Now, he did a great job, except he messed up his directions. The north, south, east, west are messed up, but you can see from the map, you've got Elsbeth there running left to right. You've got Davis on the right. So he's got the map streets correct. And it's a C-shaped building. Number 2 is on the left, number 7 is on the right, and this is the lower level. So over on the right, this is the demolition of the structure. It took place in January of 2013. I had been to Dallas on and off over the years several times, been to Dealey Plaza, but I had not made a trip to Oak Cliff until I came for the 50th anniversary. I went to Lancer in 2013, stayed there the whole week, and I went down and roamed around Oak Cliff for a while. I missed it because that's November of 2013. The building was raised in January. But here's a picture from the newspaper. Oswald would have been on the left, and Jack Tobias, the superintendent, and his wife were staying in the lower right. Okay, when Oswald rented the apartment at Elsbeth, he visited 3 times before he finally secured it on November 3rd. And so I have information which I compiled and I said, hey, I'm just going to put it in a chart here that we can look at. This is October 5th to November 3rd. A lot of interesting stuff going on in this period, okay? Oswald is working in Fort Worth at Leslie Welding. He and Marina and June are living at 2703 Mercedes. And he's been working at Leslie Welding in a sheet metal job since middle of July. On Sunday, October 7th, they have a party at their apartment with a bunch of friends from the white Russian community. And during that party, they're talking about job opportunities. I imagine working a sheet metal job in Fort Worth in the middle of summer was pretty nasty because he started that job in mid-July, worked through August. And it was menial work. Oswald always saw himself above menial work. He really wanted something clerical. And you can just look through the history of his job applications and his pursuits. I'm sure he wasn't happy about that job. So perhaps due to his displeasure over his situation at Leslie Welding and the urging of some of his friends, they say, hey, there's great opportunities in Dallas. That's where you want to go. Well, he bails. He leaves that night for Dallas. And when they interview, when all these members of the white Russian community that were there that testified to the Warren Commission, no one knows who, how, where. They don't know anything. Okay, they don't know who took him to Dallas. They don't know where he went. There's no help. My personal take, it was probably George Bouye, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I think George Bouye was the guy that probably drove him there. But what's interesting, there's no record for the next 8 days. The Warren Commission, the FBI, no one could ever put together where Oswald was for the next 8 days. We do know that on the 9th, he rented the infamous Post Office Box 2915 in Dallas, and he visits the Texas Employment Commission. He's searching for jobs. He gets referred to Jagger, Childs, Stovall, and he interviews and he starts work there on October 12th. The next day, Saturday, he shows up at Elsbeth and he goes through apartment number 2 with Jack. Then we get into the Cuban Missile Crisis, which is in the shaded area over on the right. And Oswald goes back to work on Monday the 15th. And for the next 4 nights, he stays downtown. He's at the Dallas YMCA, checks out Friday morning, finishes work. And then on Friday the 19th, all the way through November 2nd, there's another 15 days. They don't know where he's at. And then on the 3rd, he rents Elsbeth. Okay, he did make a second visit on the 27th, the Saturday before he rents the apartment. That was the second visit. And in their testimonies, Jack Tobias and his wife both described what happened that day. Oswald came over, toured the apartment, but then he wanted to walk around the building, and he showed a lot of interest in the back alley, and he really was fixated on the rear entrance to the apartment. How do I get out and get to the rear of the building, which they just thought was really odd. And then he came back a week later on the 3rd, and he rents the building. So this leads you to think of all the places Oswald, when he first comes to Dallas and he's going to rent an apartment, why does he keep coming back to 604 Elizabeth as frequently as he did? It tells me that he's staying right in the immediate area. It was convenient. He just walked over and toured the place. And finally, on the 3rd occasion, he rented it. Okay, we're going to get into now the owners of 605 Elizabeth. And let me just check here. I'm trying to flip slides and follow my notes at the same time. Okay, I want to go back for a second here, and just one thing I missed. Okay. Track 8.2. Okay, that was, if you look at the top of this screen here, 207, 209 West Davis. That was a property that was owned by a fellow by the name of Gladstone Rourke. And it was fairly small, had narrow frontage. I believe it was 2-story. My guess is they lived upstairs. The downstairs, 207, was a beauty shop run by his wife, Catherine. And she died in May of 62 at the age of 42. Don't know how she died. But they closed the shop, and Gladstone and his family moved away. And the property then remained vacant until 1968. So it's important to talk about that parcel back behind 605, because anybody that was coming in off the alley and trying to get into the rear of 605 would have essentially been walking behind the Rourke property there at 207, 209. So you can't dismiss who's living there. Well, we do know they moved away, but what is really odd is in the rear of the building, and it's listed as 207 rear, they partitioned off an apartment, and there's a woman living there 1961 to 64 who was a bit of an enigma. I've been doing a dig on her, and I'm just going to leave it there. I've got some issues with who this woman was and the possibilities, but it's part of my work in progress, and I haven't solved it. But anyway, she's there through the entire significant time frame, 61 to 64. Okay, ownership. 1945, when we go to the city directory, there's a man residing at 605, Vincent C. Scotch, who owns the property. Mr. Scotch served in the Army for 41 months. He was married. His wife worked for a federal entity, I think it was the National Housing Association, but looks like she might have been involved in helping people secure homes, mortgages, whatever. And so he's married to a woman by the name of Juanita Roper, and he has the property. He's listed as having the property in 1945. What we see at the top here in 1948 is Vince Scotch is no longer in 605, he's in 607. So this is the first time that we see the house has been partitioned. This happened a lot. And I mean, I've actually seen firsthand situations here in Indiana where that's actually been done. We're probably all familiar with that. How it was partitioned, we don't know, but there actually was a formal address, a formal listing for 607. So we have to believe that there was probably numbers on the outside of the house, a mailbox, and so on. 1953, at the bottom, Mrs. Ella Lewis is living in 607. And the Ropers are living in 605. That the Ropers are Vince's in-laws. It turns out Ella Lewis is the sister of Mrs. Gertrude Roper, Earl's wife. Okay, property records, going back to the plat book. This is what I found on another page in there. We see who's buying the property. Okay, on the very corner there, that would be 601, now 203 West Davis. That's bought by Mrs. Alpha May Stalling. She buys that property in March of 62. Then there's an Alpha M. Pollock who buys 605 in June of 71 after the assassination. That caught my eye. You know, I've got two Alpha M's. I got an Alpha M. Pollock and an Alpha May Stalling, and needed to do some digging since we're curious about this property. Who was this woman? Now, look to the right up here before I go to the next screen. See the property next to, you go 1, 2, 3. There's an O.G. Norman, dated June 9th, 64. He buys that property and he buys the one next to it, also dated June 9th, 64. He's going to factor into the story here in a second, but it turns out that not only were there two properties, you can't see it unfortunately in this photo, it's been cropped, but all three of those properties adjacent were bought, track 7, okay? And they became the Caprice Apartments. So they were bought in 64, the houses were torn down, construction began, and these apartments are listed and rented out in the 1966 city directory. So, and they're still there today. So that's what transpired next to 605. And on the other side is one of the few houses that remains on the street. And as I said, I've done a deep dig on all these people because I was interested who's who and their stories and whatnot. But Pickens Walker moved into 621 Elsbeth in 1920, and he was there till he died in 1967. He fought in Cuba during the Spanish-American War. Most of his life, he worked in the order packing and shipping department of McKeeson and Robbins, a drug wholesaler. He lost his wife in 1926. She was only 41, remained a widower for the rest of his life. His son, Robert, lived with him for 50 years until his death, and there's no indication that Robert was ever married. Robert was a Tech 5 in the Army during World War II, and he worked as a mechanic for 30 years at LTV. So lots of information about these people, some of it interesting. But again, they were all there for a long time. And they're all blue-collar workers. Some of these guys are carpenters, there's a sheet metal worker, there's a flooring installer, a school janitor, and so on. But you come away with a feeling that they all knew each other because they were there again for a lot of years. They knew each other well, particularly the women. And there were some widows involved. As some of these guys died off, their wives survived. And so we've got some widows living in the block. Okay, Earl Roper died in 1953. So his wife Gertrude is left there with her sister Ella at 605 from 1953 forward. And there, as I said, there was other widows. I think about the coffee chat that took place out in Irving. Ruth Payne, Linnie Mae Randall, where the ladies got together, and the job opportunity at the Texas School Book Depository was floated there at the table. And Ruth says that's how Lee got his job, with the help of Buell Frazier. But you got to wonder, when did these neighbors get together? Did they have a coffee chat? What facts did they share? What gossip did they know about? So just a lot to ponder. Okay, what becomes evident and did for me one night as I was working on all of this is the proximity. Oswald left his apartment in Elsbeth, moved over to Neely. What's very interesting is at night when it's dark, he just has to slip out of his house, go down the alley, and he can go in and out of 605. which, keep in mind now, there's also an apartment 607, the house is partitioned. So I'm suggesting that he's going in and out of 607 and he's having meetings, maybe it's some type of a safe house. No one would be the wiser. He can go up and down that alley in the dark as much as he wants. Okay, quickly. This is a piece, a report that I ran across. Some of you are familiar with it. There was a guy by the name of Arch Kimbrough. He was an Oak Cliff native, went to Sunset High School, graduated from West Point Military Academy in 1945, was a licensed civil engineer, and ran his own business. He was the president of Trinity Road and Bridge Company. He comes running into the office of the U.S. Attorney in Dallas and meets with Assistant Attorney Robert Ward on November 25th. He's very concerned about a Castro-Cuba conspiracy. He's been following all sorts of press releases, news media, and he presents a scenario, and he would come back multiple times. But in May 19, he comes back with a 5-page letter, and he lists 31 suspicious names, and you can see some of them are very familiar to us all. But he's got Ori G. Norman in there. And that popped because I've got Ori G. Norman through the plat map connected to Elsbeth Street. Why did Kimbrough put him in there? Now, I look at all of this, the Kimbrough story, and you question, was this misinformation? Possibly. So I really don't put a lot of credence into it, but I find it really interesting that he's got Norman listed. Now, Ori Norman was in the military during World War II. At the time of the assassination, he was 50 years old. He ran a construction company with his partner, Bert Elzey. But he also had another business enterprise named Norman Apartments. Now, that's kind of an innocuous thing because it never really details which properties were involved. But he had several children, and he died of lung cancer in 1979. Nothing really pops, except there's one little detail that you find in the 1961 phone book. Ori G. Norman is listed at 211 South Lancaster. Now, that's the address for the Loch Loma Apartments. And according to John Armstrong, Oswald was seen hanging around there. I think several times he was spotted in the Loch Loma Apartments. So it poses the question, did Ori Norman have a business interest in that apartment complex? Why did Kimbrough have his name on the list? Anybody who would like to jump in and do some further explanation on Ori Norman, you're welcome, and I say please do, but just another data point to connect there that was of interest. Okay, the real estate deals. 601, as I said, was purchased by Mrs. Alpha May, and it was Stallings, not Stalling. We don't know for how much, and it was sold 15 years later to Lloyd Fancher. It was coupled at that time in the sale with 605. Now, 605, as I propose, and I don't know specifically because, again, everything was erased off the plat map except for the 1971 reference. So, and there are I wasn't able to, I just wasn't able to find any detail. Those of you who are really proficient at doing real estate searches, a lot of you have. Again, I'm in Indiana. I'm trying to do this stuff remotely, but if anybody wants to jump in and maybe do a little bit more digging on the real estate side, but we have reason to believe that she bailed, and you'll see why in a minute. She left town in '64. Ori G. Norman scooped that property up at the same time as he bought the 3 tracts next to it for the Caprice Apartments. And in June of '71, Norman sells the property to a widow, Alpha May Pollock, for $10. That tells me the place is in disrepair. It's run down. And then in November of '77, her guardian, she's non-compos mentis at this point. The guardian sells both 601 and 605, the 2 lots, to Lloyd Fancher for $15,000. However, she would live another 12 years until July '89. And she was in her own apartment you would seem to think that she was competent in getting around. So why she was non-compos mentis in 77 is a bit perplexing. All right, who is Alpha May? Real quick. She was born in Georgia in 1898, married a guy by the name of Drew Stallings. He's from North Carolina. Drew enrolled in dental school in Atlanta in 1917. He avoided World War I. They settled in Thomasville, Georgia, which is where Alpha May was from. In 1934, they had a boy. He died 3 days after his birth. It was their only child. At some point, they moved to Dallas. Drew sets up a nice practice in Oak Cliff. Across the street from his practice was Jerry Pollock's car lot at 318 South Beckley. Now, Jerry came from a big family. They were in Oak Cliff for decades, and they lived, in a family on and off lived in the same house for 40-something years. And the whole family checks out to be pretty legit. So there's nothing I really found on the Pollock side that's suspicious. 1955, Drew dies of heart disease. 61, Alpha May are now, and Jerry, they're living in the same apartment complex at the corner of Zangs and Pembroke. And the next year in 1962, she buys that corner lot. In 64, she marries Jerry. That's his only marriage. And in 71, he dies. He dies in February, but she turns around in June and buys 605 Elsbeth from Ori Norman. What I read into all of this, let me finish. 73, there's a used car lot that opens up on the corner there at 203 West Davis. That same year, 605 is demolished. 77, she's non-compos mentis. The Guardian sells both properties, and she dies in 1989. So what I synthesize from this is that Jerry had plans for a second car lot. We don't know what Ori Norman paid for 605, but it's likely he was asking more than Jerry was willing to offer. By the time Jerry dies in 71, the house is vacant. It's been that way for 7 years. It's an eyesore. Maybe there's a leaky roof. So Alpha May buys it for $10 and tears it down 2 years later. So that's what happens to 605. Today, we've all been down there. It's paved over. And this is what it looks like. And to that right, you can see how close the Caprice Apartments actually abut. 605 would have been right over there in the front right. And in the very, very back rear would have been where the Rourkes lived, in the rear of the property. Okay, the occupants. The Roper family. In 1940, Vincent Scotch is already married to the Roper daughter. He's listed as son-in-law, and they're all living together. They're not in the Elsbeth house, but they're living in Oak Cliff. And Ella Lewis is listed as sister-in-law. She's 8 years older than her sister Gertrude. And again, we see that in 1953, Ella is living in the apartment that was partitioned off. So at some point, Vince and Juanita, they move out. Vince sells the house to the Ropers. They take over, and Ella is in 607. At that point, Vince and Juanita out, Ella moves into 607. Now, 607, it would be listed briefly, and then it disappears. It's no longer in the city directory. So I think at some point the numbers came off the house, the mailbox was removed, it's delisted, it doesn't exist. Now it's still there, the house is partitioned, there's still that old apartment there, but it doesn't have an official address, it's not listed. What do we know about her sister, Ella Lewis? She was married. The 1930 census tells us she was married to a Fort Worth city detective by the name of Winston Lewis. But we also know that in 1940, she's listed as divorced. So Winston moved on in pursuit of other endeavors, we have to assume. Ella's staying with the Ropers. Her 12-year-old son, Thomas, is living at the Dunn Memorial Home for Boys on West Davis. Now, I know firsthand how strong sibling bonds are among sisters. They're probably some of the strongest bonds there are. And at this point, we have to assume Winston left his wife. She's destitute, doesn't have a lot of money. She's got a little boy. She's got nowhere to go. So the Ropers took her in. So that's what happens. All right. Vincent Scotch. In the process of doing my dig, I turned to Vincent Scotch and I was interested to say, okay, who is this guy that married the Roper's daughter? Now, again, he moves out very quickly from 607, abandons the apartment, and they move off to another place in Oak Cliff. So, but he obviously was probably checking in and on his father-in-law dies in 1953. So I have to assume that he and his wife are checking on her mother, Gertrude, frequently, as she still resides in 605 for all those years. So he has some role in this. So who is Vincent Scott? So his death certificate tells us he died young, age 40. He died 20 days before the assassination. Died in a VA hospital in McKinney. No autopsy was performed. He was born in Louisiana, his mother in Italy. His father was born in Africa, which is very interesting. He was a salesman for a linen supply company. What's curious on this report, and there are other issues I have with his death certificate and other official documents, but there's no person listed or signing as informant. And I'm still researching in that area. Okay, this is his brother, Tony Jr. He dies at age 47 in May of 64, also at a VA hospital, this one in Dallas, but an autopsy was performed. He too was born in Louisiana. He was a postal clerk. What's odd is the names of his mother and father are different from what's on Vincent's certificate. But Wayne Jones, who's the chief of the Registrar Division, filled out the form, signed as informant. He's got his facts right. It's very accurate. But there's a note here that Anthony Jr. was being treated for schizophrenia at the time. So the timing of these deaths, I find them pretty interesting. But when you turn to the family, and as you do digging into this, you realize that the family name was not Scotch, it was Scotchia. And the Scotchias changed their name between the 1910 census and 1920. There was a name change, and Scotchia became Scotch. And the Diace side of the family became DeAce, D-E capital A-C-E. And you'll see some of them listed in Dallas as well. So there were 10 kids altogether. The mother had 5 with her first husband. Don't know how he died, but then she married Tony Sr., and they had 5 kids of their own. So between the 10, there's 4 girls and 6 boys, but you can see how young the Scotchia children died. None of the men made it past 50. And their sister Nona Rita died at age 58. So the genetics were not too good on the Scotchia side. The Diace side, they all lived a lot longer. So is there anything nefarious about the fact that Vincent dies 20 days before the assassination in a VA hospital of a heart attack? His brother dies in a VA hospital in May of 64, also at a young age, at 47, being treated for schizophrenia. You know, your antenna goes up a little bit, but when you look at the family history, you just trying to shrug your shoulders and you just don't know. Here's Tony Sr.'s death certificate. He died back in 1947, also of heart failure. Now we know what Africa is. He's born in Tunis. He owned a grocery business. His father was also born in Tunis, or in Africa, likely Tunis as well. And as I said before, the name was changed somewhere between 1910 and 1920. Okay. Tunis is ancient Carthage. And between Carthage, Tunis, between that city and Alexandria, those were the 2 big mercantile ports for centuries on the north coast of Africa. So you had a ton of merchants, big fishing industry, and the people pretty much if you go to Sicily, they're agrarian, they're fishermen, they're merchants. But it's interesting that there is actually a town of Scotchia, and it's only 160 miles. So we have to assume at some point the family migrated across to Tunis, and there were that was very common practice, and maybe they even had some relatives that had gone before. Maybe they were merchants, maybe they were doing well, but anyway, if you look at Vincent's relatives, at some point they left Sicily and went to Tunis. This is a quick picture. It's a beautiful town, seacoast town. That's Scotia. Noted famous Americans whose ancestors hail from Scotia, Italy. I found this interesting. It's always fun to kind of throw in a slide that you can almost laugh at a little bit. Okay, Tony Sr., he has a grocery store in Dallas in 1934, the Scotia Grocery. If you look closely at the picture, that's Tony Jr. on the left, Tony Sr. on the right in the white aprons. Between them, behind the counter, that's Vincent. His nickname was Peanuts. I don't know, it's because he was small or he liked to eat peanuts. Don't know the reason why, but that's Vincent Peanut Scotch back there. Here's a family picture taken 2 years later, 1936. On the very far right of the screen, that's Vincent, and that's Juanita Roper, his future wife. That's Tony Sr. in the back with a cigar in his mouth. And I couldn't resist this one. Tony and Tony. Wish there was a better picture, but I could see some similarities. Nothing implied. Okay, the youngest of the 5 Diezi kids from her first marriage never leaves their home in Louisiana near Baton Rouge. She stays and marries a guy named Adrego, and here's a picture of her working in Palermo's Grocery in Addis, Louisiana. The crime boss in Dallas at the time of the assassination was Joseph Civello. Throwing out data points here now. Okay, there's some Louisiana ties that are of interest. Before Civello took over, the Perano brothers, they ran the Dallas mob. They were born in Corleone, Sicily, lived in Shreveport, Louisiana, and then they came to Dallas. Carlo ran it first. Joe took over after Carlo died. Civello took over in '56 after Joe Perano died. Civello's primary business was food and liquor import. He was born in West Baton Rouge, Paris, Louisiana. The Scotia Diezi family worked primarily in grocery, laundry, and ice business. Their roots were in St. Landry Parish and West Baton Rouge Parish. So all these Italians from Sicily end up in Dallas by way of the west side of Baton Rouge, with the exception of Shreveport. It was further west and closer to Texas, but they all had Louisiana roots. And you got to believe, given the Civello business, whatever he was importing and selling in the way of food and liquor was probably making it into most every store in Dallas that they could muscle their way into. And I'm sure the Italian stores willingly took in all their product. So the Civello guys, I'm sure, knew Tony Scotia, his family. They were a good customer. There's some nexus there. Okay, for 15 years, Vincent worked. Now, what's interesting is early on, at one point, Earl Roper worked for Western Union. He was a Morse operator. Vincent worked there in the errand service. Vincent worked for several years at Western Union, but later, for the relevant time period, he worked 15 years for Acme Towel Supply, owned and operated by Henry and Morris Zelazny. Okay, who are the Zelaznies? Their father was Joseph Zelazny, born in Warta, Poland, came to the U.S. in 1912, came and entered through the port of Galveston. And Morris and Henry was born in 1915, Morris was born in 1917. They would end up Joe started the business, and Morris and Henry took over running the laundry business. Another interesting data point, just 15 miles from Warta is Sokolov, and that's where the Rubensteins were from Sokolov. Of course, Jack's born in Chicago, not in the homeland, but again, they were Jewish families from the immediate area there in central Poland, just 15 miles apart. We know Jack, I believe it was Friday night after the assassination, Jack went to temple. I don't know how often, I'm not a Ruby expert, I don't know how often he went to the synagogue, but the Zelazny's were very high profile, highly respected people in the Jewish community. long-standing members, did a lot of good civic work. Ruby would have been up rubbing elbows, and so anyway, one of the Zelazny employees is Vincent Scotch in the laundry business. I was sharing with Casey, we all know there was a laundry truck parked at the Daltex building during the assassination right out in front. I can provide some other interesting commentary on that, but for the sake of time, I won't. But it starts to, you know, when you think, okay, there's a laundry truck parked there right in a perfect place. Maybe there was some communication. I mean, they were in the catbird seat right there at the corner. Maybe there was some communications coming in and out of that truck. But it's interesting that Vincent Scotch was a route salesman who died 20 days before the assassination. Is there any nexus there? You also think of the fact that the reason why Bill Greer is driving the presidential limo November 22nd is because his predecessor, the #1 driver, died mysteriously of a sudden heart attack at Camp David in October, the month before. That elevates Bill Greer into the catbird seat. He's driving the limo on the 22nd. And if you want to shoot a president in an open car, the most important guy is Bill Greer, because he's running the show, because he's driving the car. So is there any connection here? Don't know. And I'm not impugning anything against the Vincent Scotch or the family. But as I wrap up, I just want to pose a possibility. Based on, I mean, it was a large family. They knew everybody in the Italian community. They probably knew the good and the bad. They knew the guys that were running the rackets, the numbers. You just knew everybody. That's how it was. So is it possible that some guy comes up to Vince one day and says to Vince got a friend, Pete. Hey, Vince, can you do me a favor? Joey needs a place to lay low just for a few days, a week at the most. Do you know a place? Okay. And Vince knows 607 is vacant. It's been vacant for years, because what happened once Earl Roper died in 1953, Ella left 607 and went to live with her sister, Gertrude. And they were there until 1964. And at that point, they sold the property to Ori Norman. Ella was in bad health. They moved up to Farmers Branch, and Ella would die of heart disease and pneumonia in February of '65. And at that point, Gertrude Roper moved back to a house on Maryland Avenue in Oak Cliff and spent the rest of her life there. So the Roper site seems very simple. There's nothing nefarious about that, but there's this mysterious apartment 607 that's delisted. We know the house has been partitioned. It's vacant. It's sitting there. It would be a perfect place to stash somebody who needed to hide away for a few days. Is this how it all started? Did it morph into something else? Maybe Pete puts Joey there. Joey passes the word on to somebody else. Ruby's got mob connections. You know, pretty soon the word kind of gets out, hey, if you need a place to stay, go see Pete. Vince gives the key to Pete. Pete pays him $25 a week for the hideaway. And Vince doesn't know anything. He's out of the loop, doesn't ask any questions, doesn't care, doesn't want to know. But the one thing he says, hey, make sure you use the back entrance and don't bother the old ladies. Don't bother Gertrude and Ella. Okay, be quiet, keep a low profile. Don't make a scene. So that's basically where I'm at. It's a work in progress on 605. I've got irons in the fire that I'm still working on. But the fact that there was this vacant apartment sitting there, and Hosty left notes for Oswald under his apartment door. He certain wasn't leaving him at 1026 North Beckley, because there's no record of that. So he was taking them somewhere. And at that time, as I said, 607's delisted. There's no number on the building. There's no mailbox. So if you went to the house, you were going to 605, because 607 doesn't exist anymore. from a public sense, but it actually is real. It's there. One other possibility, and I just want to throw this out, is in 1962, the Tobiases move into the Elsbeth Court Apartments. In number 7, Mallon Sr., who goes by Jack, in number 7, that's the superintendent. His son, I think went by the nickname Toby. Tobias Jr., he goes into 602 with his wife. He goes in apartment 5 in 602. That's in the back right corner, if you remember. So he's in the right rear behind his dad, who's living in the front apartment. Now he's there in 62 and 63. The apartment shows vacant in 64. He's moved out of 5 and he's now over on the other side upstairs in 4. But then he comes back in 65. It's listed under Bernice, that's his wife. And again in 66, and he stays there for another 10 years. He's in the number 5 apartment all the way through 1976. So from 62 to 7, for 15 years, Tobias Jr. is in apartment 5, except for 1964. Okay. Now, that apartment's vacant. From what I know, and maybe J. Gary Shaw, some people are familiar with, I do believe that city directories came out in the spring, early summer. I think that's when they were published. So that's relevant. When you look at 1963 city directory, so in, let's say, May, June of 63, that directory publishes, he's in apartment 5. But a year later, he's out. So when did he leave apartment 5? Did he leave in June, July, August? Was apartment 5 vacant in October, November 63? Could that be a reference? You know, people got confused. They called it 602. Was Oswald actually using that vacated apartment? Now, which means the Tobiases knew that and they were totally covering up when Mr. and Mrs. Jack Tobias were interviewed by the Warren Commission. That's highly speculative, don't know. It's another possibility. I just want to point it out. I just find it very odd. In the 15-year period, there's 1 year that they move out, then they move back in, and it covers the exact time frame that we're looking at. It could cover the fall of 63. One last thing about this page, apartment number 2 at the top, that's the Oswald apartment. And Billy Burt moves in there after the assassination. Now, Billy's brother, Jimmy, was one of the Tippit witnesses. So I found it really interesting that he moves into that apartment. Again, and just another data point. So that is, that's kind of wrapping up. I'll take some questions if you want, and I'll leave you with one last slide, and this is just a teaser that will lead into something in the future. This was a slide that I presented in May, and this is another thing that just, when you hit the bed at night, there's certain things, whatever you're working on at that particular time, there's usually something that bothers you. And this is something that always bothered me. Oswald moved into the rooming house 1026 North Beckley on the 14th of October. These are the number of bus trips accounting for the weekends that he went up to Irving to the Payne's house. These are the number of bus trips that he would have made from Beckley to Dealey Plaza and back from work. Okay, combined more than 20 each, going each way. Most likely, we know from Cecil McWaters that bus drivers drove the same routes on the same days. So where are the witnesses? We've got McWaters and 2 witnesses from the Marcellus bus ride on the 22nd. We've got witnesses galore for the bus ride to Mexico City, but we don't have anybody, no bus drivers, no witnesses. Okay, I'd love to know, I'd love to hear from the witness who said, Oswald sat next to me on Thursday morning, November 21st, and this was the jacket he was wearing, because I looked at it. Okay, another data point on the jacket. But we have no information of any of these witnesses. And if he was living there, if the guy that was arrested in the theater, blamed for the assassination, shot by Ruby, was the guy living at Beckley, these witnesses would have been important. So I'll just leave it there. That's the end of my talk today. Anybody has any questions?
Thank you for that, Brooks. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, we'll try to keep them brief if possible, because we're going to do a schedule change, and we're going to move on with Bill Simpich next instead of Craig Bozarth. We're going to switch that around. Anybody have any questions for Brooks?
Yeah, I'm here. I've been in and out because I'm at work, but yeah, I dedicated an entire chapter in my book on the William Whaley fiasco on the cab driver, and Brooke is right. The only way to interpret this has to be with what Roger Craig witnessed. All right, and if you look at what Whaley said in his Warren Commission deposition, he even told Joseph Ball. He said, "Look, or I don't know if it was whoever was interviewing him, that he gets confused that any lawyer could break him down very easily." All right, and I believe he was picked for this role because before Whaley was identified, another cab driver by the name of Click had been identified as the one who had supposedly taken Oswald to Oak Cliff. All right, so then they switched the next day, William Whaley, and like he was mentioning, he was a decorated veteran. And my belief is that they went to him and they said, "Look, this commie bastard, we want to put him away, and you have to toe the line and just go along with us." And I think it's just as simple as that, So very good for Brooks, on.
Well, I agree totally, Larry. But the thing that he just befuddled me for so long is, as critical as this was to put the kibosh on the Rambler narrative and say, no, he was the bus taxi. Why couldn't somebody manage that? I mean, it was a total Travis. It was an absolute debacle.
Even when they went to identify, when they did the ID lineup, he couldn't identify Oswald,
Right.
So I mean,
well, here's the question.
So many holes in the story, as you have pointed out. I went and I did and researching, that part of my book. I went down and I walked from the 500 block all the way to the rooming house, and it took almost 9 minutes, and at a brisk pace. All right, that block doesn't exist anymore. There's an intersection there of sorts, but we calculated, as we walked down, and we kept marking off, the blocks, and when we went down, when we got to 500, we doubled back, and then we said, okay, this is where he would have been dropped off, by the supposed cab drive, and then we walked back to the boarding house, and it took 8.5 to 8:40, something like that, minutes.
Right.
Totally throws, off their timeline. All right?
Well, the Warren Commission, when they came back to Dallas, there was a second deposition, and they went that morning and they drove the route with Whaley.
Right. And
David Balin and Ball and a bunch of guys, they drove the route, and then they walked back. It was like 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, at that point, they had done their homework and they knew the meter flipped at Neely. So that was as far as the cab could have gone. So that's where they said, okay, he dropped them there right before Neely, because if he went any further, the meter would have rolled to $1.05. And then they said, okay, we can make the timeline work because he can make it back there in 5 minutes and 45 seconds. So it was all thrown together. But the amazing thing is, I said when I talked about the shift in the addresses and why the Beckley and Fifth would have been a perfect explanation. They missed a golden opportunity. Had that light bulb gone off in anybody's head, they could have changed the entire timeline for the case, but they messed up. No one thought of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that version has so many holes. It's like Swiss cheese. So I didn't even put any veracity into it. It's part of the whole cover up,
Okay,
and
now.
so was the bus ride.
I really hope that's not. I really hope that's not. Oh my God. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I think if anybody has, we're going to have more time to come back at the end, but I want to try to get Bill on for scheduling purposes. So let's move on to Bill and Brooks. I guarantee we'll get back to you because I'm sure you can add some points in when we do our open discussion. So with that, I'm going to introduce Bill Simpage. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. We all know who Bill is. His presentation today is called Interaction Between Dallas Media, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence. And I'm going to be running a screen share here for him. Bill, are you ready to go?
Ready to go. Yeah.
Okay, let me spotlight you real quick. And
can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
All right.
Okay, give it just a quick sec. Hold on just a second for me. I'm going to put you up here on the top of the screen. Where'd you go? Spotlight. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Bill.
Appreciate it. And thank you to my colleague who is switching places with me with this time. Brooks went a little over. I love Brooks's work. It's fantastic. But I had a time problem today. So again, thanks to everyone for accommodating me. I wanted to address in particular kind of the big picture as I see it on the whodunit side of this case, with special emphasis on balance. Media, intelligence and the police, and the ultra-right as well. The way I analyze this case, and I have for a long time, is that I look at the documents more than anything else. And the documents that have been stolen, destroyed, lost, withheld, are primarily from military and the Secret Service. And to some degree, the police as well. We've got plenty of CIA and FBI documents, which doesn't mean that people from within weren't recruited, but I think there was a force within the military that drove this thing because of the shooting aspect. The first thing I looked at was the rifle when I started investigating this case. And the rifle story, when you look at it from a long distance, it's unique in the sense that unlike most American assassins up to the 1960s, this assassin and the other assassin, like in the Martin Luther King case, they wanted to get away. They wanted to escape. And they wanted mystery, and they wanted intrigue, and they wanted the country to be devastated. And I think at least some forces within this story wanted the U.S. to wind up in a war with Cuba. Because look at the way that Mr. Oswald was placed in the middle of this drama, who I think may have been involved in some way, but I don't think took a shot for a variety of reasons. So where this takes me, again, is you look at the role of the Dallas police, and you look at how closely they were aligned with Army. And you look at people like George Butler, who was one of the main members of the Klan, and his leading role in the death of Oswald, which I want to talk about a little bit today. And the reason I want to focus on the death of Oswald for a minute or two is because when you get right down to it, out of the 3 assassinations that weekend, the one we know about the most is the Ruby shooting of Oswald, because after all, it was on national television. I saw it myself. So did many other people. And so you think about it for a minute. If you try to unpeel the onion, that's the most obvious place to start. Now, let's get to the roots of the deaths of all three men that day. And I think you got to go all the way back to World War II and the fact that the country trained a lot of people in counterintelligence and all the rest of it. You now had millions of people in this country who knew how to conduct an operation. And that's what I think this case is about. It's about the conduct of an operation. And I keep, what came to my mind this week in particular was the role of Edwin Walker. And I'm not saying Ted Walker or a number of these people were the main movers in this case. But I am saying this. Ted Walker was the head takeover, if you will, when the feds marched in to Little Rock under Eisenhower's orders and ordered the African-American kids to be able to go to school, which I certainly think was very important. And Ted Walker, of all people, was in charge of this operation. I had no idea about this until last week. You can see it right on Wikipedia. And this is the genesis, I would suggest, of so much of the story, because Walker was a states' rights guy. He was a decentralist. He was probably a racist, although he hid it as best he could. And he kept insisting that his objection to leading the troops at Little Rock was not because around the issue of segregation. Rather, he didn't feel like the Fed should be interfering with states' rights. And to that end, he said, I want to resign. And what's so interesting to me is that the military in turn refused to accept his resignation. The Secretary of the Army told Walker, no, we're not going to let you resign. You can retire, but we're not going to let you resign. And he wanted the sting of the resignation. They wanted the finality of the retirement without the sting of the resignation. So they simply refused to accept his resignation. So then Walker refused to retire. And Walker wound up being reassigned to West Germany, where he led the troops in these pro-blue exercises, which were anti-communist, partisan in nature, and wound up causing a great deal of angst for Eisenhower, but even more the Kennedy people hated his partisan bannering with the troops. And right before the Bay of Pigs, which I wonder if it was accidental or not on Kennedy's part, they basically forced him to quit. And I don't have all the details in front of me, but they forced him to quit. He didn't like it. And then in late '62, I think as many of you know, Walker went to the University of Mississippi in the Meredith protest, but this time he was a protester. And there was a fellow named Earl Lively who wrote about this. Earl Lively was an Office of Special Investigations Air Force intelligence guy, and he was also a scholar. And he wrote a book called The Invasion of Mississippi, which I was reading last week. And he made some point, and I'm not sure Lively's wrong. I think Lively might be right on this. Everybody's always said Walker was trying to lead the riot. But Lively makes a lively case. Walker did not lead the riot. He was telling everybody, bring your skillet, which always struck me as a peculiar choice of words. He claims that Walker was trying to walk the line, if you'll pardon the pun, and was saying, bring your skillet, camp out here. Engage in an occupation, if you will, but not an armed confrontation. That's the difference that Lively claims Walker was making. Walker wanted people to stay. He wanted people to resist. He did not want people to rise up and fight Marshall. And if you think about his military background, that makes a certain amount of sense that Walker might have driven that line. In any case, as many of you may or may not know, Walker, after the confrontation in Mississippi, where 160 marshals wound up in the hospital, people got killed, and it was a lot of drama. And the upshot was Walker got taken into Lexington, Kentucky, to the federal nut house, for lack of a better word. And Robert Morris, the Bircher attorney, came to his side, as did a number of other Birchers, and they fought successfully in the legal system to keep Walker out. And Bobby Kennedy was the guy who was trying to lock him up. So at this point, so he got out. He got out of Lexington. The feds were unable to make the case that he had led the confrontation, and Lively may have had it right. But you can imagine how angry Walker was. So a lot of people don't think about Walker's motivation, but if you tie together the West Germany incident, the Little Rock incident, the West Germany incident, and the Oxford incident, you got a pretty strong case that Walker, at a minimum, was very angry at Kennedy. And Walker's people, which I think is even more important than Walker himself, because Walker may have tried to toe the line. I don't hold a brief for Walker one way or the other, but I think his place on the chessboard, especially when you take the fact that Oswald supposedly took a shot on April 1963, he's a player in this drama. And the question is, where is he on the chessboard? I think we should not be too quick to call him either an assassin, if you will, or a cover-up guy, so much as the leader of the troops of the ultra-right. And Earl Lively was a member of the ultra-right. And an important thing I noticed in this Invasion of Mississippi book that he wrote in '62, which is online, you can find it, is that he named Earl Lively, who's a prolific writer of sorts, named 20 people in his book that he thought were, the great, horrors of this country. And one of them was Reverend George Payne, who was a leader with the NAACP. George Payne was the grandfather of Michael Payne, whose home Marina stayed in the last months before the assassination. Michael and Oswald went to a meeting once and went to other left-wing and right-wing meetings in October of '63. So the fact that Lively flagged George Payne just resonates in my mind that he helped rope in 1962. That was when his book came out. 62, 63 period, certainly before the assassination. He ropes in an important player in the drama, George Payne. He also ropes in his book the Silver Master Group, which is not well known. They were basically the communists and hardcore communists at that, the hardest core of the New Deal types. And the Silver Master Group engaged in spying for the Soviet Union against the United States. Well documented. Not Red Scare stuff, but the right wing just treated the Silver Master people for Satan. And spying is, after all, some people call it a gentleman's game. I don't, but some people commonly done. But before you had the Silver Master Group, you had a couple groups called the Ware Group and the Perlo Group, who grew, the Silver Master Group grew out of them. They were active people in the 30s. And one of the leaders of that group was John Abt, who was the Communist Party General Counsel in 1963. The very guy that Oswald asked for as his attorney. And I do believe, unlike a couple of my friends who I'd argue the contrary, I think it's well documented by me that Oswald did ask for John Abt repeatedly that week. And so now you've got two people brought in by, directly or by implication in Earl Lively's book, John Abt and George Payne. And, for Oswald to be asking for John Abt has always struck me as one of the most provocative things you could ever do. If John Abt had showed up at any court hearing on behalf of Oswald, you could have had civil war in the United States against the left wing of this. It could have been real mayhem. It was highly provocative for Oswald to ask for Abt as his attorney, as the head of the Fair Play. So let me take one break here for 1 second. I got to press up again. Okay. So now, given Earl Lively's relationship with these people, I want to bring you to one of his friends, who was George Butler. Butler was, as I've argued 3 months ago, and I'm going to argue briefly today, was one of the main people in the basement that day, who was leading effort to get Oswald moved from the police department to the sheriff's department. And it was in the course of that move that Oswald was assassinated by Ruby, of course. And on it, which is going to be posted yet again after this conference, and it is posted in my. We go into great detail, including in
David, are we losing connection here?
Bill, can you still hear us? You froze up on us. Let's pause for just a quick sec. Let me give Bill a call on the phone and see if we can get him back into the system here.
Am I breaking up a lot?
Yeah, there. Okay, now you're back. Okay, real quick, whereabouts on the whereabouts on the download or the paper are we at? Do you remember?
Oh, it's still at the beginning.
Okay, still at the beginning. Okay, I got you. All right, let's try that again then. Okay, go ahead and pick up where you left off at, Bill.
Thank you. So what I was saying was that Butler was the main planner of the move of Oswald. Butler dropped the ball, and Thayer Waldo, who's one of my heroes in this case, made the observation that he had never seen anybody as nervous as Butler in the moments prior to the Oswald shooting. There's a September 1963 memo that's newly released that shows Jim Hosty, George Butler, informants within the Communist Party, and ultra-right weapons runners all penetrating each other's missions. There's a lot going on, and everybody knew it. You even see Loran Hall and William Seymour in the middle of it. And Butler, I want to emphasize, was a heavy hitter, connected with the Klan in many formations. If you could scroll down a little bit now. Butler was born in Texas in 1907. In 1946, Paul Roland Jones, an underworld crime boss, contacted him and asked him to help him establish his gambling operation. And Butler arranged a meeting between Paul Roland Jones and the sheriff, Steve Guthrie, and tried to bribe Guthrie. And the conversation was recorded. Jones was convicted. The bottom line here was that, according to Seth Kanter, who wrote about the Ruby killing of Oswald better than anybody else, he said Butler's knowledge of organized crime was so intimate that he had been the key man in the department contacted by the Chicago mob when they chose to move into Dallas in 1946 and make police pay off. And later, he was loaned by the Dallas Police Department to aid 3 different U.S. Senate investigatory groups as an expert on gangster operations. Now, Butler was not only working with gangsters, but he was working with Jack Ruby in particular. Butler knew about Ruby and his criminal connections with people like Paul Jones by the late 1940s. And Penn Jones, who is one of the great heroes in this case, a journalist, who had his own newspaper, and was attacked by the ultra-right, which we'll discuss in a minute. He describes Butler as being the head of the policemen's union in Dallas for a number of years. He was also head of the local Ku Klux Klan and tried to get Penn Jones to work with him in the Klan. Jones was a military veteran. He was liberal. He wanted no part of the Ku Klux Klan. Butler mentioned that this fella, Paul Jones, the one who was convicted, was his informant after the 1946 election, and said Ruby wanted to be part of his group. They didn't want any part of him. Ruby had to move from San Francisco to Dallas because San Francisco didn't want him. They didn't want any part of him. He was considered a small fish. Butler worked in the narcotics division and followed mobsters. His partner was Pat Ganaway. Pat Ganaway was the head of the Special Services Division in Dallas. Pat was Jack Revel's boss. Jack ran the Red Squad. The Special Services Bureau ran narcotics and subversive activities among communists, right-wingers, and the like. And so Ganaway had a bird's eye view of this whole situation in 1963. And he knew Butler really, really well. Ruby was interrogated behind closed doors at a Kefauver committee meeting by Butler in 1950. So Butler knew Ruby really, really well. And I'm going to skip to the next page, if you would. Just want to mention that Butler was an associate of H.L. Hunt. He literally drove H.L. Hunt all around town. So where this wound up was that by the time 1962 rolled around, with the Kennedy administration firmly in the saddle, Walker already in disgrace to a certain extent, the colleagues working with Walker, like Edgar Wesley Shea, went to Jones's newspaper office with a gallon can of gas and a paper fuse thrown through the front door. And Penn Jones got into a fist fight with Shea shortly afterwards. And Penn Jones was about 5'4", and Shea was a much bigger man. And Penn Jones had a much better day with Shea than Shea had with Jones. And in the middle, right after, within a year, I should say, after this event, I want to skip forward to Butler, who is now out in Nevada, trying to interact with the mafia people out there. And there's a discussion that goes on between two mafia kind of guys. And there's references to some of your friends from Texas. And then a couple days later, there's a list read off of people who are getting paid off. And one of them is Butler. So the implication is that a Dallas police lieutenant is unfamiliar with these guys. And there's a good reason to suspect that there were some bad apples in the Dallas police force. And in that context, in particular, this Dallas detective named Butler, who was staying at the Flamingo in Vegas. Then we move to this September 63 document. You can see it's posted on my Spotlight series as topic 4. Hopefully David and company will be able to post it yet again. This document's amazing because now it involves Jim Hosty. Hosty says that there's a group similar to the Minutemen, and they're getting active in Dallas. And one of them supplies weapons to this guy, Ashland Birchwell, in 62. And Birchwell, weapons are seized before he could leave Dallas to get to Mississippi to join Walker and company in the fight against Meredith. Now, this guy Birchwell had been working with one of the Communist Party and Minutemen members. He was kind of a switch hitter named Felix Patello. Felix used to work with a fellow named Bill Lowry, who Bill Lowry was a shoe store owner, who was also head of the Dallas Communist Party. And Lowry, in turn, tailed Joe Molino, who was the bookkeeper at the Texas School Book Depository in 1963. He had worked with Molina for 8 years. He knew Molina would never join the Communist Party. Molina was active in the American GI Forum, which Lowry became chairman of as part of his continuing process trying to recruit Molina. But Botelho and Birchwell said they disagreed with Depew, who was the head of the Minutemen, and refused to align with him in the Minutemen. They had their own special group. They were kind of known as the Patriots, for lack of a better word. They never had a very formal name. And Jim Hosty was tailing these guys. He said so in his book. And we got a memo here with the superior saying, I really should be checking in with Felix Botelho again and take the statement of a fellow named Delbert Ray. Delbert Ray ran the Venus Ranch, also known as the White Gate Farm. Delbert Ray was a close associate of Edgar Shea, the fella who tried to burn down Penn Jones' shop. And again, an Edwin Walker employee. The police agreed they thought Shea set fire to the office. The FBI thought Ray was also implicated in something. Ray was a warehouse operator in Dallas. Now, Hosty had an informant, and he was a close friend, a Republican Party activist. You know who that informant was? It was Robert Surrey. Surrey was a very close aide of Walker. Surrey was a guy who wrote the Let's Get JFK ads and posted them in the newspaper that day. And everybody said, you know, well, we know it's not the right wingers because nobody would be stupid enough to advertise the fact that they were going to kill Kennedy. Well, I don't think Surrey was going to kill Kennedy, but I think Surrey knew that there was a plot afoot, was willing to take some of the heat by deflecting it and bringing it onto the ultra-right. When in fact, the ultra-right might be able to shoot their way out of a paper bag, but couldn't operate a crossfire from 6th floor. You need some of the best shooters in the world to do that. You're going to find those people in the military. They were willing to deflect heat. And that's what I think the role of the ultra-right is in this whole thing. This is how they dreamed up, bringing Michael Payne and Ruth Payne into the drama, dreamed up bringing them John Apt into the drama. And, it's intelligence people who can dream up this kind of stuff because they're spying on the left and the right all the time. Bill Lowry, perfect case in point. He's the shoe store owner. His shoe store was 3 blocks away from Johnny Brewer's shoe store. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. He was co-founder of the Dallas chapter, as I said, with Joe Molina of the GI Forum. And Walker was considered by the FBI to be an advisor to the Minutemen. Now, Lowry, in turn, the shoe store guy, the Communist Party guy, was also an FBI informant, had been working dually for the FBI and the Communists for 18 years. Right around the time Oswald left for Mexico City, Lowry goes to the Subversive Activities Control Board in DC and testifies against the communists and blows his cover. Does Oswald know about this? Maybe, maybe not. It is curious that he's out of town when this occurs. You could turn to the next page, please. The police, in any case, were very concerned about Lowry. They didn't know about Lowry, supposedly, until after the FBI blew his cover, allowed his cover to be blown in September '63. Now, about a week later, you've got Butler with a tape of a guy who made anti-JFK remarks at a meeting at Farmers Branch where Butler worked out in the suburbs. And Butler carried that tape around, and he was trying to throw shade on the anti-Castro people. At the same time, he was also pals with Silvio Odio. He got deep inside information from the whole Dallas Cuban crowd. Trudy Castor, who was the wife of Colonel Castor, who was another right-winger, made a point of giving Butler letters from Lucille Connell about Odio. So the whole Odio story gets looped into this whole thing too. Silvio Odio turns out was a cousin of Marcela Insua, the daughter of Joaquin Insua, who was an informant for the police and the head of Catholic Cuban Relief in Dallas. Weisberg considered Butler and Revel was again the head of the Red Squad, the most important police witnesses. And Revel had a fellow named Don Stringfellow, who on the day of the assassination did his best to try to start World War III by sending memos to the military saying that Oswald was a known communist and it was obviously the man who had killed the president and operating on behalf of the Cubans, this and that. So Stringfellow to me is a very bad apple. And Stringfellow, like most of these fellows who worked under Pat Canaway, the head of the Special Services Bureau, almost all these guys were cross-designated between Dallas Police and Army Intelligence. And so, you know, when you look at the documents that are missing in this case, documents that are missing are Army Intelligence, Navy Intelligence, Secret Service, NSA, and the Marines. So when the documents are missing, those are the documents I want to see and I'm the most suspicious of. Jack says on this date that Seymour and Hall passed through Dallas. And in fact, Stringfellow wrote a memo about them passing through Dallas. And they were described as Minutemen and handling narcotics destined to go to Cuba as medical supplies. And Stringfellow and these other folks are reporting directly on their arrest. Stringfellow doesn't conduct the arrest, but he knows all about the arrest. And you got to wonder if this arrest is a setup to make Lauren Hall and Seymour were alleged to be the people who visited Odio. I don't think they were. And Hall and Seymour were very concerned when they were busted, and Jim Hosty questioned them. Other people questioned them. Paul felt very strongly that he was being used as a fall guy on the Oswald case. Now, Thayer Waldo, who I want to say a lot more about in a little bit, he's, again, my hero in this case. He contacted Mark Lane at this time and informed him that he discovered Ruby Tippett and Bernard Wiseman had a meeting at the Carousel Club 8 days before the assassination. Waldo said he was too scared to publish the story. Lane introduces Waldo to Dorothy Kilgallen, and so Kilgallen uses Waldo as a source, and now she's deep into the case. Her article on the Tippett, Ruby, and Wiseman meetings on the front page of the New York Journal American. I believe the information of this meeting originally came from Butler. I don't think it's true. I think Butler made it up. I think Butler made up all kinds of stories, as you'll see in a minute. And he provided Dorothy Kilgallen with information about Jesse Curry's tapes. I don't know if that's true or not either. The Butler still has a building named after him right next to the Lorenzo Hotel, where we had a conference 3 years ago, because he was president of the Dallas Police Association. As far as I'm concerned, George Butler is a stone fascist, and everything in his history corroborates from his Klan history to the rest. Trudy Castor herself said Butler was involved with the Minutemen and with the Cubans within the police department. Weisberg said he thought Butler was involved in the mix-up because the car was not in place, which got Oswald shot by Ruby. And I just don't have time to do that because I spent an hour with that 3 months ago with a number of you all. So I'm going to skip that. It's on tape. I want to focus on the things I didn't focus on that time, because I want to turn now to what happened right after the assassination. The official report says that homicide officers found the shells in the Texas school book deposit. Homicide officers were led by George Lumpkin, who I do consider a person of interest in this case. He drove the pilot car with the radio communications. He led the search. The search was a search made out of hell. The homicide officers did not find shells. In fact, it was Jerry Hill and or Luke Mooney, because those are the two in the documents who took credit. And you can see Hill leaning out the window calling for the property folks to come on upstairs at 12:55, 25 minutes after the assassination. Lowry, on his part, had a shoe store 3 blocks away, just west of Texas Theater on Jefferson. Did Oswald, or the Oswald figure, confuse the Brewer shoe store with Lowry? Or did they bring the whole Brewer thing in plot to scare Lowry away in some way? There's a lot of drama here. And what I'm doing is I'm painting the picture. I'm not going to try to solve it. But here's the picture. You can see, if you go to this site, a photo of Lowry at the shoe store. And then you can see Pat Ganaway. If we go back for the moment, there's Lowry. If you want a picture of him, you could say he looked like Oswald too, but I'm not going to get into that. The more important thing is that Lowry was CPUSA, and at the same time, he was also FBI. And so if you could turn down to 1122 again, there it is. The Houston Chronicle quotes Pat Ganaway as saying, Oswald, who had been interviewed by the FBI only 6 days before, became important to police only soon after. He was the only one who could be accounted for. Now, in fact, there was no roll call, and many employees could not be counted. Again, Jack Revel, Don Stringfellow, all the members of the Criminal Intelligence Division reported directly to Ganaway. So did Bison Narcotics. Ganaway and most of these other folks are all Army Intelligence Reserves. And Ruby went to the Special Services Bureau where Ganaway was the boss all the time since 1956 to arrange for the city licenses that he needed to operate his nightclubs in Dallas. The source for this information, Mary Hartford, was Ganaway's secretary from 56 to 62. Another police chief described Hartford as possibly Ruby's mistress because their relationship was so close. So if you, we've talked about most of these. Let's go to the, right here, for a very revealing function of the functions of count of the functions of the Special Services Bureau in particular. You can take a look at, when you have a chance, about Mellinson's article. Phil Mellinson is one of the great researchers in this case. He wrote Spy Saga, and he wrote a little article called Dallas Mosaic. And it kind of illustrates why I feel so strongly about this aspect of the case. Most of the Dallas researchers have suffered greatly, including, some probable deaths. There was a spooky little unit in the Special Services Bureau, physically removed from the rest of the Dallas Police Department, headquartered in a building on the state fairgrounds. And you go inside that building, it was the size of a football stadium. They had national, state, and local communications, including to the White House. It was ostensibly for civil defense. If you wanted to have an operations center for the killing of a president or something like it, you couldn't have a much better place. Next page, please. If you could, I can skip ahead if you can't do it. Okay. As I said, Walker was a friend of Earl Lively. Walker was saying Oswald and Ruby were seen together prior to November 22nd. That may be true, may not be true. My point about the ultra-right is they told so many lies, as did people in the media, which I'm going to move to next in a minute, that there's just a disinformation fog that creates what Winston Churchill called a bodyguard of lies used to protect the truth. And I think by the time the day was over, when you've got people like both J. Edgar Hoover and people like George Bundy saying there's only one assassin suspect, and that's Oswald. Everybody else, it kind of shows that the fix was in by 4 o'clock that afternoon. But nonetheless, they come barging into Joe Molina's home in Dallas Police with Ganaway at the head, Butler's ex-partner. And they don't turn up anything. They have Molina come down to the station the next morning. He complies. His name is ruined. He files lawsuits for years afterwards. Molina's life's ruined. And then Butler is fielding the calls from witnesses the next day. He's got no business fielding these calls. He's head of the juvenile. My bet is that the highest witness calls went directly to Butler so he could decide how to dispose of. An extra bullet was found below the 6th floor. One of the media people, Bert Chip, an innocent man as far as I can see, I know a little bit about Bert Chip, he wound up with it by 11:23. It was a 30-06 cartridge. Real or fake, doesn't much matter. Who winds up with a bullet? Not the FBI. Instead, George Butler. And what does he do? He basically puts it in his pocket. And after some years go by, he gives it back to Bert Chip. And you can ask Bert Chip or his family. Bert is probably dead, but I'm sure the family still has the bullet. I really feel, I'm going to say it 3 more times, that we need to be turning back to the scene of the crime if we're going to get serious about solving some of the issues. Bill Turner, one of our best researchers, ex-FBI man, hated by J. Edgar Hoover. He alleged that Butler was in charge of the Oswald transfer, as did Waldo. But by the time Waldo corroborated all of Turner's points, he was living in Mexico because he didn't think it was safe to be in this country anymore. You'll know why by the time I'm done. Between 10 and 11 a.m., Waldo said the reporters were standing outside on Commerce Street when Butler came up to them and said, "Come in." They proceeded to enter where they were checked for weapons. The reason for the delay in moving Oswald is they needed to obtain armored vehicles, which didn't arrive till this time. Later, Curry, who was at the Homicide Bureau, and others changed their minds and told that Assistant Chief Stevenson they had decided to use detective cars to transport Oswald, using the armored vehicles as a decoy. At 11 a.m., Lieutenant Butler's statement states that he and several other detectives reported to Captain Jones, who stationed the detectives where he wanted them. Butler and others searched the armored car before Oswald came down. Pat Dean allegedly told Butler that Batchelor wanted Butler to ride in the armored car with Oswald. Jones said Stevenson summoned him, said move a few detectives where needed. He was plainly not in charge. Stevenson said that there were several charges, doesn't mention Butler, but Lowry, one of the detectives, says that Butler was cleaning out the armored car with a group of officers around him. And you can see the raw footage of this. Then Stevenson meets Lumpkin, who's the ostensible head of the Army intelligence guys, and tells him of the change in plans on the way to the basement. On arrival in the basement, Stevenson told Batchelor Jones, and Waldo says he never saw anyone trembling like Butler. He wrote in a long letter that he was stunned when Patrick Dean was introduced to the Ruby jury as the officer in charge of security rather than Butler. But Waldo describes Butler as an extremely nervous man, so nervous that when I was standing asking him a question after I'd entered the ramp and gotten down to the basement area, just moments before Oswald was brought down, he was standing profile to me, and I noticed his lips trembling as he listened and waited for my answer. It was simply a physical characteristic. I had by then spent enough time talking to this man, so it struck me as totally out of character. You could scroll down, please, David. I'm going to have to move on in a minute. Butler is quoted. Weisberg wrote that if Butler had waited rather than prematurely giving the signal to bring out Oswald, the auto would have been parked. It was being driven towards Oswald, and it would have blocked it where Ruby broke through to point his pistol at Oswald. Butler said in those final seconds he'll never make it out to the street, and Oswald was exposed to an assault similar to what happened when the Secret Service men told the patrolmen not to flank JFK on their motorcycles. The policeman got an eye full of light. The move was done prematurely. There was a breach in the security, and Ruby walked right into that breach and that he was actually hit in the butt with the police car after he took the shot. See it in the video. So you'll have to watch the rest of that. But if we could scroll down a little bit more. A little bit more. I want to skip this whole page. Keep going. Keep going. keep going, keep going, keep going. I want to focus, keep going a little bit more. Okay, yeah. Okay, December 9th is where I want to start. On December 9th, Jack Revel wrote to Jesse Curry saying that Butler related he had information that Lee Harvey Oswald was the illegitimate son of Jack Ruby. This is a disinformation campaign that Butler is now engaged in. Butler further stated that he had information Ruby had applied for a visa to Mexico about the same time Oswald visited that country. He suggested we contact the Mexican consul to confirm this information. The FBI report says Butler told them someone must have pressured Curry to bring out the prisoner with them while the news media was there. Wouldn't say who. More nonsense from Butler. Then Butler went into hiding at some point. I think he was lying low. The Oklahoma newspaper said he couldn't be found. And then the FBI was very upset because there was a serious allegation that Butler was involved in a scheme to furnish FBI data to Lively, the fellow who worked so closely with Ed Walker. And so the FBI said it's desirable we have Shanklin, the head of the Dallas office, personally discuss this allegation with the head of the Dallas Police Department and impress upon him the undesirability of Butler being involved with such a scheme as alleged by our source. I think their source was probably Bill Lowry, because they mentioned Lowry in the next sentence. Inasmuch as Lowry has testified for the government before the Subversive Activities Control Board and is no longer a security informant, we will not jeopardize an important informant situation by discussing his allegation with the head of the Dallas police. In fact, this is exactly right. They say in the next paragraph that Lowry is their source. And Shanklin was asked to speak to Jesse Curry to find out if Butler's involvement in the scheme is true. And Curry assured Fritz had custody of the Oswald key, but that he'd speak with Butler. If you can scroll down a little bit further, David, I'm almost done, Butler. I want to move on to the news. If you can scroll a little bit more, David, thank you. That's it. That's all I want to say. I'm going to leave the Tippett outline alone for now. Just want to emphasize that this business with Lowry and Lively even occurred one more time in 1967 when Jim Garrison probe began. Lively was trying to get Lowry to go to Jim Garrison and get him caught up in that story. I think he was confident that Garrison would never get to the bottom of what was going on. And I can assure you that I haven't got completely to the bottom of it either. But I think one possible thing that might have been going on with Oswald is he might have been told to keep an eye on Joe Molina, the bookkeeper, credit manager, if you will, over at the book depository. And that might explain if you take the photographs on the steps, the prayer man photo seriously like I do, I'd explain why Oswald may be standing behind Joe Molina that day and why he was basically hovering on the first and second floor that afternoon right near Joe Molina's office the whole time. There's a lot going on there, and I think that's one possible explanation is that Oswald thought he had a little job to keep an eye on Molina. It requires further study, but I think there's a lot to that notion. Greg Parker, among others, bringing that idea to me. So I want to close by focusing on some of the media personalities here. If you could turn to the Kent Biffle chrono now. David, if you have that in front of you. Okay, now the reason I'm so concerned about Kent Biffle is because he and Tom Allier got into the book depository within moments of the assassination. And neither one of them publicized their roles in this case for like 20 years after it happened. And their roles were highly significant. They were the only two people who got past the first floor I do a longer presentation for answer on Biffle next week. You're welcome to watch, but I want to summarize in a few minutes why I think Biffle's so important. For one thing, he interviewed Oswald back in 1959 and Marguerite and Robert a number of times in 59 and 60, and even wrote articles about them. And his newspaper at the time, the Star Telegram in Fort Worth, even handled Marguerite's phone calls and letters for a period. And yet he shut up about his whole role about Marguerite and Lee and the events of getting into the 6th floor and seeing all the evidence being found during the entire 20-year period after the assassination. But what he did mention in 1980 was that he claimed he saw a paper bag used to, and he made this claim earlier too. He saw a paper bag being used to carry the rifle on the 6th floor nearby the ambush window. Virtually no one else saw this paper bag except for the evidence tech, who didn't take a photo of it. In fact, the Warren Commission was reduced to showing dotted lines for the bags. He lied to the FBI about how well he knew the Oswalds. And I should mention that he had worked for the FBI as an informant in 1961. Then he also lied about the 2 roll calls where Oswald was supposedly the only person missing on the 2nd roll call. The 2nd roll call, hours later, supposedly happened at 2:30 when Oswald was already in custody. A statistical breakdown of all the FBI statements show that 17 of the individuals were never in the building after 12:30. 41 had left by 2:30. 3 left between 2:30 and 3. Not only is there no mention of any gathering, the great majority of those who worked in the building had left by 2:30. More importantly, I don't think there was a 2nd roll call at all. In fact, I question whether there was even a 1st roll call. Now, here's some fascinating quotes that Biffle hid during November '63. He claims he heard Amos Ewins, who he described as a Negro boy, say he saw a colored man fire the shots. Some quote, "It didn't take the policeman long to find the cartridges by the ambush window. We all stood around staring at the brown wrapping papers down nearby. It was a reasonable conclusion that it held rifle." He doesn't mention, by the way, that Fritz picked up the shells and threw them down again. Allier does that. Allier was also in there, and he was very upset by the way the evidence was handled, a number of levels. Biffle claims hours dragged by. The superintendent showed up with some papers in his hand. I listened as he told detectives about the Oswald failing to show up at a roll call. My impression is that there was an earlier roll call, but it was inconclusive in as much as several employees were missing. This time, however, all were accounted for but Oswald. This is nonsense. Further, he says that when the crime lab men had finished and the policeman at the front door allowed the press crowd to enter, I felt I should return to the office. That name, Lee Oswald, it was familiar. Lee Oswald, Lee Harvey Oswald. Now it ran here familiar. Back in 1959, when working at Fort Worth Press, I had written several stories about Lee Harvey Oswald, the ex-Marine and turncoat. And what I want to emphasize here is simply that Biffle didn't tell this story about Oswald and his interactions with him either in 59 or 60 or that afternoon until many years later. He hid it. Instead, what he did on November 28th was he wrote us an entire page, long article in the Dallas Morning News that's basically a first draft of what the FBI wrote a week later about the Oswald investigation. And then the Warren Commission ate up with a spoon and basically republished. So Biffle, not the FBI, not the Warren Commission, was the one who told the first tale from soup to nuts about how Oswald. He became the color man of the next 20 years. you could scroll again, David. Thank you. And there's a November '59 Fort Worth article where Biffle introduces a dairy salesman who knew how to travel all over town. It's R.L. Oswald. Shortly before Biffle was wiretapped by the FBI in calling Oswald in Moscow. Sure, Robert wasn't that keen on having Robert Oswald out there. He did give the story and he did allow the picture to be out there. Others must have noticed the resemblance. John Armstrong rhapsodizes about Harvey Lee, which I don't buy for obvious reasons. But if I were intelligence, I'd want to use Robert in some way. What better Oswald double could there be? Just saying. I'm not saying that he was an Oswald double, but I am saying that he would have been easy to confuse. And his picture really does rig me up short. Marguerite was paid by Biffle. And there's also documents showing Robert wanted money from an interview, which I don't think he got that time, but may have got in the past. And Biffle was FBI informant T23 in 1961. His source was a mafia guy who wanted to get a lottery started in the Dallas area. Robert Barrett was a lead FBI man who I consider one of the great disinformation artists in this case, which is a topic for another day. And Biffle could have been one of Barrett's sources. He did a statewide survey in organized crime in March '63. If we could scroll a little bit more. Okay. Biffle was twice picked up on wiretaps. Here, Biffle placed a call to Oswald in 1959. The wiretap was NY-1519S. Note that Anatol Boguslav was the guy running these taps. Boguslav was Wally Heitman's partner, the FBI. They interviewed Marina dozens of times in the weeks after 11/22. Wally manipulated the evidence. Wrote about it in State Secret. He's one of the great manipulators of evidence in this case. And 1519S was also used against Robert Webster, who was a defector similar to Oswald, and came in and out about the same time. I want to skip the Webster information in the interest of time, but I want people to know that Biffle, right there on 11/22/23, note how Biffle got himself into the motorcade itself. He was in the local press car with 3 other Dallas Morning News reporters. He got out of the car in Daily Plaza, ran up the knoll, got inside the book depository. Kent Biffle, along with Tom Allier, was the only 2 reporters who got access above the 1st floor and documented the finding of the rifle and the hulls on the 6th floor. And 20 years later, Biffle claimed to have seen Roy Truly drawing attention to an employee named Lee Oswald who hadn't returned after lunch. And then Biffle said again that the name Oswald didn't ring a bell to him until after he left the building. And one final story where Biffle figures in. Jerry Hill told the Warren Commission that the car he was driving, in Valentine's car, ran into a traffic jam on Elm Street. But there's no corroboration for this. In fact, Ewell is quoted in Biffle's article as saying Valentine drove at breakneck speed to the book depository and made no mention of any traffic jam. I am more suspicious of Biffle than almost anybody else in this case for all these reasons. His lack of forthcomingness, all the rest of it. I've got to go in a minute, but I wanted you to hear the 5-minute version of why I think Thayer Waldo, in contrast to Biffle, is one of the great heroes in this case. And here it is. Thayer Waldo had been active with the Communist Party in the early 1950s. And then he moved to a more moderate form of politics, eventually worked for the Star Telegram and the Dallas Morning News. And he'd taken tips from Mark Lane, as I mentioned earlier. Mark Lane got wind of a story that Thayer Waldo ran in the Dallas Morning News in the early months after the assassination. This is a very, very important story because it's about Charles Givens, the African-American man who was used as being quoted as saying that he saw Oswald going up to the 6th floor. In fact, Givens didn't say that initially. He said that Oswald was on the 1st floor as the last he had seen him. But then these two fellows, a Secret Service officer named Mike Howard and his brother Pat Howard, a police officer in Hearst, a Dallas suburb, they fed to Thayer Waldo a story saying that Givens was on the 6th floor and saw Oswald shoot JFK. Waldo printed that story and hid the sources like a good newspaper man would. He protected the sources, even though these sources were obviously lying to him, as we know now. What happened was, and I don't think anybody's ever told the story, is that Mike Howard and Pat Howard had thought they had gotten away with it. But what happened was that Waldo told the story to Mark Lane, and when Mark Lane asked him about it, he revealed his sources. He asked Mark Lane to maintain secrecy. Mark blew the story on Thayer Waldo. He announced to the world what had happened. This story has never gotten enough footage. Mike and Pat, of course, just lied and lied and lied. And the FBI, you can tell now, they knew that they were lying about it, but they gave them a pass. Secret Service did nothing. The Hearst police did nothing. The Warren Commission did nothing. It's one of the most shameful stories here, because at the end of the day, what happened was this. Charles Givens was forced to change his story, but he was scared, and he changed his story into saying he saw Oswald going up to the 6th floor at 12 o'clock, which he had never said before. And it's infuriating. And now, as recently, I'm going to tell a quick story here about Jeff Meek, who has a new book out. Jeff's been researching this case 40 years, and he wrote a book recently. Jeff originally got started on this book because Mike Howard came up to him all these years later, more than 50 years later, and said, Jeff, guess what? I know there was a page in Oswald's not diary, his address book that was torn out. And if you look at that address book, what it shows is Hosty and LBJ and else. They're all saying, oh, John Conley. And they're all saying, it's all in Oswald's hand. It says, I'm going to kill all these people. And the FBI destroyed this document. Ain't it terrible? And Mike Howard's been going around the last 10 years. Jeff Morley's reported on this. He's been telling the story and telling the story, and he fooled Jeff. And I brought Jeff up to my research on Mike Howard, and he did not include this in his book. Thank goodness. And I asked him to confront Mike, and he's tried to confront Mike, and Mike said, yeah, I'll talk to you. Yeah, I'll talk to you. Last I heard, he still hadn't talked to him. And that's because at 58 years later, people like Mike Howard are still spreading disinformation about it. And that's what I want to leave you with. This is a live case. We see this kind of behavior over and over again, where people continually inject stories like this into the case. And we've got to figure out a way to focus on the bodyguard of lies around this case. Hugh Ainsworth did it over and over again, and him and several other reporters and the BA all went around the days after the assassination claiming that Oswald was S-179 or 179S and all that nonsense, and they admitted that they made it up. And the reason they made it up was because Oswald really was a source. It's well documented. He was a source, not a professional informant, perhaps, but a source to the FBI. And what they did was they told the story in the first days, so that the whole notion that Oswald was an informant would be laughed off. And they weren't punished for telling lies to the FBI. They could have all been prosecuted. They weren't. And that's the way this case has gone. Time and time again, people have been caught lying. There's been no prosecutions for people lying to the FBI. I'm going to leave it right there.
All right, Bill, that sounds great. Want to apologize about the delay. It's not Zoom's fault. It's not Bill's fault. He's in a hotel, and the Wi-Fi signal, of course, is choppy at times. But I think we got the gist of everything, even with the little delays and freezes. and audio dropouts, but I will be putting this document, both of these, up on the website when I do the replay add-on. And like I say, that should be up tomorrow. And the documents you'll be able to go in there and, you know, click on them and see exactly what Bill's talking about. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Bill?
Oh, this is Casey. I just want to tell you, phenomenal research and information. And there must be a conspiracy going on here, because I got 5 minutes cut out and I had to get back online 5 times. So, but thank you very much for the hard work and the information. And I do believe that there's going to be some cross work out there with Bill Kelly on this too. At least that's what I've heard. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Bill. Hey, Bill. It's Brooks the Plant. Can you hear me?
Brooks, that was a great presentation. Thank you.
Just a data point that I want to throw out there I found interesting is, I think near the end of my last slide on the Tobias, on Tobias Jr., Toby, where he vacates that apartment 5 right at that mysterious time involving Oswald in the fall. He worked at Name Brand Shoes just a couple doors down from Johnny Brewer. Then his employment record gets very suspicious in the 63-64 timeframe. And then he reappears later working there several more years at that store. So it's just a data point, pure coincidence, but I found it interesting. So I'll just
Tobias was
What's that?
working at you're saying Tobias was working at yet another shoe store?
Yeah, Tobias Jr., the one who was that I presented at the end there that moved out of apartment 5 at that weird time.
Yeah,
was working at Name Brand Shoes, which was 219 West Jeff. Hardy Shoes was at 213. So it's just a couple doors down from. So anyway, just a data point.
well, Oak Cliff was a small town, and there's a lot we can glean from it. And research is exemplary at illustrating how much more we can learn about this space.
I have three small comments. First on Theo, to me, he's one of the heroes of this whole case. You know, he had to leave town. They ran him out, like Bill said, and he ended up in Mexico working as a professor at the University of Las Americas. You know, well, you know, far from the U.S. or anything like that. You know, and some of the revelations, for example, he was waiting at the trademark, and he witnessed, you know, some of the motorcycle escort accidentally pull up to the trademark. They didn't even know. Some of them didn't even know what was going on, you know, and they didn't want that to come out either. And regarding Ruby Mexico Visa, that's very interesting, because that dovetails with the A-Sham cable, where they said that we'll do alterations so that you can't tell that it's Ruby, you know, in the picture as a Mexico mystery man. Finally, this audio thing.
That is something about what you were saying at the beginning about Waldo. Do you know how Waldo lived the end of his life? I know he was in Mexico in 1967, still sounding out the word. I lost track of him after that.
I might have something. I'll email it to you. Now,
Thank you.
On the audio story, which keeps getting more and more complex, and as you know, I have written and posted about this. She had a very close relationship by former governor of Puerto Rico, Luis Ferré, who
Right.
was a magnate, who was an industrial millionaire, industrialist, you know, with his father's family and everything, taking over all types of construction business in Puerto Rico, the steel, the construction, the cement, the media. They even bought a newspaper, and he asked, and you mentioned the woman, Connor, and this whole group of people, and Marcella, and how they found out about Ruby and everything, and this Odio, this Ferré, went on a cruise with the Rogers family, who were in the cement business in Dallas. Okay, so Rogers, and he finds out because this Lucille Connor was a good friend of Mrs. Rogers. So they go on a cruise, and Ferré tells Rogers, listen, I have this woman. I would like to see if you could look after her there in Dallas, you know, and she's been to psychiatrists and everything. And that's how Odio, we get this story of Odio and the Ferrers having such a close relationship, apparently. And this is what I have come up with. The information is that the families knew each other going way back into to Cuba. So the Odios were 10 siblings of Amador Odio, and they both got, first they helped Fidel, you know, with the revolution, and then they went against Fidel, and they the government confiscated all their properties or businesses. They were big in the trucking and transportation industry in Cuba, and they both get thrown into jail. He goes to the infamous Los Pinos, and the estate where they lived in Cuba was turned into a woman's prison, and that's where the mother of the Odios spent many years there. So this relationship between Ferrer and Odio needs to, and I have investigated quite a bit about this and written about it, and there is a relationship, and obviously now that we know that Ferrer had been a CIA.
Well, this is kind of what I was getting at with the Loran Hall business, because Loran Hall and Bill Seymour were cited by the FBI as being the people who visited Odio. Well, I found out something interesting the other day, which I gave to Gail Nix, and she just loved it. Father McCann, who is Gail's, the focus of Gail's work, was asked, and you can find it in the Warren Commission documents, and I attached to Ambang 4 over at the cryptonyms, because Ambang 4 was Rogelio Cisneros, who was
right. He was with
a Polish Cuban. Father McCann was a Polish Irishman. Okay, Father McCann was asked by a Secret Service guy to give a call to Sylvia and find out who the three men were during April, not during August or September of '64, but earlier on. And so Father McCann makes the call, and Sylvia confides to him that Rogelio Cisneros, Ambang 4, the #2 guy with jury, was in fact one of the three men. She says it flatly to Father McCann. According to McCann, you got to decide who you believe, Sylvia, Father McCann, both, or neither. I'm not sure I believe Sylvia. I do believe Father McCann for a variety of reasons. I don't think he had a motive to lie.
Well, the Lafontaines have Father McCann and Sylvia Odio having, you know, a very personal sexual relationship.
Yeah. So there's that up there too. But I think the notion that Rogelio Cisneros was flatly named by Father McCann, and
that would have made sense, because Rogelio,
by David Slauson. Slauson made it. Yeah, he buried it. He said, well, it's possibly that it was Cisneros. But he didn't mention that Father McCann flatly got a flat admission from Sylvia. He did not report it fairly. And that's because Slauson was being leaned on by the CIA to be a CIA agent. He rejected their offer, but he fell in with their schemes and softened the story. And my point is, Leopoldo is a Polish name. But Father McCann was Polish. Rogelio was Polish. This whole thing is shot with a Polish streak. And we've got a Polish man named as one of the people. And it's been buried for 58 years. And it's right there in the Warren Commission exhibits, but not used.
All right. Good stuff.
Hey, real quick, anybody else have any questions or comments for Bill? If not, we're going to wrap up with Bill. And before we move on to, I want to thank you, Bill, for stopping by and partaking in the conference this year.
Thank you.
And, you know, we look forward to hearing more from you. And again, as soon as I definitely want to invite you to the Journey meeting that's going to be on December 18th. So, and we're going to have another spotlight with Bruce Tatoris first week of December again. So those details will be up on the event tab.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Before we move forward, Larry, let me ask you, can you, you sound kind of muffled on your microphone, which is kind of what we had last time. So can you click on your little caret down there by your mute button?
Okay. Same as system.
Yeah, you got it clicked same as system?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay. Yeah, you're just a little muffled today. I don't know what the
I just installed a new USB camera. Would that be it? How about now? Hello. No?
No, you see where you have two microphones?
Yeah.
Click on one of your microphones and let's see if that makes it sound any better.
How about that? How about that?
There you go. Keep your microphone on that one because now we can hear you loud and clear. There's no muffle.
All right. Well, it is on same as system. Okay.
Okay. Well, the webcam's not bad looking. You're a little dark on there.
Yeah, it's the room. It's the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, your microphone sounds better in that. Hey, we want to hear what you got to say, so it'll help with questions and answers. Right. We're gonna go ahead and move on now, and we're gonna go to our next keynote speaker, and his name is Craig Bozarth, and we've had the pleasure of him coming out to our area out here in Kansas and having dinner with us. Craig Bozarth has been researching the JFK assassination for the past decade. His interest began after a friend became a publisher in alternative topics. He started down the rabbit hole, a lot of us have, and soon discovered and become hooked on the assassination as well as other matters. His professional background is in software. He's an avid photographer with both classic darkroom skills as well as extensive Photoshop experience. And his topic today is going to be Witness to Conspiracy, a video compilation and analysis of select Dealey Plaza eyewitnesses, and ongoing search for truth, two common speculations analyzed. And with that, let's welcome Craig Bozarth. Hold on, Craig. Your microphone's not working. Let's go through that with you. On your bottom of your left page, you'll see the mute button, and then you'll see the little up arrow. Click that and see if you've got it clicked on as same as system. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you, Craig.
Sorry about that, Dave.
That's okay, no problem.
Okay, I'm going to be presenting two videos today that I compiled recently. I have to make an apology about the videos. I ended up using a computerized voice, which sounds pretty good. And the only reason I did that is my experience has been with a PowerPoint presentation. When you go back and forth between videos and live, a lot of times things don't go well. And I use the computer voice synthesis just because that was the only way I would get it done in time, because I unexpectedly had a huge time crunch. So I just ask everybody to put up with the artificial nature of the voice in the what I present.
Okay,
so,
great.
Without further ado, I will get my screen sharing set up. And let me just, I'm going to have to change the, spec.
Witnesses to Conspiracy. The Knoll Gunman.
I will first review several witnesses who smelled gunpowder and take a close look at the wind at the time of the assassination. I will then examine video statements made by several Dealey Plaza witnesses. This sampling of witnesses agrees with the majority of witnesses tracked down by researchers. The apparently agenda-driven Warren Commission either did not call for testimony from these witnesses or distorted their statements. A few of the witnesses doubted their own first-day statements, usually the most accurate, in deference to the authority of the Warren Commission, the press, and/or the judicial agencies. If just one of any of these witnesses is accurate, the main Warren Commission conclusion of no conspiracy is invalidated. Several witnesses reported smelling gunpowder. I will show that the direction the wind was blowing, at the time of the assassination, makes it impossible for a shot from the 6th floor of the depository building, where allegedly Lee Oswald fired a rifle, to be smelled near the grassy knoll. The smelling of gunpowder, other than from the 6th floor sniper's nest, supports the eyewitnesses in the next section. This photo was shot from Main and Griffin, a few blocks before turning onto Houston. If one looks at the top of the Sanger building, part of an American flag is visible. The Sanger building is slightly taller than the depository and is parallel to it. The building is at the corner of Main and Lamar. The flag gives a definitive indication of the prevailing wind seconds before the assassination, namely about 45 degrees relative to the building. The wind direction translates to an approximate north-northwesterly direction. I have drawn an arrow indicating the wind from the alleged sniper's nest. The winds appear to be blowing fairly lightly in the plaza as indicated by the frame from Zapruder's film on the left. Notice the lack of disturbance on any of the dress hemlines. The babushka lady is pictured on the right just after the assassination. Her babushka also shows no telltale signs of wind. After reviewing all videos and many photos of the plaza, I found just one instance of a mild wind gust. It should be noted that the wind speed on Main Street before the turn onto Houston appeared to be a bit stronger. This is common in an urban environment with large buildings on both sides of the street. Despite the overall light wind, I did find one indication of a wind gust on the plaza. This very well could have been caused by the motorcade. Notice the ladies overwear that indicate a slight wind gust on the left followed by a stronger one a split second later on the right. I will now look at several videotaped eyewitness testimonies. But first, let's comment a bit on how the Warren Commission portrayed these witnesses. The Warren Commission's summary of the Dealey Plaza witnesses states, on page 61.
No credible evidence suggests that the shots were fired from the railroad bridge over the triple underpass, the nearby railroad yards, or any place other than the Texas School Book Depository building.
Webster defines credible as follows.
Credible, able to be believed, reasonable to trust or believe.
However, the above statement becomes true once we introduce a definition according to Warren's.
Credible, agrees with the Warren Commission's desired conclusion.
While the above definition has a hint of humor, it is sadly very close to accurate. Our first eyewitness will be Governor John Connally, who was allegedly hit by the same so-called magic bullet that first hit President Kennedy, according to the Warren Commission. If there is any delay between when the president was first hit and when the governor was hit, the magic bullet theory is destroyed. We then have conspiracy. Connally's testimony is supported by the Zapruder film. Let us first listen to his physician describing the amount of damage. I will comment about this after the clip.
Which entered the right posterior chest, close to the shoulder blade, and coursed downward along the chest wall, taking out and fragmenting a portion of the fifth rib on the right. The bullet then emerged from the chest, evidently struck his right wrist, fracturing the lower portion of the right radius, and then entered the left thigh where it was spent.
Warren Commission defenders cite that some people don't know immediately that they have been wounded. While that may be true in limited cases, I have always observed that if an injury causes severe pain, one of two things will happen. 1, they will go into shock and not feel any horrible pain while they are in shock. Or 2, they will feel the pain immediately. I know of no cases where a person goes into shock and then recovers from the shock a second later. I am convinced that based on Governor Connally's testimony that he did not immediately go into shock. He says he felt the blow from the strike. Moments later, as could be expected, he drifted in and out of consciousness according to Mrs. Connally.
Unquestionably, when the first shot was fired, I recognized it as a shot. I thought of nothing else but that it was a rifle shot. I turned to my right. I had time to think. I had time to react. And I turned to my right to look back over my right shoulder to see if I could see anything unusual, and particularly to see if I could catch him out of the corner of my eye. Because I immediately thought, the president, because I immediately thought of an assassination attempt. The moment I heard the shot, I didn't see anything except just the general blur of waving of people moving. Nothing really unusual. I did not see the president out of the corner of my eye, and I was in the process of turning back to look over my left shoulder. And had about come to the point where I was looking straight forward again when I felt the impact of the bullet that hit me. I am convinced beyond any question of a doubt that the first shot that was fired did not hit me. Then I was hit.
Now let's watch a sampling of the Dealey Plaza witnesses that were interviewed by Mark Lane approximately 3 years after the assassination. Our first eyewitness, Lee Bowers, was in the Union Terminal Tower when the president was shot. The green arrow points from his viewing location towards the area where he saw suspicious activity.
There was a flash of light, or there was something which occurred which caught my eye in this immediate area on the embankment. Now, what this was, I could not state at that time, and at this time, I could not identify it, other than there was some unusual occurrence, a flash of light or smoke or something, which caused me to feel like something out of the ordinary had occurred there.
In reading your testimony, Mr. Bowers, it appears that just as you were about to make that statement, you were interrupted in the middle of the sentence by the commission counsel, who then went into another area.
Well, that's correct. I was there only to tell them what they asked, and so that when they seemed to want to cut off the conversation, I felt like that was, as far as I was concerned, that was the end of it.
Mr. Bowers, how many shots did you hear?
There were 3 shots, and these were spaced with 1 shot, then a pause, and then 2 shots in very close order, such as perhaps almost on top of each other, while there was some pause between the first and the second shot.
Did you tell that to the Dallas police?
Yes, I told this to the police, and then also told it to the FBI, and also I had a discussion 2 or 3 days later with him concerning this, and they made no comment, other than the fact that when I stated I felt like the second and third shots could not have been fired from the same rifle. They reminded me that I wasn't an expert, and I had to agree.
The next 3 witnesses were all Union Terminal workers who were watching the presidential motorcade from the top of the triple underpass. The first we will see is Sam Holland.
And where did you hear that third shot come from? Right over about 20 or 30 feet from the other end of that little picket fence. And where was the smoke that you saw? It drifted right out underneath those green trees, those 2 trees behind the fence, from behind the fence. It kind of hung there just like for a few seconds, long enough that you could see the door. And then what you smoke? And then what'd you do? Immediately after the president's car came underneath this overpass, before us broke a run around this fence to find out if we could see anybody leaving the area.
And were there more cars here on the 22nd than there are today?
They were bumper to bumper. Just a sea of cars, you couldn't hardly get through them. We were jumping over the bumpers, over the hood of the cars to work our way to the spot that we saw the smoke and heard the shot. And we came up to the wooden fence.
Mr. Holland, did you remain behind here for a while when the police officers were searching the area?
Approximately 15 minutes before I had to go back to my office. There was about 40 or 50 people around here searching.
What did you find here?
A lot of footprints behind this car, mud on the bumpers.
Where was the car, the presidential limousine, in relation to the lamppost?
Just a little to the left of that lamppost we're looking at.
In effect, Mr. Holland, the Warren Commission published just a very small portion of your testimony and used your testimony as proof that no shots could have come from behind the fence. Did they accurately and fairly use your testimony?
They are wrong, because my testimony, and I made it very clear, that there was a 4th shot fired, and one of those shots came from behind that picket fence. And there's no doubt in my mind, and never will be, because I was on the spot. I saw the smoke, heard the report, and saw the smoke from behind that fence. And I don't see how that they could doubt there was a 4th shot fired.
The next observer is Richard Dodd.
We all 3 seen about the same thing as the shot. The smoke came from behind the hedge on the north side of the plaza, and a motorcycle policeman dropped his motorcycle in the street with his gun in his hand and run up the embankment to the hedge.
The last of the 3 terminal workers on the overpass is James Simmons.
As the presidential limousine was rounding the curve on Elm Street, there was a loud explosion. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but it sounded like a loud firecracker or a gunshot. And it sounded like it came from the left and in front of us, towards the wooden fence. And there was a puff of smoke that came underneath the trees on the embankment.
Where was the puff of smoke, Mr. Simmons, in relation to the wooden fence?
It was right directly in front of the wooden fence.
I think it's rather curious that you had such a fine view of the whole Dealey Plaza area, and you were among those who saw smoke coming from evidently behind the fence, and yet you were not called by the commission as a witness.
Well, I always thought it peculiar, but I thought that's the way they did business.
J.C. Price worked at the Terminal Annex building. He viewed the motorcade from the top of this building.
And where did you think you heard the shots come from?
From behind the overpass over there, triple overpass. That's where I thought the shots were coming from.
And where did you see the man run?
Over behind that wooden fence, past the cars, and over behind the Texas Depository building.
Did you give that information to the Dallas Sheriff's Department on the very day of the assassination?
Yes, I did. I'd say in about 30 minutes after the assassination.
Were you ever called as a witness by the Warren Commission?
No, sir. No, sir.
James Tague was watching the motorcade from the base of the triple underpass. He was slightly injured by a bullet. His story was suppressed for months until it was accidentally revealed. This caused the spin machine department of the Warren Commission to go into high gear since there was suddenly one too many bullets needed to describe the damages. The magic bullet theory was the result, with a single bullet performing double duty and violating common sense.
My first impression was that they had come from the left of me.
Would you indicate on the picture where that would be?
Up in this area here towards the hill.
Where in relation to that wooden fence?
Well, somewhere towards the wooden fence.
Mr. Tague, on the 22nd, when the shots were being fired, your first impression was that they came from the area near the wooden fence.
That's correct.
Where do you now think that the shots came from?
I believe that they did come from the school book depository because of the things I've read about, the evidence which has been brought forth in the newspapers and through the Warren Report and so on.
Orville Nix was filming the event from Maine and Houston. His comment about the Knoll shot follows.
At the time the shots were fired, did you look at the book depository building?
No.
Did you think at that time that the shots came from the book depository building?
No, I thought it came from a fence between the book depository and the railroad track.
Did anyone else who you know, who you've spoken with, also believe that the shots came from there?
Most everyone thought it came from the fence behind the book depository.
Did you have occasion to speak with Forrest Sorrells, who was, of course, a friend of yours and the Secret Service agent in charge of Dallas that day?
Yes, I did.
Did he tell you where he thought the shots came from?
He thought they were coming from the same place.
Which is?
Behind the fence.
At the present time, where do you believe the shots came from?
Well, they came from the book depository because there's proof that it did come from it.
I see. This you've read in newspapers and you've read the report?
Yes.
Bill Newman was on the Knoll with his wife and young son. He was very close to both the limousine and the proposed location of the Knoll shooter.
And then as the car got directly in front of us, well, a gunshot apparently from behind us hit the president's side of the temple.
Do you think the first gunshot came from behind you too?
I think it came from the same location. Apparently back up on the mall. I don't know what you call it.
Do you think the shot came from up on top of the viaduct toward the president? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Not on the viaduct itself, but up on top of the hill, a little mound of ground there, the garden.
The last witness I present is, in my opinion, the most credible and important. Ed Hoffman, a deaf mute, was around 200 yards from the proposed knoll shooter. He had a direct view to the backside of the knoll picket fence. I strongly recommend the book by two of Project JFK's triumvirate. After spending much time in Texas conversing with Mr. Hoffman, they got to know him well and researched his case thoroughly. The book counters effectively the many arguments detractors have used when dealing with this unique deaf witness. It convinced me that Hoffman is extremely credible. He is the only one that I am aware of that actually saw the knoll shooter, not just the smoke, smell, or sound from his rifle. I also came away with a knowledge of the difficulties associated with translating sign language accurately. Some question Hoffman's ability to see many details 200 yards away. I would add that his vision was likely much more developed due to his deafness from birth. I knew somebody who had eagle eye abilities even without being deaf. Researchers hypothesize that the brain areas of a deaf person that are usually dedicated towards hearing, often become engaged to beef up visual processing.
I suddenly saw two men who looked suspicious directly over there in the car park. I saw a man standing here, wearing a black hat and a blue jacket. I saw a puff of smoke and I thought it was a cigarette, but it wasn't. He had a gun and he walked towards the railroad. He tossed the gun to the second man. Then he turned and straightened his jacket, adjusted his hat, and walked casually away. The man with the striped shirt, the railroad shirt, walked over to the electrical box with the gun. He took the gun apart. He put it in a toolbox. He then walked slowly away in the direction of the railroad track.
We know definitively that a non-fatal shot entered JFK's back. That shot could not have come from the knoll. For a conspiracy to exist, it does not matter whether the knoll shooter actually hit the president. We must conclude that any shooter on the knoll is a definitive proof of conspiracy. I hope I've presented credible evidence of such a shooter, and thus of conspiracy.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, very, very good video. I like how you put that together.
Thanks. Any questions before we move on to the next one?
Anybody have any questions or comments for Craig on the first part of his presentation? Okay, if not, we'll move to the second part, and maybe they'll think of some questions.
One second.
The ongoing search for truth. 2 speculations investigated.
This talk will focus on 2 speculations that are common in the research community. I hope to shed light on the truth of both of these speculations. The first speculation is that yellow stripes were recently painted onto the curbs on Elm Street. This was thought to be done to aid the coordination of crossfire. While I do not doubt that these stripes could have been used for such purposes, I reject the claim that the painting was part of any conspiracy. I propose that the stripes' purpose was to help drivers navigate the curves, similar to the purpose of the chevron signs shown here. A while ago, I ran across an aerial photo of Dealey Plaza that, based on the cars, I presume was taken a couple of years after the assassination. I adjusted the contrast and other parameters to make the marks more visible. Though it is not very clear, there appears to be some yellow stripes on the curved parts of Elm and Commerce streets. Again, these might have been to serve as driving aids. Unfortunately, the resolution of the stripes is not sufficient to make a conclusive determination. Luckily, I recently ran across a video showing Dealey Plaza cars in the 50s. The video is from Vince Palomara's YouTube channel and it is from the local TV station's archives. It clearly shows stripes on the curve. There is now no doubt in my mind that the yellow stripes were not painted by a conspiracy team just before the assassination. This speculation should be retired. The second speculation concerns voice stress analysis. I will question its accuracy. There have been 2 books published that heavily rely on voice stress analysis as pertains to the JFK assassination. The first book is The Assassination Tapes by George O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole applies PSE equipment to analyze recordings of Oswald's voice. PSE stands for Psychological Stress Evaluator and is marketed by Dector Corporation of Coopersburg, Pennsylvania. It uses analog technology. This book shines a positive light on Oswald's guilt. The second book is Malcontent by Sean DeGrilla. Mr. DeGrilla applies CVSA equipment to analyze recordings of Oswald's voice. CVSA stands for Computer Voice Stress Analysis and is marketed by NITV of West Palm Beach, Florida. It is based on digital technology. This book shines a negative light on Oswald's guilt. As a result of reading this book, I did some research on the company and the product. I found the following ABC expose, parts of which follow.
Can you tell when someone's lying by their tone of voice or their stress level? Police think they can with the help of a machine that has put some people behind bars. But there are critics that say the contraption is no better than a sewing machine for determining the truth. Here's ABC's chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross.
Just after 9 in the morning in West Palm Beach, Florida, as a helicopter swoops in low over what is called the National Institute for Truth Verification. This is how the day starts for its owner, Dr. Charles Humble, who has become a wealthy man by selling what he says is a virtually foolproof system to help catch criminals and liars.
1,500 police departments throughout the country have paid $10,000 per system for over the last 18 years and rely on it exclusively for truth verification.
Yes. This is Dr. Humble's truth verification system, a laptop equipped with a microphone and loaded with a software program called the Computer Voice Stress Analyzer, the CVSA. The system produces a kind of voice print said to show stress, an indication of deception.
No. The instrument will tell you whether or not the individual is telling the truth. If they do not respond truthfully, the instrument will tell us that.
I just want you to say yes, no, okay?
Police in California used Dr. Humble's CVSA to help get a 14-year-old boy to confess to killing his younger sister. In Nevada, police arrested this probation officer on rape charges after he failed a CVSA test. And the U.S. military has been using Dr. Humble's machine on terror suspects at Guantanamo Bay and in Iraq.
We have a remarkable record of success with the system.
This has become the gold standard?
That's correct.
If they answer yes. But it has become the gold standard, being sold to more and more police departments every week, despite growing questions about the scientific validity of the machine and about the credentials of Dr. Humble himself. Is there a single scientific study that shows that this actually works?
I don't believe there has been an independent scientific study that shows this actually works.
Not one.
I don't believe there has been.
So how can you sell it as being so effective?
Well, the CVSA sells it.
Shouldn't there be some science that backs up what you're saying?
Well, the CVSA sells itself.
Dr. Humble says the machine can only really be tested in the field, where he says it has an accuracy rate of 98%.
I didn't do it.
But he clearly was not including what happened in the case of 14-year-old Michael Crow, the California boy who confessed to killing his sister. The machine got it very wrong. 12-year-old Stephanie Crow was found stabbed to death in her bedroom. Michael was brought into the Escondido Police Department for questioning and hooked up to the CVSA in the middle of the night.
Today's Thursday? Yeah. Take Stephanie's life? No.
The detective then tells Michael that he has failed the test.
And it showed that you had some deception on some of the questions. Okay. I can tell you in my experience, it's very accurate.
I started to think that, maybe the machine's right.
especially when they added on top of it that the machine was getting my subconscious feelings on it, that I could be lying and not even know it.
Crow, now 21, says at the time he believed the detectives' claims about the machine.
They said the machine is more accurate than the polygraph and is the best device for telling the truth, for finding the truth.
So you believe that?
Yes, I believe them.
Once he was told he failed the test, Michael says he began to doubt his own memory and wonder whether maybe he had killed his sister.
Can you tell me what you did with the knife? What? God, I don't know. I didn't do it. So wait a minute. Does that mean you can't tell me about the knife? Okay. We can't bring it back. She's gone. You don't do anymore. I understand.
I didn't want to go to prison, and I just wanted to be out of that room. So my only option was to say, yeah, I guess I did it, and then hope for the best.
Michael's parents, still grieving over the murder of their daughter, were now told their son was the killer.
It was horrible to be told that your son had killed your daughter. They told us they had evidence, and they considered this voice stress analyzer and this interrogation evident.
Michael spent 9 months in custody before police finally found the real killer, a transient who was convicted based on DNA evidence. The false confession and Dr. Humble's machine were denounced by the judge.
And he said that he found it as reliable as a Singer sewing machine.
Could your machine be wrong?
I don't believe the instrument was wrong. Now, were the examiners wrong? I don't know.
But the machine indicated that when he said he didn't kill his sister, that he was lying.
Right.
The machine suggested he killed his sister. Do you owe Michael Crow an apology?
I don't believe I owe Michael Crow an apology.
But when the Crow family sued Humble's company, the case was settled out of court after a top executive admitted under oath the machine can only detect stress and is not capable of detecting truth or lies.
You would agree that the machine cannot measure or determine whether somebody is lying.
In a word, yes. This device is nothing more than a prop.
John Palmetier, a PhD in psychology, studied the machine for the Michigan State Police, where he worked, and says his study and others found there is no scientific basis for Dr. Humble's claims.
You could not accurately discriminate between truthful and deceptive subjects using that device.
So somebody could lie and get away with it?
Easily.
And would people tell the truth and be seen as liars?
Easily. You just don't know what you're going to get.
Yet hundreds of police departments swear by the machine's usefulness, as Dr. Humble's promotional videos and the website show.
We don't have any unhappy customers.
Palmetier says, in his view, that's because the machine works as a prop, a $10,000 prop. You're saying it might be useful to scare somebody.
Oh, exactly.
Into admitting they've done something wrong.
Police officers have for years.
Humble says his machine is under attack from people who are supporters of the standard lie detector, the polygraph.
If you're looking for a prop, that's an awfully expensive prop.
Maybe is that what it is, though? Is that how it really works?
Absolutely not. And again, if you do the research and you go back to these police departments and ask them, the error rate, according to them, again, is extremely, extremely low.
But we found some police departments, including one in suburban Las Vegas, have stopped using Dr. Humble's machine because of concerns about reliability. In Nevada, Vincent Sedgwick, the married father of a young daughter, was wrongly charged with rape, carrying a possible life sentence, the arrest warrant based in large part on his supposed failure on a CVSA test.
I went from shock to anger and a lot of resentment. I'm very bitter towards them for doing that.
All right. The judge in the case, Lee Gates, was equally outraged, throwing out the charges against Sedgwick and harshly criticizing the police for relying on a machine he called scientifically unreliable.
Not only did they use it for investigative purposes, but they used it as a predicate to get him arrested and to have him charged and brought into the criminal justice system, which I think was the biggest miscarriage of justice.
How about the Sedgwick case in Las Vegas? Anything to apologize for there?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Machine was not wrong?
No.
You think Vincent Sedgwick was guilty?
Yes.
Sedgwick may have been cleared by a judge in a court of law, but not by Dr. Humble's $10,000 machine.
The CVSA.
There's no mention of the Sedgwick case or the Michael Crow case on the promotional videos Dr. Humble uses to sell his machines to American law enforcement.
And we're talking to Dr. Charles Humble.
And throughout the materials, Humble is always introduced as Dr. Humble, even though, as Primetime discovered, he is not a medical doctor and has not earned a PhD degree from an accredited university. You feel comfortable calling yourself Dr. Humble?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
The diploma he has on his office wall, Doctor of Psychology, was awarded by a Bible college in Indiana that used to have an office in this strip mall where Humble's first office was located.
Indiana Christian University.
Is that an accredited university?
No, it's not accredited. It's, well, when I say it's not accredited, it's...
And you call yourself Dr. Humble based on that?
Yes.
Is that honest, do you think?
I think it is.
A PhD in psychology?
An honorary, yes.
Did you take any classes there?
Yes.
What classes were they?
There was 6 hours.
And what were the classes in?
Bible. There were Bible studies.
And that's the man who now says he's become an important part of the war on terror, selling more than $1 million worth of his machines to the U.S. military. Military officials confirmed to Primetime the machines were in use at Guantanamo Bay Prison in Cuba and at prisons in Iraq until the Pentagon finally banned them. You would not use it?
Would not use it.
Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Counterintelligence Robert Rogalski says the Pentagon ordered an exhaustive scientific study, the results being made public here tonight, which found little or no relationship between the CVSA readings and the actual presence or absence of deception and stress.
We feel we need a greater reliability than just, as the report indicated, chance. In other words, flipping a coin.
Rogalski says the failure to find the truth could put the lives of American soldiers at risk in Iraq. He was alarmed to hear about a document from Humble's company boasting that one of its employees had used the machine in Baghdad to free a number of suspected terrorists.
It's very troubling. How truthful was that result? And if there's a question, then I'm concerned about that.
Concerned that maybe 8 or 10 people who were terrorists were set free.
Absolutely.
So you just don't trust this machine.
That's correct. That's correct.
The high-flying Dr. Humble told us today that the new Pentagon study is just another flawed scientific test and that his business has never been better. You sell this with a clean conscience.
Yes, I do.
It's now 8 years since Michael Crow failed his test on Dr. Humble's machine, and he is still trying to get past the experience of being accused of his sister's murder and locked up for 9 months for a crime he did not commit.
It's a scare tactic, but it's an expensive one. And it's unfortunate that you have police officers who believe in it. Who knows how many mistakes they've made by taking this for faith.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, so I'll mention just one of many studies that I found on the web. This study was reported by the National Institute of Justice. They perform research and development for the Department of Justice. They are required to make annual reports to Congress. They have no financial interest in proving or disproving voice stress analysis. The study determined that the 2 most popular voice stress analyzers were no better in detecting deception than flipping a coin. The instrument, however, seems sometimes to act as a psychological deterrent from lying. I conclude that using either of the 2 most popular voice stress analyzers for JFK research is not prudent. Any specific conclusions that have been drawn using VSA evidence should be reconsidered.
Okay, that's my 2 presentations. Any questions?
Well, I just want to throw out a comment here, Craig. I know that, there's been analysis of, what you have in your presentation there. Also, analysis of how many shots we heard through, setting up microphones. Nothing is, even though it's scientific, nothing is 100% accurate, but I remember seeing that same, you know, primetime episode. And yeah, I got to admit that was, yeah, I saw it and I was, you know, upset with the fact that, you know, there's so many, well, I kind of boil him down to nothing but a snake oil salesman with his software. And, you know, the idea that it would be used to put people away. If for some reason, maybe they had that at the time and they used it against Lee Harvey Oswald, that still wouldn't have proved his innocence or guilt. So I see that the fact that, you know, it's not useful.
Can't get Audible. I can't
Maybe
get
no.
ANPR. I can't get Libby. I can't get
But,
anything.
well,
Alexa, play my music.
Well, we're not playing music right now. I want to get a quick weigh-in real quick. Brian, you still online with us? Paging Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, I'm here, Dave.
You're ex-law enforcement. Would you guys did you guys ever have this
No.
CVSA, or would you ever, as a retired police officer, when you were on the force, would you have ever used any type of?
It's like they said, it's a tool. It's you know, set it up in the room and say, look, we're going to strap you to this machine. It'll tell us whether you're lying or not. It's just a tool as far as investigations go. But the bottom line is, that's why you become a detective. When you talk to people, if you can get them to tell you the truth about based on factual data that you've collected, I would never, you know, it's just like even today, the polygraph test is not admissible in, you know, 95% of the courtroom trials because it's not reliable. It's scientific. It's not based on anything except stress. And, you know, anytime you talk to the police, people are stressed out. So no, that was a snake oil salesman to the max on that. $10,000 for a laptop with software. It probably costs $50 to make or manufacture. But yeah, that's all crap. That's not how it works.
They also offer training, which they make.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And, you know, go to the training for 40-hour training for $5,000. You know, he's making his money. That's how that's why he can arrive in a helicopter and then you and I drive a car. But yeah, bottom line is that's just being lazy, that you don't want to ask the right questions. You can get a person to confess that they've committed a crime if you just, you know, use good, smart interrogation tactics rather than a machine.
Well, and speaking of Brian, can you turn your camera back on for a quick sec? There you are. Okay. We've talked about it several times I mean, there was a TV show out not too long ago with Tim Roth. It was called Lie to Me. And he was basically a human lie detector by looking at body language, you know, different tics and things of that nature. That's got more of a proven track record than what, you know, Dr. wherever the hell his name was.
Humble, appropriately.
Humble, yeah. He was humble, all right. He was humble when he took the money from the departments and the government. I think they call that fraud, but, you know, and again, he wouldn't admit to it, I'm sure. Not to attack the guy because he's not here, but wouldn't you say, Brian, that, you know, by eye movements or body language, that's, you know, I'm sure you guys use that in interrogations, didn't you? Yep, your microphone's on mute. Ryan, your microphone's on mute.
Yeah, that's you know, any good interrogator would use you know, nonverbal cues to tell whether a person's not being truthful or not. The breathing, the rate of breathing increases, your sweat, you're crossing your arms, you're trying to distance yourself, or you don't look up at the person asking the questions. All those things are 100% more accurate than a machine. You strap somebody to a machine. I don't, if I was a chief of police and this guy came to me and said, "Hey, I can guarantee you 99% accuracy when you hook somebody up to this, whether they're telling the truth or not," I'd ask for a lot of scientific. Let me see the track record and let me see the scientific analysis of that. And I said, I would never. And then you tell me it's $10,000, you'd be walking out the door. See ya, thanks for bringing it in, but we're not buying that. But a good interrogator is going to be able to rely on his skills rather than a machine.
Yeah, and from what we saw in Oswald's arrest, and I mean, there are different clips that we've seen of him, and I know you and I have talked about this before, and Casey as well. When he was talking to the press, or they were asking questions,
Right.
His body language basically showed. I
Right.
mean, he was really cool, calm, collected. He wasn't, acting like a liar.
Right.
So,
Right.
I think that has some weigh in more than what that machine would have.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, and at one point when in the hallway, the famous clip of him saying, "I don't know what information you people have been told, but I emphatically deny these charges." You can tell he's pissed.
Yeah.
If you would think that you were somebody that was gonna, succeeded in killing the president of the United States or anybody of prominence, you go, "Yeah, that was me. I did that. Yeah, I'm glad he's dead. I hated that son of a bitch." But this Oswald, or whoever it was in the hallway, was obviously upset that he was being brought in, but had the body language on that, and you could see when they were taking him to one of the lineups when he was handcuffed to the juvenile in the line, you could tell he was going, "Look, this isn't even fair. I mean, I'm going to be picked out of a lineup because of my age rather than what I supposedly was somebody witnessed me doing." But yeah, the whole idea. I think a lot of police departments in this century or in the coming years, the technology is going to get better, but I don't see any use of a machine. Use your old techniques. Watch them, talk to them, get them to talk to you. Rather than strap them to a machine, because it's not going to be admissible in court anyway. It's just a tool. But yeah. And
the voice stress analysis is a little bit unique because you can theoretically play somebody's recorded voice, from 20 years ago, which is what they did in those two books. And the reason I started investigating this was after reading that one book, which I strongly disagreed with many of the points in the malcontent book. I actually wrote a very long Amazon review, which ended up being rejected from Amazon for community standards. And the reason was I included in it some quotes from, I don't know whether it was LBJ or somebody that might have had a bad word in it. So I resubmitted it without that, and it never got anywhere, and I didn't hear from him. And by that time, I said enough. I've wasted enough time. But this is a recently published book. I think it was like maybe 3 years ago, touting this technology. It's the centerpiece of his book, and touting it as gospel.
Craig, I want to thank you very much for presenting both those videos and audios for us. I read O'Toole's book, and I found it very, very interesting. And but at the same time, it was based upon the idea of, and it's my understanding that it could detect stress, and at least according to my interpretation in O'Toole's book, that even if you could detect stress on this machine, it wasn't telling you that you were telling a lie, or it wasn't telling you the truth. He was basically saying that if it didn't, that's the book right there. If it didn't detect any stress, that there's a good probability that you were probably telling the truth. Mm-hmm. So, it was my understanding that it was a higher use of a tool rather than the lie detector. But at the same time, if I was on trial for anything, I wouldn't want to use any one of those.
Right.
Now, as a tool, yeah, maybe you could sit back and say, okay, well, he's stressed out. And even if I get really upset, it's my understanding that I don't care how upset that Oswald got, it would look like he was under a lot of stress. But according to the book and the machine, at least in George O'Toole's book, that there was no real stress in the underlying part of his voice. Now that's
and then
that's what I was reading. Yeah.
In this other book, Malcontent, he spends a lot of time debunking O'Toole.
Of course,
it's like the two companies and parties are at each other's throat.
Well, how could
lawsuits?
I mean, what stress was this guy under? He just got the crap beat out of him in a movie theater and probably damn near died, and thrown in a police car and not being told what he was arrested for, and then thrown in a little room and then they interrogate him. What stress could he be under?
I'm glad that Casey brought up the O'Toole book, because that's one of my all-time favorites. And O'Toole not only reported on Oswald not being stressed when he said he didn't shoot anybody, but the most important endeavor that O'Toole went on when he went to Dallas, and he interviewed about a dozen Dallas Police Department people, you know, and he determined that all of them were lying. He went and interviewed Paul Bentley. Wesley Frazier was, you know, the cherry on the cake, you know, and he determined that he was scared out of his wits, you know, when he spoke to him, and he had to chase him down through all, you know, half a dozen army bases, you know, in the U.S. to finally get a phone call in with him. And the guy that helped him, what was the name of? I had it on the tip of my tongue. Who you know, was also doing a lot of work in that regard, and they both compared notes, and they both determined that O'Toole, you know, was right in all of these interviews that he did. He went and saw Detective Rose, Bentley, Batchelor. I mean, you name it. The only ones that he didn't see were the bigwigs. But yeah, the book is entirely on voice stress analysis. And there was competition between companies on that, and I agree with that. So there it is.
Craig?
Yes.
This is Gary Shaw.
Hi, Gary.
I want to compliment you on the work on the curb markings. I was about to fall in the trap of kind of looking at that and see if it didn't play a role in it. And you may have saved me a bunch of time. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Good job.
Thank you.
Anybody else have anything they'd like to ask or comment on to Craig?
Yeah, again, I think I'm still back on here. I want to make a comment on what Gary just made a comment on about the curve markings. And I think Craig did a pretty good job of displaying those. But at the same time, I would also suggest that if I was a shooter, and I'd probably throw this over to Brian, if I was a sniper or a shooter, I would pick out physical markings out there, and as to where I would place riflemen in order to be able to shoot, and I would use the yellow stripes on the road to indicate an area where I would probably shoot. Now, as to whether or not they were painted on the night before or the weekend before or whatever, it seems to me that obviously that the film that you had showed that they were on a long time before that. And I think we went down and we counted them. I think we actually counted 6 or 7 of those. And I know Gary and I were talking about that. And I know Brian and I went down there and measured those things out. But as for marking areas, if you were a shooter, I might use those as an area to shoot. But you could also use your lamp posts down there. And I know a lot of people, snipers would look at those, say, well, I have a lamp post here, a lamp post here. And then I think I can't remember who it was, but it might have been Larry who pointed out that those lamp posts have already been moved. And we know that they've been moved if you're looking at the physical geography of Dealey Plaza.
That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. They have been moved. We have to go again. We have to go by the Cutler map as far as the positioning of the lampposts, and that's what I've done.
Yeah, Casey, I definitely agree with you, and I did have a sentence in there that's saying, whether or not they were painted on the night before, they still can be, used as a markings.
Yeah. But very good job. We appreciate what you did on those two films. Very good.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Craig. Very informative, and I like the way that you put those videos together with the voiceover. That was pretty neat. I like that.
One nice thing about doing that is when you go back and listen to it and make edits, it's really quick.
Yeah, and not only that, but the sound quality, without having to worry about playing a video and the sound not working or narrating over the video, that came out perfectly clear. So yeah, I really like that.
I knew using Zoom going back and forth with PowerPoint between videos would be a disaster. So.
Yeah. It's easier for me to do it on my end. That's why sometimes when videos are being used, I'll get a copy from the speaker, and then sometimes I'll play them on the system, and for some reason things work better here than on some other systems. I don't know what that is, but maybe it's in the algorithm of Zoom and how they have a few hiccups here and there. So, but again, I want to thank you for the presentation, and thank you for joining us. And with that, let's.
And I'm gonna run everybody. Thanks to all the prior speakers, and I'll listen to the upcoming ones tomorrow. But I got to run. So
thank you, Craig. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Craig.
Yep. Take care. Bye.
Well, our next speaker is a friend of ours that's with us quite often. It's Bart Camp, and he's going to be talking about the Malcolm Blunt archive, and also the effect that it's had on him over the last 3 years that he's been working on the files and the archive from Malcolm. And all the way across the pond, I know it's late in the evening for him. We're still in the late afternoon, I guess, now here. So without further delay, let me turn it over to Bart Camp. Bart.
Thank you very much, David. Can I have the commands, please? I've got some stuff to present. I'm basically just having some pictures that, am I on full screen?
Yeah, you gotta click the share
okay,
screen.
Good.
And then,
all right.
And then,
well, I'll just turn the slideshow on. Takes like, I don't know, every 10 seconds. That's Alan, Dale, and Malcolm.
Hold on, your
that's Malcolm at this is Malcolm at the archives. Can you all hear me all right?
We can hear you, but your screen's not being shared at the moment.
Okay. Oh, sorry. That's my bad.
You got to click share screen.
Oh. Welcome to Amateur Land. Okay. Right. Let me just share screen. Yeah. Is it happening?
Not yet.
Right.
There you go. Now it's starting up.
So, right. This is okay, this is just a little slideshow. I'm just having in the background Malcolm, of course. Yeah, that's Malcolm with Oliver. So it started for me, roughly when I became a member of Dealey Plaza UK. It took me at least 2 years to actually get my ass together and basically join that club. And they had a rather dated website back then. And also, the messages were placed, like every time I would check the website out, I wasn't too fanatical, but every time it looked like I just missed a meeting. So I basically finally got hold of them in 2014. And I started to talk to, I became a member, and then they said, yeah, we've got meetings in a pub in London called the Flying Horse, and which for me on my bicycle is about, I don't know, 20, 25 minutes, just get down there, talk JFK and get sloshed up and then back on the bike straight to home. So it was beautiful. So, and the thing was about the pub as well, the landlord back then, it was, that pub wasn't open on a Saturday. It was only open because it's like close to the financial district. So it's just dealing with the business, because there wasn't a lot of business activity there in the weekends. And so we could get the place for free, and that's what we did. And so slowly I started to get introduced to Malcolm, because during the meetings we had, they said like, we've got Malcolm, he's awesome researcher, this, that, and the other. I said, does he come to these gigs that we do at the Flying Horse? And he says like, no, he lives about 3 hours or so away. So he says, you'll see him at Canterbury. So the first year in 2015, I didn't go to Canterbury, but in 2016, I did go because I was presenting there. I did 2 times 1 hour with a huge pub lunch in between. I do not recommend that, by the way, because by the time you come out the pub, you still got an hour to present. So especially after the drink is flown. But anyway, so I basically got introduced to him, and I also said to him, like, I want to do an interview with you. And he said like, yeah, that's cool, blah, blah, blah. And then I found out like Malcolm doesn't present. You just talk to him and he will share his knowledge with you, whatever subject it may be. So, okay, fine. So I met him, did an interview with him. That's still on YouTube, by the way. Just search Malcolm Blunt, Canterbury 2016. It's right there in 3 parts. So at the end, after the interview, this, that, and the other, he went earlier on a Sunday afternoon, and I said he got dropped off by Tony Basing. Some of you may know him. And he came back, and Tony Basing gives me this USB stick. And I said, what's on this? He says, oh, there's files on here. He says, you've been using so many files in your presentation. Perhaps you're interested in this. Perhaps you can share, blah, 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 whatever. I said, okay, fine. So I said, let me have a look at this stuff. So I did that. And I went from, I just got a really quick lesson as such as to how to deal with this stuff. Because the thing was, there was only one document in there that was really of my interest, and that was a CIA document. And it had all the statements of the TSBD workers, employees in it. And it was done in like a diagram style. It's about 4 pages, I think. And they very accurately pointed basically what everyone had said regarding their positions within the Texas School Book Depository as such. So I was like, oh, wicked document. And I was amazed that the CIA put something like this together, and of course, brilliantly analyzed and put together at that time. So that was like, wow. And at the same time, he had tons of Nosenko stuff. And I said, I don't know what to do with this. I don't understand this Nosenko, because my focus has always been Prayer Man and the DPD and Oswald and this, that, and the other. I don't give a hoot about CIA or New Orleans or whatever. Great reading and all that, but never delve into it. So we slowly got things going with Malcolm sending me packages. He would send me just, I don't know, 40, 50 pages, maybe sometimes 100. And I would be scanning these in, and slowly something developed, like me working with my iPhone. And I started to test out scanning software from the iPhone. I knew about it already in advance. I said, if I'm ever going to do something like that, I can do that, blah, 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 free to such an extent. And otherwise, it's about, I don't know, $12, $15 a month. And Malcolm basically at some point, it was 2018 at that point, and I had done a few parcels that he's given me, but nothing of significance. And then all of a sudden in 2018, I was admitted to hospital to work, where they were working on my foot. And after I came out, and I said, Malcolm, you know what, why don't I come around and we'll have a chat and a look. So I went on a bus, because let's try to do it as economically as possible. And it was like, I don't know, $30 return. It was cheap as shit. And it was 3 hours on the bus and 3 hours back. And I went over there, and he said, yeah, when you get here, I'll pick you up, and then we'll go to a place called Tetbury. And I was like, Tetbury? And I was like, for those that don't know, where Malcolm lives in the area, it's called the Cotswolds. And it's very picturesque and beautiful England landscape, hilly roads, all that beautiful stuff. So it's really picturesque. And so we were driving for 45 minutes to a small town called Tetbury. And Malcolm had an investment property there that used to be a shop. And then, of course, that was turned into a solicitor's agency. And then all of a sudden, I was in there with Malcolm. And in the beginning, I would just go in. And let me just show you the pictures. And actually, the agreement was that at first that I was going to work on the Harry Livingston archive. So this was a big building in Tetbury, and it had a large front. And I would basically arrive there, and Malcolm put me in the front. He said, I'll put you in the front. And Livingston, as the red and the blue case show, he had about 35 cases like that. And this is a partial collection. It's roughly everything from Livingston from, say, 1989 until 1994, 1995. And Malcolm had shipped that over to the UK. And he says, can you digitize? It started actually, the first request that he did was, and that was actually in 2016 when he asked me, can you digitize some cassette tapes for me? And I just went, yeah, shouldn't be too difficult. Get yourself a Walkman on USB and plug and play with some software, and bang, that was it. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And when I got there, and then all of a sudden there was talk of like, well, what about the files? And I said, what do you mean the files? Well, I've got about 35 cases filled with files. And I was like, right, what are we going to do? And I said, well, I'm going to basically have a look. And I think what I should do is at least do the medical stuff, because that's what Livingston is renowned for. Well, there are other things, but I'll get into that later. But overall, when it comes to the medical evidence, he's definitely in the top 5, and he gathered a lot. But what he really, really deserves recognition for is that he called everyone. He got the phone and called everyone. Now, he didn't do it with nefarious means, but he did it a bit like below the radar. Back then there was no internet, so he had Richard Wainwright, who's a cop, Baltimore cop, who did the essential searches as such, and basically found all these people that he was looking for from the medical people in Bethesda or Parkland. And he's brilliant on the phone. I'm going to release all that material, some of that material next year. And you can just hear him going like, oh, I just want to have a quick chat. I'll be a few minutes and I'll be out your hair, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, he talks to him like 20 or 30 minutes, strikes like friendships, and makes multiple calls to certain people of the crew that worked in Bethesda and so forth. So it's mega interesting. Not everything is transcripted. Some of it is. The good thing about that archive is that it was organized pretty well. It was just on name basis. And it was also, to an extent, an influence on me to work with this material, because it was just whatever he had information-wise. If it concerned 2 or 3 people, then he just made 2 or 3 copies and basically put it in each person's related file as such. It's a fair amount of stuff. I never counted it, but yeah, it's good. Tapes itself, this is when I set up in the front, and you know, these are the size bags you see behind the computer, and then some of the other pictures. Sorry, wrong way. So like that. Those bags, or smaller bags, were basically the Livingston files fitted really neatly into. And yeah, you know, I just worked with this stuff, say, from November 2018 till about June 2019. So 7-8 months roughly. And I got a lot done, a hell of a lot. the iPhone is definitely the quickest tool to work with. I mean, even if you have a sheet-fed scanner, with the iPhone, I can type in the name immediately of the file. And on top of that, I can send it to Google Drive or whatever storage place that I've got connected on my mobile phone. So the second I'm done with it, I've uploaded it and I've also emailed it to myself. So there's a whole system that I basically ended up setting up and preparing. Because the thing was, at first I got involved with, I've got access to the stuff. It's supposed to go to the States roughly around May 2019 because the property was being sold. I was there in February 2 or 3 times and we froze our nuts off because there was no heating in the building and it had been cold for months on end already. And we just basically, got on with it, kept our coats on and just went through it as much as possible. In the beginning, I would go with a trolley and take 3 bags worth with me. And then I'd come back and get more stuff. But I realized, like I said to Malcolm, Malcolm, forget about it, mate. It's too much work, too much stuff. I need to stay here longer. So Malcolm went, well, then in that case, why don't you come for a 3-day trip? So we did, basically, I did about 3 or 4 of these trips. They were either 2 nights or there were 2 nights or 1 night. So I stayed there 2 or 3 days during the week. And I just sat down and besides scanning, I was basically collecting stuff together and say, yeah, I'm going to take this with me, this, that, and the other. And the thing is with Malcolm is that overall it's pretty disorganized. Only his system is his system. So forget about it. You are learning from scrap, basically everything. It took me 18 months to get a really good idea of what his archive was, because what happened was that in Feb 2019 I started to look at some of the files. Around 5 o'clock Malcolm went, see you later, I'm off to the B&B, which was 4 doors down. It was a really nice pub. And he says, see you later, I'll be there in front of the fire. I said, okay. So I'm just sitting there till 11 o'clock in the evening. And I thought I got bored with all the medical stuff. And those green files that you see on that dresser, basically, those are Malcolm's files. And they were really interesting. They were because Malcolm had done really tenacious research over the period of the second half of the 90s, of course, in relation with John Armstrong. But Malcolm was more or less responsible for most of the documentation. And you can see that because all of a sudden I started to put my nose in that trough and I was like, wow, there's so much stuff here that we cannot get access to, so much stuff that has disappeared and so forth. But the problem was that every folder, so let me just grab one folder. This is a folder, and then it has pages in it. But that could have any type of pages in it. So it could say Marina Oswald, and there might be 1 or 2 documents in there, and the rest of it could be, I don't know, FBI New Orleans, or War in the Bruges, or whatever. It could be any other subject, CIA, Cuba, JM Wave, you name it, anything. So I had to basically set up a whole system as such, and of course that was easier with Harry Livingston's files because I just created huge PDFs out of these folders and organized them as such. And it was, and of course it was smaller, but it was relatively a lot easier to do from a system point of view. With Malcolm, I had a problem because, well, it's to everyone's benefit, but it was my problem, is the fact that it's very broad. Really like the subjects are, if I tell you that you've got Dallas, so you've got the Dallas police files, some files that I'd never seen before, and he'd gotten them from the municipal archives in Dallas. He had a very good help from the archivist at that time, was by the name of Cindy Smolovic. And so that was all interesting to me because, of course, interviews with people in Dallas, witnesses that I'd never ever heard of, and things like that. And I was like, wow, this is, so it was a really good learning school at the same time. And I was already fairly well read at that point when it comes to the documentations with regards Oswald Prayer Man, second floor lunchroom encounter, and so forth. And then slowly, while I was going through that archive, I found, of course, the whopper of the document that is my favorite document, and basically points very strong to Oswald standing outside on the landing, as Prayer Man indicates, is the Hosty document that I found early February. And it's probably the same week that I started to work on, I confessed on the morning and during breakfast and said to him, like, I've been naughty. He goes, what? I've said, I went through your files because you've gotten lying everywhere. So I just started opening folders. And the first thing I found was a report from the HSCA on Will Fritz. And I didn't know there was a Will Fritz HSCA report. So, and of course, Fritz is perfectly his usual self, evasive, not remembering anything, la-di-da-di-da. So I said, I've got to check this stuff out. And then the next day when I said to Malcolm, I got to do this, that, and the other, I said, okay, I'll tell you, I swear to you, I opened the first drawer and I just went in the middle of the drawer and I grabbed the folder and it said Hosty. And I was like, right, okay. So there's about more than 100 pages of Hosty in there. And a lot of it was, what do you call it? Very bad copies of, very bad copies of handwritten notes. And I already knew of some of the handwritten notes. And he basically, that's the wrong one. Very well done. Malcolm Blunt. Yeah. So he had handwritten notes, documents as such. And I was like, wow, that's awesome. And these are the Tedbury, these are bags, obviously. I think I've done about 100 so far, I think. It's been full on. And so I got this document out of the folder and it was a handwritten note. And after further studying, I found out that this particular note was written by Hosty after the end of the first interrogation, where Hosty was only present as such. So that document, basically, that's handwritten by Hosty, and he wrote it after the interrogations, but he was also checking out the evidence that was brought in as such. So the, sorry about that. The document itself was written on the back of Dallas PD affidavit paper. It's there in mirror. Even though the copy isn't that great, it's still in there in mirror writing that he wrote it on the back. And the beautiful thing of this as well is that if you read Hosty's book, Assignment Oswald, he describes that he had a block of Dallas affidavit paper and was going into that evidence room and started writing it down. At some point, he must have said, I'm going to write my pre-report as such on that particular note. Yeah, it's in size of A4. It's just absolute gold to me. And I was like, wow. I said to Malcolm, I've got to do everything. He says, are you sure? I said, Malcolm, I really, hold on, let me just come up with it. I really have to do all this stuff. And he says, and I said, I'll tell you what, I'll focus on the old stuff first. And for some reason, Malcolm had darker green folders and a little bit more lighter green. And he says, the dark green folders, that's the old stuff. And of course, there was hundreds of videotapes as well. I think I've done about 300 tapes. I've uploaded all this stuff on YouTube, the Meet the Lone Gunman channel. So I stayed there with Malcolm, and I basically just did all these things. But the problem was that I had a deadline, and I had to get this done because what it was that originally this was supposed to be sent to the States. So I pounded it out from Feb till end of May, 2019, just hammered it all out. I didn't do anything else. I worked 12 to 16 hours a day and just started scan, try to get done as much as possible. Now, while I was doing all that, I'd come back. Malcolm said, like, we're going home. Okay, fine. So we'd go home, get picked up, go home. And then when I'd go home, we'd always go to the top floor in his house. It's called the light room, because the lighthouse, because there was a lot of light coming in from both sides of the house. So, and we'd sit there and we'd go through the files. And Malcolm has got two types of files at home. It's just whatever he's reading, and he's got his working files as well. So he just started going through it, and he went, oh, you want this? Yeah, this and this and this. And it just went on and on and on. So I got to a point where I'm going, how am I going to take this home? So that's when the cars came in, because some of the DPUK members, Peter Antil and Tony Basing, basically offered to come and collect me. I'd go there by bus, go with Malcolm, go stay there 2-3 days, and then they'd come and collect me. That then went from like, well, now I take 10 bags at a time with me. Sometimes I did once 27 bags, and then just basically just fill the car up to the ceiling and come back home and basically store them in my house. Well, I had them everywhere. I had them behind my sofa in the living room. I had them underneath the kitchen table. My girlfriend was very happy, basically, regarding all this. So in the meantime, I just kept going back with Malcolm, started copying stuff in, stuff that I didn't know. I just emailed it to him, a copy, and he would say, oh, that's from this and that and blah, blah, blah. So that helped me categorize this stuff. So I started categorizing this like absolutely mad. This is in a different room as well. Now, I've got to tell you one thing. The book collection he's got is absolutely mental. It's absolutely mental. And this stuff was just, let me just see if I got the other books. Where is it? No, they're somewhere else. I'll get them out in a sec, actually. And the JFK collection he had was just something where I just went, wow. Yeah, here it is. So he had a pretty big book collection, and this is only half of what he had. And, you know, that's like, it was like 3 cabinets filled with that stuff, then underneath as well, then in the corner over there. Then in the other room before that, he had another few cabinets just filled up. A copy of the Warren Report. So I think most of it has been sold already. But the funny thing was, I'm telling you, almost everyone was signed. That's another thing. He's provided so much stuff to everyone. So, you know, most authors are basically owe him a great debt in the documentation that he's given to people as such. So this went on so this in Tedbury was happening till the middle of the year. And then I started to go to Malcolm's house and just collect files from him as such. And I'll tell you what, it didn't matter which room or where I looked, there was stuff lying there. And on top of that, he gave me his DVDs, because he'd go to all these old conferences in the 90s, the Ask conferences, and COPA as such. So he always had all these sets of DVDs. Some of them were a bit damaged, but the majority I managed also to rip and put online as such. I think I did about 60 or 70 about a month ago as well. They're all on that YouTube channel as such. Now, how does this archive work? Well, let me just try and show that to you. Okay, so next weekend, there will be the release, okay? And as you can see, I've used 89, almost 90 gigs out of 100. And the majority is definitely from Malcolm. That's one thing for sure. Now, I put a bunch of folders here. It's not going to look like when you guys come in, because I left some of them on the top level, because it's easier for me to stick files in those folders as such. But when you look at Central Intelligence Agency, then you're looking at many subfolders, and some of these subfolders have subfolders again. So I had to, first of all, the reason why I did it like this is I've my first archival experience was not the National Archives, it was Harold Weisberg's archive. And it's still one of my favorite archives because it's so blood simple. I don't get distracted with all kinds of stupid drawings or whatever, bullshit pictures, whatever, advertising. It's very straightforward. It's like Google without the color logo. That's it. And it searches as such. So it uses name bases. Yeah. So when you want to put something in, you basically write something like, give me a name, one of you. Hello? Give me a name to search.
Search, well, shit. Search Oswald.
Jesus, dude.
Beverly Brunson.
Oh. So Oswald, I'll tell you this right now. So Oswald has his own folder. Yeah, so that's one. So this is from Harry Livingston's archive. Yeah. And then you've got a folder inside the Secret Service that's called Lee Harvey Oswald. You've got one in FBI. You've got one in CIA. You've got one in, I think, the USSR folder. Same thing. And it just goes on. There are literally thousands of PDFs regarding Lee Harvey Oswald. And they're all basically subdivided over different folders because also there are different subjects and so forth. So for me to categorize that, you know, first of all, it goes into an FBI folder. And then, of course, it could go into a folder underneath, like, say, informant or something like that. Well, here, this is just USSR. And I haven't subfolded this yet. To me, it's a work in progress because what I'm doing this is I'm releasing this and it's got 150,000 pages in it, at least 12 to 14,000 PDFs. I stopped counting, couldn't be asked anymore. And that's a good chunk to show to people for them to delve through and so forth. And it's going to go on for at least another year. So there's probably another 5,000 PDFs coming on top of that. And, you know, so, and it's very easy to see because as you can see, you have all the dates here of when it has been uploaded as such. I need to sort titles out like this. That's also still part of the work that needs to be done as such. Right, give me another name. Not all at once, everyone. Something difficult.
How about Marion Baker?
Marion Baker. That's going to be too little. So there you go. Now the beauty of the OCR is, of course, it reads the documents. So I put one title in, right, or put a name in, and I categorize it. So it picks up those names in the title anyway. But it also reads the documents as such. And therefore, you get yourself a huge list. Now, this is my Google Drive account, so you'll have less, but you'll see less because you only get access to Malcolm Blunt's archive. And so my papers are in here as well, you can see. But it just shows you how much it can find with regards to a person. So I basically took the principle of Google because the problem was that like Joe Bax does, he all does it with RIF numbers. Malcolm has been plowing through archives when there probably weren't any RIF numbers or very old ones. And on top of that, how much time do you have to get copies done? Because in that day, same principle, get the best information as quickly and as copious as possible as such. And that's what Malcolm did. Some of the documents, you just have a RIF sheet and you see 3 pages in it as such. You know, yeah, let me just show you ARB. So that's the communications and the requests for files about church committee, Central Intelligence Agency, etc., etc. People that were investigated by the ARB, Doc Horn's files, Gene Wheaton, it's all there. It's just loads. It's just loads. It doesn't. I hope everyone is going to have real good fun from next week onwards. I already shared a lot because there's one thing that's good for me. I'm not sending out any more emails with links for people regarding the documentation. You can all jump in the pond and splash about and play as such, and do it yourself. So it just goes on. I've just had to fill this whole. It took me 18 months to start getting a good feel about what's happening, what's going on. And then starting to differentiate. I still have to categorize a lot of stuff, and it needs to be put in folders and so forth. It's really something that wasn't planned, and that I actually have to came up with, like, how am I going to deal with this, and how is that the best way to represent this archive as such, and to put it together. And I just have to keep on going till I'm done, because I do want to finish it now. Now I've gone so far, and I've done more than half. So I'm happy with the way it's going. The only problem is that I did a job for 5 weeks, and it was for a really big law firm, and I did fuck all work-wise. I just sat there behind the screen. I did nothing, and I just happened to have some documents in my bag. So I just started to copy documents in front of the keyboard, and I did about 250 pages, and I was like, yeah, cool. I get paid, and I do these documents. So actually, the work was so slow, it was practically dead. Huge, 30 floors building, practically empty because of COVID, obviously. And people were given the freedom to choose to come to the office, and barely anyone did. So after 5 weeks, they said, we got to let you go because blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. Then I looked back, and I copied thousands of pages, basically. On a daily basis, I did at least 300-400 a day. So so in that respect, it was really good. And I pounded it out. It was absolutely brilliant. There was a box filled with documents from Yuri Nosenko. So it was about a pile, I'm not kidding, like two feet. Yeah, at least. No, 3 probably. 2.5 feet tall with just Nosenko documents, of which a lot wasn't online as well. So that's another thing I have to make mention of. So everybody knows the way the whole thing with the archives has gone, and this Joe Biden thing and blah, blah, blah. And like Joe Back said, the only good thing about it is that Biden urges people to digitize. And I think that's a good thing. Hopefully he manages to kick somebody to get their ass in gear and start digitizing this stuff. But I spoke to Malcolm about all this, and he said, and I said to him, as well, I said, you know what the biggest thing is of your archive? I said, besides its size and how big and how voluminous it all is, and subject-wise, etc., etc. I said, it's the fact that I dare to predict that you've got about 25% of files that aren't online. Now, there's one thing I don't know, and I'm trying to figure out, because the releases from the 90s, I don't know whether they've ever been digitized. That's a really strange thing. I've got the question about that because I've got such a big amount of documents, and it's written on there, not online. I'm just going to have a look if that works. And boom, boom. Well, that's written in the top, so that's easy. Let's just take one. Boom. So I write on that. I check the RIF number, right? And then I check it in Google. I throw that in Google. And as you can see, those dashes in between are being seen as minuses. If you run a RIF in Google, it'll give you minus 20,000 something. Yeah. You always deal with 3 digits, 5 digits, 5 digits. So that's LBJ's 177. 104 is CIA. 124 FBI. Joe Bax can educate you till the cows come home on this stuff. Thank God there's somebody who does that. And that was about a year and a bit ago, almost a year and a half, that I said, before that I was blanket scanning everything. And then I just thought, hold on a minute, why do I scan this stuff in if there's a copy at Mary Farrell or at Black Vault as such? And the funny thing is that I came across copious documents that are not online as so. So this document you will not find. And then some of them are online. But then again, here, get not online. And again, not online. And of course, I check the pages. So what you can do with this, for instance, is that you got these RIF numbers and they're not online. So you can go to NARA and you can basically put these RIF numbers in your body of the email and say, where are the files? And Malcolm told me, he says, you can get up 100 sheets for free. So this needs like a collective effort. Just find your subject of choice, whatever it is, doesn't matter. And if you come across files where it says not online, then I'd like you to find this document by going and contacting NARA and ask for it. It's as simple as that, because as you can see, some of them are postponed. Some of them are released in full. Oh, aren't I lucky? Just picking up postpone in full. Right, hold on. Grab something else. So if you have that, if it says released in full, then there isn't a problem. Here it says unclassified. Oh, that's the other sheet. There you go, open in full. Boom. And again, so it's nice also that the object character recognition, OCR, picks up my dodgy handwriting, yeah, and basically is able to categorize all these files that aren't online. So that makes this archive extra special as such, because there is really a significant amount. And I think 25% is even a low estimate. I think it's more. I keep juggling with these numbers, but I mean, it's hard to estimate, but it's been since the summer of last year, it's been a real significant presence. And it's helped me as well, because I found documents that were online, a lot of the Cuban stuff, for instance, all that cryptonym stuff, all of that is all at Mary Farrell. That's your best place to go. If you want to go and the whole Miami and the Cuba thing, Rex Bradford's archive is the best. It's got more than any other archive on that. So I barely scanned anything in on Cuba, because Malcolm, though, spent 4 years on that subject, and he had tons of stuff on it, but I could grab entire folders and just put them away, because I checked the RIF numbers and it was all online, all there and such. Then on top of that, Malcolm went from the mid to the late to mid 90s till 2018. I don't think he hasn't been, definitely not just before COVID. I think 2018 was his last visit. And I forgot what I was going to say. He has basically found documents that have been redacted after reclassification. There's about 5 or 6 of them inside this archive. One of them was fished out by me, and I forgot where it is. And Joe Bax fished out a document as well, and that was also reclassified. And it was about 5 or 10% redaction, but it went to 80% or something like that. So I spoke to Malcolm about this, and Malcolm said this happens because he thinks that the people that are handling this stuff do not have the experience to handle it as such, because they're not very familiar with it as such. Well, let's just say, who is familiar with all that stuff besides Malcolm Blunt? There's not many people as such. What I tell you now is that it's the best book I've ever read or glanced at, because that's the beauty of the whole thing, is that the archive itself is just, you know, I mean, here, articles, just articles. So, come on. Yeah, so we get all kinds of stuff. And these are all the articles that I came across that were written. Some of them are from the HSCA, and, you know, they couldn't find them, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. I did also a folder of some of the correspondence he had. Obviously, Malcolm has written and corresponded with a lot of people. And of course, then you've got other people, obviously, and we've got people like Earl Golds. There are a good set amount of files that Malcolm managed to get hold of. There's going to be more stuff released by Rex Bradford, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know when, but because the ARC has got a bunch of stuff that's being digitized by them. So there's going to be a ton of stuff coming out. I mean, by the time you think like, I'm done, blah, 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 there's going to be another waterfall or load coming, basically. And just, so as you can see, tons of people that we've got. So let's look at Newman. Not that much. And then, come on. This Weisberg, love to read all this stuff. I had an interview, I read a document, an FBI document. He was just a total pain in the ass. They hated him because he told them, he said like, no, you went to the wrong section of the archive. You need to look in such and such a section, and you know, you should know this, blah, 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 blah. So that whole belligerent attitude, but also by being right at the same time. They were just writing about it and goes, we can't stand this man, this, that, and the other. It's just priceless, absolutely priceless. So yeah, and of course he's writing to everyone. Probably some of this stuff is at his archive, and I think that some of the things as well. So this is just Weisberg, boom, you know. Peter Dale Scott, also some good things. There's, you know what? There's so much shit. It's unbelievable. You know, it's going to keep you a lot busy, man. Castro, boom. Oh, come on. So Veciana, well, I can tell you that Malcolm has got a lot on Veciana, a lot, and I don't know if he's ever going to write about it, but he's got tons of material, and that's left for me to do. And it's a considerable amount. Again, 2-3 feet of stuff at least, of files, and as you can see, all kinds of subject once again. I mean, I only make folders, subfolders, when there's more than 2. Then I'm really like, okay, this needs its own folder as such. But like I said, I still need to organize a lot of this stuff. As you can see here, there's a lot of crypt here as well that need to be organized. And also at some point I get a folder and excuse me, I get a folder and there's 60 pages or something or like that in there, and they're all about different matters. Well, it gets a number and it says anti-Castro as such. And you know what, that's at that point I'm going, you know what, I'm not gonna chop all that up and turn it into the files as such. Anyone who wants to study anti-Castro, just download all this stuff and get in it as such. So yeah, Saturday I'm going to release it. What else do I have to talk about? So there's another thing that it's not just NARA related stuff, because Malcolm went to the Dallas Municipal Archives. He went to Georgetown. He went to Poach Library. I think in Miami, and he was in Tennessee as well. So he's been through a fair bit of material as such. And that was another reason why I actually went for a name-based search instead of riffs, because of course there were no riffs on files of say Gus Russo or other people. They just have a number as in what box it comes from, and that's it. Same with the Tennessee stuff. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to put everything on name basis, and that's how it will get found as such. And yeah, so far, you know, you're going to have a substantial amount of material. I personally find really interesting the church committee. Yeah. First of all, there's a lot of stuff missing of the church committee because, my God, they were so close to the bone. I'm not kidding. You know, the people that they interviewed, no wonder they didn't want all these, like these William King Harvey interviews and stuff like that come out in the 70s and such, because it was all way too revealing, all these operations against the Cubans and all that. And that would have been a massive reaction, you know, against all this. But, you know, they've won. Let me just be clear about all that. They've won. Yeah. So, but yeah, so there's tons of stuff as I see, as I'm scrolling through all this stuff. And yeah, what else can I say about it? And, you know, it's very hard to say, well, what are the jewels? There are plenty of jewels. There are plenty of jewels in INS, in ONI, in Washington. I never knew what special group was, but does everyone know what special group stands for and what it means? All of you. Special group is basically Pentagon-based personnel, and they always have one person of the CIA in that group.
Well, there was also special, so I guess, you know, that would include the president, you know.
Yeah. So it's basically the highest clique, the highest clique of the highest order, basically. So, and it's really interesting when you start reading when these people get together and start putting a little list together of how much weapons and ammunition and grenades is being needed for an invasion of Cuba and so forth. And I go, that's where the decisions come from, not from the Central Intelligence Agency. The Central Intelligence Agency executes those decisions as such. That's how it works.
The McCone diary or journal or whatever you want to call it, the calendar is full of meetings almost on a daily basis of the special group and the special group augmented.
Yeah, that's correct. The Secret Service gave me a real pleasant surprise, especially the HSCA documentation. Some of it is incredibly explicit about the president's wounds. Some of the stuff that made my jaw drop, I just went, wow, unbelievable. And all this stuff was all classified, you know, until recently, until the 90s, recently. Yeah, my mission is to finish this off and, you know, trying to find out whether it's these 90s documents that have not been digitized and released as such. I've got a really funny feeling that hasn't been done and that there's a substantial amount of material. The reason why I'm saying that is because most of these documents that I don't see online are released in full anyway. And on top of that, I've gone through a folder filled with riff sheets, and 99% was not online. And some of these documents I know and I have my hands on, which were like HSCA interviews of, say, Roy Edward Lewis, or, you know, someone like that from the TSPD or from the DPD as such. So yeah, I've got a sneaking suspicion that all that stuff that was available in the late 90s, that has never been digitized. So, you know what? They ought to work on that in the meantime. That's the thing. They should have that done by December. Go on, get going, get it done. But of course they won't. Due to COVID, we can't do it. So yeah, Secret Service, really cool. Then the HSCA and CIA, if you want to look at, say, there are things like regarding correspondence. Now, of course, the ARB are champions in that, because they wrote to everyone. And of course, all these letters, there's a lot of letters like that in the ARB folder. The HSCA were slightly different because, like, they were really investigating the Central Intelligence Agency, and there is a lot of traffic between Scott Breckinridge of the CIA and G. Robert Blakey as such, and where basically documents are requested and all that. That's just a example. DOJ, I never knew about a guy called Robert Koch or Cooch or whatever the hell you pronounce it as, and he was at the DOJ and later became, I think, Attorney General or Assistant Attorney General, if I'm not mistaken. So, really interesting guy. Just, you know, I just come across a few people that have absolutely no bearing with what I'm actually doing whatsoever, but I just thought, and Malcolm pointed out and go, check this guy out and blah, blah, blah. So I was a total novice when it comes to that. And then the alphabet agencies all have a folder about records. And if you want leads, then look in those folders, because they describe looking for records, requesting records, destroying records, whatever, you know, regarding records. There are many things that Malcolm hasn't been able to figure out or find out about yet. But in this archive, there's plenty of stuff where you go, let's see, let's find out. And if it has a riff, oh, I'm gambling here. Come on. No. But as you can see, most of them, these are lists of records and exhibits as such. Now, and Malcolm told me, and this is where the torch is being passed on in a way, is that most people need to look into the records and find out. And if there's anything that falls into your remit of your subject as such, then you should chase this. Because now that you know that that particular record exists in a particular record group at NARA and so forth, you can put these people to work. Although I've been told that NARA still hasn't opened yet. So, delay. So that will keep you busy. But the thing is, send off an email, put the riffs forward, say, I'm looking for this. It'll get answered eventually, you know, that's the whole thing. I find Russia incredibly intriguing. So the embassy, oh, come on. Richard Snyder, CIA is it. Loads of stuff on him. Yeah, look at that. Tons. One guy. And then other shenanigans. Robert Webster, tons of material. I got tons on Webster and defectors, names you've never heard of, people that went from Germany to Russia. You know, come about 20 odd names, different names that were all defected as such, all in different situations. But like Malcolm said, all those files on these defectors went to one section, except Oswald's file. Oswald's file didn't go to that particular section of the CIA regarding that. It's very suspicious. I don't know the exact specifics. He said it in one of the interviews and I forgot it. My bad. June Cobb, you know, I could name whatever, you know, TSPD. Let's have a look. Okay, quickly. So Melina, this, that. A lot of it, some of it has already been shared, or it has been linked at in my archive. This is about the elevators. You know, they made a diagram about who uses what and so forth. So, and of course, it was like, I can't make any out of this. So it's a total swamp. All the, of course, the statements are all contradicting. And, you know, these are all FBI files, handwritten notes, blah, 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 blah. As you can see, it all needs being dated and put the organizers together. This is an old document. Come on, get down. Right. So there's, yeah, a fair amount. And then one more thing, what I really would like to show you. I've got not a lot of crime. There are a few bits here and there. Interesting, but you know, I really, and this is big, this is probably going to be Dennis Morissette's favorite folder, and everything related to all the film and the cameras and, you know, people as such, documentation. Grodin is in there, Allier is in there. You know, it's all in there. There's, you know, as you can see, there's a fair bit of documentation in there. Now, for instance, you want to grab this doc. Now, say you, for instance, like, I don't know, tarpaulin film. We all heard about that one, did we? So you want to read about this, great. Now you can download in several different ways. First of all, if you look at this menu here above, can you see that? Yeah. This arrow downloads the documents right there as soon as you see it like that. However, if you say, no, I like this whole folder, then you just go back up. Yeah. Film photo, there you go. Of course it moved. So, and then I can just download the entire folder. It will end up zipping itself up and you'll download as a zip the entire content of the folder. Be careful by doing that, because if you say, yeah, I'm going to download that whole folder, it might be a couple of gigs worth of material as such. So be careful. Don't say I didn't warn you. Marina and Marguerite. Marina's filled to the brim. I think we did about 25 or 30 PDF files with just Marina Oswald documents in them. So loads. It was a whole bag full that Malcolm just gave me, goes, this is a bag of Marina. And I was like, okay. And Oswald basically subdivided in whatever is related to him as such. A lot of previous employment, school records, IRS notes about income as such. Priscilla McMillan Johnson, she did a lot. The Sports Dome, all the witness statements from there. Texas Employment Commission. And here, as you can see, there's still a few bits that I need to sort out. And they haven't been assigned yet. But this is just it. Like I said, I've got another year to go. Wish me luck. And that's it, basically. I will make an announcement at dealeyplazauk.com on Saturday the 20th. And it'll probably be in the section research. And there's a page of Malcolm Blunt. And it will have one master link. So when you click on that, you get to see this, what you're looking at right now. And yeah. You know, I hope you have fun. I hope you can use this stuff and put it to good use as such. For me, well, my own papers, a little bit for the first one on the second floor lunchroom again, one thing, I think. For my interrogations paper, I put 30 pages extra, maybe 40 of valuable material from that archive in that paper. And this has a little bit of effect on my TSBD and my Prayerman paper. So I'm going to stop after the assassination weekend, and I'm going to stop for 2 or 3 months because I'm going to unleash hell with all this documentation in my own work. I've already done a fair amount, but I need to spend anything between 4 and 10 weeks, depending on how quickly the transcribing goes, which is a fucking pet hate of mine. So I'm going to hope to release my 4 papers in one day, in one go, because I thought that's a nice little ambitious gamble, because it'll be probably close to 1,000 pages altogether spread over 4 papers with all that fine evidence included, plus the evidence I had all from before that. And yeah, to me, it's just made my case even stronger than it ever was before. And, you know, why don't we annihilate these people from the Dallas police? Are just completely annihilated. They're bent bastards. That's what they are, bent bastards. So And yeah, so I'm going to release that. And then after that, there'll be probably some more interviews. For those that don't know, if you go to my Lone Gunman, I think I call it Meet the Lone Gunman, or Lone Gunman YouTube channel. I'll tell you what, I'll put the link into the chat box in a second. There are also interviews I did with Malcolm from July this year until a week or so ago. And I'm going to hope to do one more next week. And these are more in depth about the documents. It gives you an idea of how deep all this goes and, you know, how interesting. And I'll tell you one thing. I mean, for me, this stuff is more pivotal than whatever book has come out. Okay. Sylvia Ma's book is pivotal. But any other book, you read about these things, you can always go and get additional information. And that additional information is in there. And it's going to be updated on a weekly basis after that. After the new year, I'm probably slowly going to get back into it. And then, you know, you can see from the dates itself when folders have been updated as such. So, right, enough of my voice. I've done about an hour, haven't I? So why don't I shut up and ask if anyone has a question or two?
Okay,
no?
Questions or comments for Bart?
Yeah, Bart, this is Casey. Thank you very much for the presentation. It gave us at least gave me, and I'm sure everybody else who was on there, to an opportunity to see what I would say is a real researcher who's going through a lot of the documents and classifying the documents and anything else that most of us who go through these documents and sift through them like you do get an opportunity to see what they are, and you know, I would love to have access to these things, and I depend on people like obviously you, Joe Backus, Larry Snap, Bill Simpich, Malcolm Blunt, yeah, especially, and Larry Rivera and Rex Bradford, and
yeah, Rex is a superhero.
Yeah, absolutely, and
he doesn't get the recognition he actually deserves because it's a monstrous job to do, and you know, the amount they do is just absolutely stunning. So, you know, it's what we as a community need to do. We need to chase these records, get these records, share them freely. Don't hoard them. Stop that. That's a thing from the 90s. Knock that shit on the head. Share it, digitize it, get it out there. And it's the same if you know someone and ask them to digitize it. Then you think, like, some people think, like, I'll never get those records back, and say, like, no, I don't want that stuff in my house. You can get it back as soon as possible because I've got a digital copy as such. And if I want to print it out, I can do that anyway afterwards. So I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I'm definitely going to continue with doing records, getting this stuff, research, cassette tapes, stuff like that. Bring it to the masses so people can listen to it or check it out. Has to be done. That's the way forward. As everything else is like rehashing other people. I mean, I don't know about you lot, but how many times has Harold Weisberg been rehashed? I mean, 1,000,000 times. All these books coming out and just rehashing his research as such. Loads of it. And to find the new stuff and chase it. New leads, new angles. You know, that's what it's about. Unless, of course, you want to sit on the sofa and watch Gladiators. I mean,
now there's an option, right?
Not for me.
Yeah, I know. Hey, thank you very much for all the work that you do, and a great presentation.
My pleasure.
Thank you, my dear friend in England. This is Gary Shaw. I appreciate you, and can't wait to dive into a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, there's just too much of that stuff. Ruby is another thing. It's just so much stuff.
Yeah.
Right, I'll come and ask you a question because I've come across so many documents about Oswald and Ruby sightings. Okay, now there's some of them are utter rubbish and not really, but there are some of them where you go, right, yeah, but what's your take on all this?
I've seen enough to be convinced absolutely that there was a man named Oswald who was hanging around Jack Ruby. They made trips together and we're doing things together that are suspicious, let's put it that way. So I'm convinced, yeah. Now, whether it was our Lee Oswald, I'm talking about the one that was arrested.
Yeah. Or the legend.
Yeah. And because I believe that there were two of them at least. You can't deny it, I don't think, and really look at the documents. And the documentation.
Yeah, Malcolm says the New York stuff is very convincing, the material as such, which that's the problem, because Malcolm was involved with that book and he didn't believe in the title at all. Not with what he had researched as such. There's, okay, what this archive has done for me as well is that I kept a few things for myself. So I basically kept 4 bags filled with paper. And so I'm going to write an article about, I've already written one, but it's in draft. So on the fingerprints, but I'm not just talking about the fingerprints with the Marines, or I'm talking about the fingerprints that were taken by the DPD and were archived by the FBI and the Secret Service as such. The journey of that fingerprints, there's a whole enigma, and it stinks left, right, and center, basically. This book, First Day Evidence, okay? What's his name? Rusty Livingston. Well, there's a fingerprint card in here. I can't reconcile with any of the other fingerprint cards that are available. They have their fingers in the evidence treasure trove and just basically started stealing the evidence, basically, and took it home as souvenirs as such. That is a perfect example of it as such. So that. Can
you get it out by tomorrow?
Sorry?
Article? Can you get the article out by tomorrow?
No, why?
I can't wait to see it.
I did a thing on the Heidel. I did a thing on the Heidel ID early this year. I found a few more documents. I even got I've got another article on the Minox in draft mode. So there's about 5 or 6 articles I've got in draft mode that will come out in between while I'm working on my papers and or just after that. And then I'm going to start doing videos based on all the paperwork that I've done. Then by that time, I'm going to do about 20 movies. And, like something like what Mark Fenton does for this World War II stuff. He's got these 10-minute movies. So I'm going to go deep for 10 minutes into Bill Shelley, basically. That's what I'm going to do. And just hammer everyone with all the evidence and the footage all together. And basically the same formula as Mark Fenton does. So, yeah.
Well, let me know if I can help you on any of that stuff, because may have something.
One more, there was another thing. What I really completely trashed was the rally call. And last week, because the problem with the rally call is that the phone operators, they contradict each other in the HSCA evidence. It's unbelievable. All 3 of them. I wrote an article about this as well. Completely destroys the credibility and the people that actually brought it forward as such. It was rubbish in the first place, right away from the word get-go. And some people, just because there's an intelligence connection with a person that lived 5 years before Oswald was in Japan, everybody thinks all of a sudden, there is a connection. No, there isn't. He was already gone for 5 years before Oswald was actually going there. But the operators completely contradict themselves with regards to the message.
Where did they get his name? Where did they get Hurt's name? Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think, what's that author called? He wrote about it first. He interviewed him.
What I mean is, where did the operators get that name? Did they just pull that out of air? And
the slip as well is many times written over. If you look at it, it's a terrible photocopy, and then you look at the quality of it and go like, somebody went there with a pen and did another two times on top of it as such. But the statements of the operators is terrible, and it just completely contradicts itself. And then lo and behold, last week, I fish out a document of Will Fritz telling the HSCA and goes, "Nah, don't remember any of that, this, that, and the other." So I was like, well, if Will Fritz says that it didn't happen, it surely didn't happen on top of that. So so it was a good document, made me smile. And that's the beauty of actually doing this, because you're going through this stuff and you're glancing. You're not reading it, you're glancing at the documents until you come across a word and go, hold on a minute, let me just read that and just take a break quickly. And that's when you find the gold and go, holy shit, this document, blah, 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 as such. And yeah, that's the fun
But
part.
you're doing a great service for history's sake. You know,
I think
we'll probably not
what?
bring the culprits to justice, but I think we'll be able to point to them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, there's some really good things in there. And like I said earlier, there's things to pick up on. And those that have the drive and want to get in contact with NARA and so forth, they should do so. And there's plenty of things. The most depressing things are the documents where you read that the whole document of, I don't know, somebody FBI or Shaw file just completely destroyed as such. And it's written on there. I've been talking a lot about with Malcolm about finding aids. Go into the NARA folder. What? David, can you just throw me on presenting 1 sec, please?
Yeah, go ahead. And also here in just a second, Greg's got his hand up, so I think he wants to ask you a question as well.
All right, cool. 1 sec, bear with me. Okay, so Malcolm Blunt, yeah. Okay, records lists. Okay, this is where the honey is. Okay, the 65 records, very important. Okay, it's domestic intelligence, basically, files. Yeah. So when it says finding aid, okay, then it just starts talking about documents. Okay, and record groups and where it is and this, that, and the other. This is where you want to fish. Right? Okay. Because there's a lot in the pond. Okay. I really, really, really would like to see at least 20 people just dive in this stuff and use it, and also start hammering people for these records.
Great.
There you go. There's just loads, 16 pages, just about records. Just goes on and on and on.
You know? Appreciate you.
No worries. So this will keep all of you very busy. So any other, yes, next question, please.
Yeah, it comes from Greg. Greg, you've got your hand up. You wanted to ask Bar a question? Be sure to unmute your microphone.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Greg.
Oh, yeah, hi. Yeah, I actually put it in the chat. I typed it, but I'll ask you. Yeah, Bart, I was just wondering, are you going to provide a link to the archives?
On Saturday, yes.
Okay. Where do we go to get that? Find that?
Okay, go to dealeyplazauk.com.
Okay, next Saturday.
Yeah, that's when it gets released. Because Lancer and DPUK, I made 2 movies with Malcolm, especially for Lancer, and then I said to DPUK, you know what, you're both going to watch the same 2 movies, and they'll appear on YouTube at some point as well. I chose this one to do the talking, and I spoke with Rob and Douglas of the Quick Hits show as well last week. That podcast has been released already. So yeah, it's busy month this month, and then after that, just work with my own stuff. So if there is documentation that you come across and this page is missing, they're missing because they're missing in my collection as well. The only thing that I really will answer is when people find documents where a blurred page appears. That's possible. It's rare, but it's possible among these, especially the older files. It might have happened. I found one the other day that had a picture of my desk in it in the PDF. You know, it's an honest mistake, but if there's pages missing, they're missing because they weren't in the file box as such. So that's all I can say about that.
All right. Hey, Bart, I'm going to switch screen sharing with you here for a second.
Okay.
I want to share a screenshot because I think it's important. And yep, it's the Garrison Magazine issue number 8 that just came out this month. And at the bottom of the cover here, it says featuring a profile of British assassination researcher Malcolm Blunt by our very own Bart Camp. So
I forgot that.
That's on the cover. That's the only thing I'm going to show you on it, but you can go to Lulu Press and you can type in St. Patrick or Midnight Rider News, and you can purchase the hard copy, or you can get the ebook like I just bought about 5 minutes ago.
Where am I? What page?
You are on, I didn't want to show all this, but let me see here. You are on page, looks like 107.
Okay.
Yeah, 107, Bart Camp profiles United Kingdom's premier expert on the assassination of U.S. President John F. Kennedy. How did a British researcher become a master of the JFK files? Let Mr. Blunt look at the files. So
yeah, let Mr. Blunt look at the files. That's a real quote, by the way, because he was trying to get access to files in Georgetown, which were 50 USMC Marine buddies of Oswald, and he'd been trying to get in this box for years, and it was locked. And then the people that looked after it, they said, "Yeah, you can't." And then he made a phone call, and the people that were responsible for those files, they called up and said, "No, let Mr. Blunt look at the files." And that was like, brilliant magazine title for the article title as such. Just, you know, let him see the files as such. I've been helping him on the same time as well, because he had riff sheets in there, loose riff sheets that he didn't get the documents of. And then I went, no, it's been released. So I sent him the link, and, you know, it helped him again with his research as such. So, you know, I've shared a lot of stuff with everyone. Gary is one of them, one of many. Jim Eugenio got everything on Garrison. And with that material, he basically hammered down Fred Litwin in part of with the material that I sent it as such. What's his name? The Fair Play for Paul Bleu. I've given a lot of material to. He basically assembled the Fair Play for Cuba material. Phil Hopley does the same thing. Yeah, there's about 10 others that I've given material to directly, and then on top of that had access to some of the material. But Saturday, everything is basically from the Blunt archive. Will be about 90% of what I've done, 95% of what I've done is publicly available, and then for the next year or so continues to be added on.
All right. Well, again, I'm going to read that article tonight, and for anybody that wants to read that and also support St. Patrick and the Garrison Magazine, which we encourage you everybody to do, you can find they're up to he's up to issue number 8 now, which is the one that I just showed on the screen. So there's 7 other issues, and if you haven't read those, you can purchase them in hard copy and paperback, or you can get the PDF. And the moment that you pay for it, check out, within 3 to 5 minutes, you'll get a download link, or you can click on your account and you can download the ebook immediately.
It's 340 pages. It's massive.
Yeah, I think it was 350 pages. Yeah,
it's massive.
Yeah, it says it was set up. The top says the double issue. So usually I do like 168 pages. So 350 for this one, and I think it was $12.98, I believe, is what I paid. So yeah, absolutely. If you want to read what Bart wrote, I know we are. So please support that. And yeah, anybody else have any questions for Bart? Let's see if there's anything in the comment section here. Oh, there was something that was, Peter brought this up. It says, Bart once mentioned a report which describes the details of the autopsy in a very detailed, step-by-step manner. Where will that be located? Is there a file or a folder name?
Well, that won't be there because I'm still working on that. I'll be quite open. So the Livingston medical material stays behind locked doors for a bit because some of it will be released. I'm gonna probably do something with William Law and but it's long term, and I've already started looking into things. Harry Livingston, of course, had a brilliant archive for that, and I'm only going to focus on the autopsy pictures because I'm a photographer. So, and I've always been into the photography part first and foremost. Prayer Man, same thing. I mean, there will be documentation on the autopsy itself will probably be released next year, and then the autopsy photo material is staying behind, because also what Livingston did was on a certain level, and Malcolm went above that, because what Malcolm did, he just came across this stuff and went, oh, maybe somebody's interested in this. And in that material is one document from the HSCA era, and there are, roughly in a nutshell, it's a 20 or 30 page document where very meticulously is being described how Jackie Hess makes copies of 7 copies of 100 odd photos, 35 mil, from 3 35 mil rolls. And the document has got a really good description of every image as such. So this is like, I'm going to get into that when I've done the 4 papers and take my distance from that. And then I'm going to start putting it all together. Chronology is king. That's what it's all about. Just put it in chronology. You know what? If you want to put the evidence together, it's the best way, because you just see the changes as such. And the biggest thing also I'm going to work on is the Dallas police evidence. This is about the biggest mess you can probably imagine, because Malcolm dove into this in the late 90s, and he had 6 scenarios in the end of how it could have gone. And the whole thing on the Dallas police evidence and the reproduction of it is just a mess, an absolute mess. So I'm like, yeah, I want to delve into that, and I want to basically present it with Malcolm, but it'll take some time. It'll take a couple of years or so before I finally get into that as such, because I've got too much lined up. But yeah, so end of it with the documentation that Malcolm has compared to Livingston is that Malcolm found like documents about the transfer of the evidence by Evelyn Lincoln into the archives. So there, you know, the story about that they used the hand grip of the pistol to whack off the grip of the coffin as such, because they couldn't turn with the coffin when they went into the plane as such. They couldn't make that turn, so they whacked off the handle, and it is part of the collection in Nara, because Evelyn Lincoln stated on the inventory list that that handle of that coffin is part of that collection as such. So, and of course, photographs and reports of photographs burning, holes in them because of the projector slides as such, making copies, this, that, and the other. There's a lot there, but you know, trying to get access to it, that would be the ultimate. But the documentation is good to put it together in a timeline manner, and then find out what's actually going on with all that material. I'm not after the whole fakery thing, although the part of the what's that Secret Service agent called? His set of photographs, the ones that we know, basically, the ones that everybody sees, black and white ones. There's a massive story behind all that. I've read a few interviews and articles as such, so just glancing for now. So I'm still toying with it, but I said I can't do it because I've got to do these papers first and these movies. I just want to put that whole Prayer Man thing to a point where it's like, I only need the picture. I only need the film. That's it. Everything else has been taken care of as such.
Bart,
I got to come to the States because I want to do some interviews. So.
Bart, are you talking about Secret Service agent Fox? Is that you talking
that's
about?
it. Him, James K. Fox. Yes, you're correct.
Paul Swickert asked a question. What was the title of the book that you read? I think you showed it. I believe it had a blue cover a while ago. His question is, what was the title of the best book you ever read?
It's Sylvia Ma. You know, that to me, if you ever, anyone who wants to know about Kennedy, the assassination and the inconsistencies and the terrible police work being done as such, Sylvia Ma. And I've got a document from John Callan, which I will publish soon as well, which I have inside my interrogations paper. And Sylvia Ma wrote a first critique within 2 months after the release of the Warren Report. She already wrote a 30-page document, and she was so on the money about the interrogations that I was like, my God, 2 months after the Warren Report, and she already has she can retort in detail about what went wrong during those interrogations and such. Absolutely beautiful document. I've got about 4 pages of that I put in my paper. Yeah, that's just absolutely amazing. Yeah, Ma, she was just what? A housewife, and she did amazing things. And Sylvia Martin, Shirley Martin, same thing, amazing. She was only in it for a couple of years, 4 or 5 years, if that, and she was gone. She was out of it, you know. But my God, the research she did. The Agila Clemens interview as well. I posted that on Facebook. That's a good interview. Agila Clemens is shit scared when she talks to Shirley Martin. And Shirley Martin was just a lady from Oklahoma that says, come on, kids, get in the car. Yeah, we're going down to Dallas. She had, what, 4 or 5 kids? Yeah, drives down to Dallas and just knocks on Helen Markham's door and Gila Clemens' door and just starts to talk and just find out because she just wants to know what's going on. That's amazing stuff.
Bart, yeah. I think the book that he was asking about, the blue book that you held up was Rusty Lippman.
Sorry, my bad. That's JFK First Day Evidence, right? And it's by Gary Savage. And it's about a policeman called Rusty Livingston. And this isn't a good copy because the pages are all loose in it. However, there's the fingerprint set. This is stolen. There's no other fingerprint set of this. These are inkless fingerprints as well. There's only one inkless fingerprint set at UNT. It's really simple to write. So, in a nutshell, the fingerprints. It's very hard to determine when and where they took the fingerprints, but roughly on Friday evening, and they may have done it after midnight as well, after the press conference when he went upstairs to the 3rd floor and had his picture taken and so forth. But there's a dog and pony show by Captain Max Doherty and all the other guys, the 3 or 4 guys from that unit, and they walk around and they have fingerprint cards. And they hold them in front of the press, and they're being shot from every angle. And at some point, I found a bit of movie clip. And what it was that he had 2 cards. And what he did, almost like a magic trick. So he had 2 cards, but he only knew that because he went like this, and he showed the one to one group of photographers, and then he showed the other one. So I was like, got it, because I was like, oh God, I'll never get to see that. And then I found a newspaper clipping of a picture. And it was that angle. I was like, that's priceless. That's beautiful. So then I started looking at the cards. Now, the cards have 2 rows, 5 units wide, all like in little squares. Now, how to identify? It's really simple. Where or what position did they put the fingerprints on? So where are they? Are they exactly in the square? Are they going over the lines and so forth? And in that case, it does. So you manage to see the ones that are at UNT. Then I get to see the ones that are basically shown in the hallway. And they match nothing but what the Secret Service or the FBI have as such. Doesn't matter. Doesn't match at all. So the 2 they're showing in the corridor, they are nowhere to be found. Anyway, it's just because I know I've got the footage and I've got the pictures by Jim, not William Thingy, but I always forget his name, the photographer from Black Star, Jim Murray. Okay, so Jim Murray photographs in the corridor, and by being able to enlarge, I could see that one, I think the index finger went way over the line on the top. So it was a brilliant point of recognition. And then I managed to basically put them all together. It just doesn't fit at all. None of it. Absolutely does not fit. that set in there is an inkless fingerprint set. And if you go to UNT, you see one other inkless fingerprint set, and they don't match at all. And then on top of that, they've got the fingerprints of Oswald when he's dead, because they have a card where it shows you have the front, but you also have the side bits, and they've been done separately, because when you're dead and rigor mortis is kicked in, you can't make the rolling motion that people do with fingerprints when they ink your finger, and you make that rolling motion as such. That's why they just make the finger black with the corpse and just go right, center, left. So you get much wider fingerprint as such. Other than that, you know, I mean, this story about them visiting the morgue and taking these fingerprints, and that is probably one of the sets as such. But it's an enigma. It's a cool story. When you read it, you'll be like, am I anything the wiser? So, yeah, that's what's happening. So this is an interesting book as well, because they claim that back then you needed 9 points of recognition with a fingerprint. But in that book, they basically said, like, well, you had 3 points of recognition, so that ought to be enough. No, it doesn't. It wouldn't work in court, so I've been told, because you don't have those points of recognition. So, yeah, it's just a total mess. Then I got reading into John Carl Day, about the palm print and all that bollocks. And he didn't want to swear on oath that he took the fingerprints as such. That is an accompanying piece, because in conjunction with the way this whole thing has been done. And then when the documents came out, the FBI claimed they didn't even have his fingerprints on file. So that was a document that was released in 2017. So that's all going to be part of the article. So it's going to be quite interesting. All right, enough from me. Enough.
Bart, there's one. We'll call this the last question for you.
Okay.
This is coming in from Ashley Wood.
Okay.
She's asking, what is the current? There's a couple of questions here, so I'll just read it all at once.
That's cool.
What is the current status of the Darnell Wegman films? Based on your knowledge as a photographer and JFK, do you think that a 4K scan would definitely reveal whether Prayer Man is Lee Harvey Oswald or someone else as yet unidentified, in terms of what the quality of the original film can hold?
Okay, I'll tell you where I'm at. I've got a lead. I had a really good lead for a Wiegmann copy. I found it on a VHS tape in Ian Griggs's collection. And I contacted the company. I'm not telling you who. I contacted them and I said, are you doing this on DVD now? And he went, yeah. And I said, right. I said, well, DVD isn't much progress pixel-wise compared to VHS. He says, but we've got the reel. And I go, what? I was, what? And he went, yeah, I've got the reel. I said, what's the reel? He said, it's a newsreel. Now, Darnell hasn't been copied that much, but Wiegmann was copied left, right, and center. Richard E. Sprague dug into that. And on my website, there's a really good document between Sprague and Richard Barnaby of Kingston College. And they discuss. And Barnaby drew Prayer Man really nicely. And then I read how he obtained Wiegmann. He bought it from not from NBC, but from a company that bought the Wiegmann film. And those are like newsreel copies. Now, the problem with these copies is that they're fast copies, so they suffer. And especially when you want to look in something like a shadow like that with the Prayer Man situation, that's really difficult. On top of that, so I said to the guy, can you make me a digital copy? Can you scan it in for me? He says like, yeah. I said, how big? And he goes, I can do it in 5K. I was like, oh, that will do nicely. So he basically sent it to me. But the problem is this, is that because due to the developing process, it doesn't look as good as I've got a copy of on 5x4. So Sprague gets his film. Then he goes to a photographer and he says to the photographer, make me large resolution 5x4 inch negatives. of 3 frames. So Spray got a copy, which he thought was 5th generation, because before it goes out the door, it's already 3rd generation. And he had 5x4s made, 3 shots. I found them at the archives, or actually a friend of mine, Terry Wayne Martin, found them for me. And Sprague had gotten that film and he cut 3 frames. And with those 3 frames, he was going to that photographer and asking to reproduce this such. The quality of the 5x4 inch negative, even for me in large status, is better than the 5K Vietman that I've got. The audience shots around the road, like around Maine, are beautiful. Really, really good detail. Razor sharp. But then when you come to the bit, and then on top of that, both Darnell and Vietman went with their camera like that. Now, this wasn't a calculated move. It was a move due to movement that happened as such. Yeah. So it was involuntary. And so by that happening, 98% is blurred, motion blur, everything. So this is what needs to happen. Now I've got leads, and I've got a lead for the Darnell film. I've got a really good lead for the Darnell film, but I'm not going to do that until I go over to the States, because I gotta have it right there and then. Artificial intelligence needs to come into play. From what I know now, with the images on the Vietman film, there's only one picture, one frame in that film, which could be named as the money shot, where advanced techniques, computer techniques, should be utilized and performed. And you then have to talk like, say, I don't know, something like iTech, or, you know, maybe a bunch of Russian guys or whatever who are good at artificial intelligence and who know how to de-blur and this, that, and the other, because the knowledge and the technology is there. Okay, you can do this. You can take the blur out, but the problem is the situation it is in. So for that, probably for de-blurring, I would go with Darnell first, and look at the imagery. You know, the problem with Darnell is that even if you go like, say, 2K or 4, it's at the Texas Schoolbook Depository in 2K format. So if you look at that, then something that's been as big as, well, the best version is the version they use in the documentary that came with the original Stone film. God, what's that called? It was in the VHS box, and it came with it, and they have Baker run up to the TSBD, and that's the first time I saw the Darnell film as such. So the resolution is like maybe something like 500 by 350, and so that was the best resolution available.
I think that was what you're talking about, the extra videotape that came with the Oliver Stone film back in '91.
Yeah, Conspiracy something.
Beyond Conspiracy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And then after 22 or 25 minutes, there's that clip when it's like it started a new chapter, and that's the first time in '94 I saw the Darnell for the first time, and I think that film is best to get the icing on the cake and walk away and be done with it. So yeah, at some point I will. But what I'm going to do, and I'll tell you a plan, is that I'm going to approach a company and put the whole thing forward once I've got my papers done, and see if I can get something together for the 60th anniversary in 18 months' time, and put it all forward as such, and yeah, hopefully be done with it. As if.
Wishful thinking on that part, Bart.
yeah, mate, it's branded in my forehead, and that's it. Yeah, that's the book, Accessories After the Fact. Yeah, what a wicked book that is. So yeah, that will be the bit, and also there's some of the women of the TSBD I want to talk to regarding that, and I think it would make my TSBD paper better. I've spoken to Darnell's daughter. who's helped me. And I spoke to Judy McCulley's daughter, who was basically egged on by the FBI to change her statement from the 4th floor to the front stairs. And there's absolutely nothing to support that she was on the 4th stairs as such. And yeah, so with regarding Darnell, give it a year or so. Yeah, I'll probably have some result of some sort. And Wiegman now I found out as well, because you're going to laugh your ass off, because so WBIP became KXAS and is now NBC5. And KXAS had a program with Darnell, and there's on my website as well as an article. And it goes, Darnell is being interviewed, and they show the footage of, they think Darnell, but they're mistaken. They're showing the Wiegman film, and Darnell doesn't even know what he's looking at, because he never really saw the film afterwards. So he's looking at that and he goes, yeah, that's me. I'm running down the road, this, that, and the other. Now he did that, but he did it on the grassy patch on the left of Elm Street, not on the pavement. Wiegman ran on the pavement. Darnell went over the grass, got out the car because he's sitting in the left on the back, got out the car, filmed the policeman that was standing right there on the left on the grass when he just walked past there. And then he's seen in the Life magazine photos that the buses, the press buses, they all pass forward in front of him as such. And that's when him and Roger Craig team up and basically walk up the steps and go to the back where the shots were fired. And where basically everybody's milling around after going up those steps as such. So yeah, it's interesting. It's gonna be a good article. It's gonna be fun. Lots of new info. So yeah, you'll see in a few months for yourself. So.
All right, well,
yes, I'm talking about, yes, Mark Young. I'm talking about Darnell, the local NBC cameraman. You should go to prayer-man.com, prayer-man.com. And there's a section called camera, and there's a Jimmy Darnell page in there. And it's got a really cool document in there, written by Darnell himself, very exclusive. It was given to me by Ruth, his daughter. And he writes about his experience from that day, handwritten notes as such. Yes, he filmed, and they confiscated the film, apparently, when he was filming AF1. Yeah, that's correct. So he said, you shouldn't be doing that, get out, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, Cecil Staunton was leaning out the cockpit and taking pictures of them going up the stairs. So, but yeah, that's exactly it. It happened over there. Yeah.
All right. Well, Bart, always informative, and love the humor mixed in there as well too. So I'm gonna go ahead and end Bart's section, and then I got a phone call a while ago from Larry Rivera. He wants to give a 10-minute update. So I'm gonna let Larry come on and do a 10-minute update, and then Casey has something he wants to share with us. And I appreciate everybody still sticking with us. Those
David,
who are still in the audience.
David, this is Gary.
Gary.
Can I have 5 seconds? Right.
Yeah. I tell you what. Go ahead, Gary.
I want to get this picture. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the subject of the new book that is out, called Coup in Dallas by Al Borelli. And this is Jean-Pierre Lafitte. There are not many pictures of him around, and I want to get this out so you can see what he looks like, and maybe you'll find him somewhere. Okay?
Thank you, Gary.
Here's the book. Look for it. If you've not ordered it, order it. There's new names.
Can you spell Lafitte?
Beg pardon?
Can you spell Lafitte, please?
Lafitte.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Coup in Dallas book that comes out on the 16th, isn't that right? Gary?
Yeah, I got notice today that it's shipping definitely the 16th. I got mine from the publisher day before yesterday.
Okay.
Thank you.
And when you, I know some of you are going to look up Jean-Pierre Lafitte. You're going to come across wrestlers. You're going to come across the pirate, okay? But very seldom will you come across Jean-Pierre Lafitte, even if you put other material with it. But I have a feeling once this book comes out, there'll be more access to more information. So thanks, Gary, for that information.
All right.
Okay, Larry, are you ready?
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to give an update on what we did last week. We got some really good feedback. One was from an architect in the UK who praised the model and the composition that we had going, and that you can read them over there on the on David's YouTube channel. And so it was very fulfilling to see that that type of reaction. Now, what I wanted to show you here is, first of all, I want to go to this. And this is the Cuban who was standing next to Umbrella Man that day. As you can see, he's wearing the beret. He's got these glasses. My personal, I don't know what, is this showing there? Yeah. Hello? David.
Yeah, it is showing.
Okay, all right.
Larry.
Oh, okay, David stepped out. Yeah, so anyway, this came out in Dateline Dallas quite a long time ago, and it traced the movements of the guy standing next to Umbrella Man. Just a second. And they traced his movements from Elm Street, okay, and they found out, and they went and looked at pictures at Love Field, and there he was. And then after the assassination at Parkland, and there he is, okay. So he was ubiquitous, you know, as, you know, in that regard. And so we decided to go ahead and, oops, I've stopped the share. Let me start again and put them in Blender, okay? And I've already gone through this and installed him. Other items that were installed into the composition. And as you know, the Dealey Plaza is a virtual mirror image of one side and the other. And when we did actual mirrors of the sidewalk and the grassy knoll and the trees, they dropped in perfectly. So it tells us that the Cutler map is definitely accurate, very accurate. And as we can see here, we dropped in the sidewalk, the trees on the south side. I'm sure Brooks is going to be happy with this. The hill here, the knoll, as you can see, is already in place. And these two little monuments here, okay? Then we already had this one on the north side, and now on the south side, we install this. And as we were saying, all of the lampposts, which are very, very important. If we go here to our object guide here, we've already got 14 lampposts in this composition. All right, so just to, I wanted to stop here and just give you what it looks like. And first of all, I want to bring this one to your attention, because this is an image of, oops, not that one. Here we go. This is an image of Umbrella Man in the street there. but he doesn't seem to have any feet. Okay, and I believe this might be from the Muchmore or something. I'm not sure, but if you look at the bottom, neither the umbrella man nor dark complected man have any feet, but that's, like Brooke says, a topic for another time and another day. Now on the blender side, let me get this going one last time here. Okay, when we go and we install the camera, okay, and here they are. And I'll do a quick rendering of this one like we did the other day. And just need to fine tune a couple of items there, like his glasses and whatever. He was wearing a jacket, you know, dark trousers. And the man next to him, I know Jack White had done a lot of research and he had identified Umbrella Man as Gordon Ovell. I think that the Cuban guy was actually Orlando Bosch. Okay. Other people have different ideas and different opinions. But this is the scene there that we come up with, all right? He's standing next to the Stemmons Freeway sign. He actually moves. If you study the Willis, you study the Z, okay? He moves from in front, behind, and in front. So he definitely had some kind of purpose there. And here's your Cuban guy, you know, with his fist in the air. As we know, he was pumping his fist and the Umbrella Man was pumping his umbrella. Obviously signs or signals to, you know, the team that more shots were needed. Okay, so that's what I wanted to chime in with there today. Okay.
Well, thank you, Larry. I appreciate the update on that, and keep up the good work on it, and keep adding things, and you know, keep making it better.
I think this Umbrella Man, I mean, the Cuban guy, you know, if that's the case, that he was stalking JFK from Love Field all the way through, I mean, that opens up a whole can of worms right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, we're going to end that little quick segment with Larry, and I'm going to move over to Casey Quinlan. He talked when we first started the program today, the conference, that he had something he wanted to talk about later on. And well, guess what? It's that time. So Casey, go ahead and take it.
All right. And do you have me at the last one here?
Yeah. I mean, after you, you know, we'll open up to open discussions in case anybody wants to share and discuss anything. You know, everybody's more than welcome to stay. You know, I said when we first started this, it was going to go from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or when the discussion ends. Well, the discussion hasn't ended yet, so we're going to keep rolling.
Well, let me know. I'm going to keep looking at my clock here, and I'm going to try to finish up by 5:30. Because
okay.
I don't want to talk that long, but I do have some information and material, especially as a researcher who puts together PowerPoint programs, and I've got probably 90 PowerPoint programs with about 650 slides in each. And those are the ones that are not complete, all right, that I haven't gone through them. But I want to open up with an address. I call it the Dealey Plaza address. And I originally put this out on November 22nd, 2008 in Dealey Plaza. And so I've upgraded it a little bit, but the Dealey Plaza address is really Lincoln's Gettysburg address, and I rewrote it for Dealey Plaza and the researchers and the people who were down there. It says, 218 years ago, our government brought forth from this plaza the Warren Report, conceived in deception and dedicated to the proposition of creating a historical myth. We are now engaged in great civil debate, testing whether that report or any report so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are meeting in this historic place to continue this debate. We have come to dedicate this portion of Dealey Plaza as a final resting place for those who have given their lives in seeking the truth. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this so that this nation might live. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, We cannot hallow this ground. President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the eyewitnesses, and the dedicated researchers who came here seeking the truth have consecrated this area far above our power to add or detract. The world should take note and long remember what we say here. We should never forget what happened here. It is for us, the living, to dedicate ourselves to this unfinished task, which sought to uncover and have so nobly presented. It is up to us to be here and continue this undertaking, which remains before us. That from the murder of President Kennedy, the eyewitnesses, and the historical implication of this crime, we pledge to dispel that myth, the Texas School Book Depository building, and reveal the truth, the North and South grassy knolls. We resolve that President John F. Kennedy shall have not died in vain. This nation under God shall have a new birth of wisdom. And this government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not relinquish its responsibility in the establishment of truth and justice. So in 2008, wrote that, and I upgraded it. And I'm sure most of you know that a score is 20 years. So 20 years and 18, or 20, 2 score and 18 years is 58 years. So that's where we stand today. What I want to share with you here is a couple of the programs that I've started that I haven't finished, but let me show you what they are. All right, let me get out of here first and get into my program. Like David told me, I should put it up here first. Okay, I'm gonna show you a little bit of information that I have put together on.
Make sure you hit screen share and
I will.
Which screen you got? Okay.
I'm waiting for it to pull up. That's
okay.
The only thing. I'm going to share a little bit of the information that I put together about Beverly Brunson, and I hope I've done Larry Rivera some good in this, but got to get it up here first. Yeah, here it comes right now. I know Larry, several years ago, Larry told me, he asked me if I knew who Beverly Brunson was. I said, I have no idea. He goes, well,
she's Queen Hecate.
Queen Hecate. And he says, well, basically you should know because she's from
your neighborhood.
She's from Kansas. And I go, God, Larry, I said, how small do you think Kansas is? I mean, we got Dorothy and Toto. All right, David, I need to, I've got this up now. I need to hit screen share.
Yeah, hit screen share and then pick the window that your PowerPoint's open on.
Okay, let me see if I get it here.
We won't hold that against him, folks. His computer's a little on the slow side.
It is. Now let's see what's happening here. Am I getting anything at all?
Yeah, you're up on the screen now.
All right, let me see if I can move this over. So all I need to do is just click on that slide, right?
Yeah, you've got it on the screen now.
Yeah, but I don't have it full thing, so I just need to click on this right here.
Yeah, go up there where it says slideshow.
There we go.
And then click on from beginning.
There we go. Okay. Am I on for everybody, hopefully? Yeah. Years ago, I started putting this together. I never finished it, but at the same time, I'm always adding to it. The Book of Brunson, with the focus on imagery analysis and the research of Larry Rivera. I was so moved by what Larry was doing, probably 4 or 5 years ago, that this is what I started doing. And with me, I'll go in and work probably about 2 hours, and I'll probably put about 80 slides together. And a lot of people will sit back and say, God, how do you do that in 2 hours? Well, my first couple of slides took me 3 days. So anyway, I tried to figure out who the people were in this particular, this picture. And I think I've got them all named out. But Doris Mumford happens to be a person that had to do further research on it. This is Doris Mumford here, and that is according to, Doris is now deceased, but according to her daughter, she said, this is my mom. Okay, and today we would like to honor the women, our first generation JFK assassination critics, researchers, investigators, and authors. Women were very well presented in this field and made incredible contributions that helped advance the case in its early stages, when very little information was available and at a time when the FBI, CIA, and the Warren Commission controlled all public access. First generation JFK assassination critics, researchers, investigators, and authors: Sylvia Marr, Shirley Martin, Lillian Castellano, Maggie Field, Mae Brussel, Mary Farrell, and Dorothy Kilgallen. Those are all names synonymous with researchers that have come across these individual people who have done research. A new name should be added to these distinguished women, and we're going to add Beverly Brunson to this. The late, great Beverly Brunson, her meticulous research, investigative study, and clarification of the evidence in the murder of President John F. Kennedy. She did about 2 years of research. And we know the story a little bit that Larry was telling, that she got run off the road and just scared to death, and she stopped her research. She lost a lot of the information, but again, we are going to go down to southeast Kansas and pursue where she is and try to talk to some people down there. So it is just starting to be recognized. Her information is just starting to be recognized. Beverly went to Joplin High School, class in 1946, and she was a salutatorian. Beverly went to and graduated in 1946, 11 miles from her hometown of Baxter Springs, Kansas. There's Baxter Springs, Riverton, and then there's Joplin. This is the Baxter Springs Heritage Center, the museum, and it houses a lot of Beverly's material, and also her father. Her father was mayor down there, I believe. We call Beverly, and like a lot of us, we started off as citizen and investigators and armchair detectives. First generation researcher, she purchased 26 volumes of the Warren Commission hearings and documents between 1966 and 1966 and 1968. She carefully and precisely studied these volumes. A look inside the Weisberg papers will disclose 2 years of correspondence from first generation researcher Beverly Brunson. Beverly is one of the few who did purchase all of these documents. Hood College, founded in 1893 in Frederick, Maryland. Hood College is a co-educational independent liberal arts college. It is the home of Harold Weisberg, of the Harold Weisberg papers and correspondence regarding the assassination of President Kennedy. In 1967, 1968, after months of investigation and careful evaluation of the pertinent testimony and FBI interviews, Brunson determined that one of the motorcycle jockeys who was part of the immediate escort of President Kennedy, ran his bike up the grassy knoll, chasing what was presumably one of the shooters. The Warren Commission report went as far as trying to dispel this ugly speculation about the knoll rider or the motorcycle jockey with an outright blatant lie. The Warren Commission basically said, and the Warren report said it, there are no witnesses who have ever stated this, and there is no evidence to support this claim. For some unknown reason, and even though it was duly and correctly reported in the newspapers that weekend, Brunson discovered that the actions of this motorcycle escort were ignored and never pursued by researchers and investigators. Beverly Brunson's knoll rider. Now, since we don't have any photographs of this particular knoll rider, this jockey, motorcycle jockey, I've tried to put some aspect to this, and I'm using Larry Rivera's Blender program to put this in place. Larry uses human geographical positioning. So the knoll rider is Officer Jackson, and this is where Jackson is located. And we believe that he followed this route, running his motorcycle over 2 curves and dumping his motorcycle somewhere in this area, and then ran past Zapruder and back behind the fence on the grassy knoll. Now, what we see here is a frame from the couch film, a slide from the Bell film, an enhanced view. You can see the tire tracks from the Dallas police motorcycle that jumped 2 curves and drove up the north grassy knoll. Motorcycle was dropped just to the left of Abraham Zapruder. Here's a little more enhanced version. And Officer Hargis also got off his motorcycle, left it standing in the street, and he ran up the grassy knoll himself. Now, trying to figure out where they actually ran is still in progress, because some of these Dallas police officers gave depositions, but a lot of them didn't give any depositions at all until the spokesperson for them was Officer Marion Baker. And Baker is kind of so-so trying to figure out exactly what he actually said was true, because he's got 4 versions of where he thinks he saw Oswald in the Texas School Book Depository building, and the first 3 don't have Oswald on the 2nd floor at all. So we're trying to figure out exactly, is he telling the truth or is he not telling the truth? So he becomes the spokesperson for these Dallas police officers. And we believe that not only was Hargis, but Jackson were running up the grassy knoll moments after the shots were fired, and they were chasing the possibility of a gunman on the grassy knoll behind the picket fence. Tire marks from the officer Doug Jackson's motorcycle. Officer Hargis runs down from the north grassy knoll, stands by the light pole, and inspects the debris on himself. Now, I'm sure some of you have read the idea that one of the reasons Hargis stopped, and he was on Jackie Kennedy's side, is because he was hit. His motorcycle windshield and himself, his helmet and his body was hit with debris coming from the president's head, which would definitely indicate a shot from the right front. Okay. And he is going to run down from the grassy knoll and stand on right next to one of the light poles. And as we've been told that the poles are on the sidewalk, and now they're back in the grass. So the geographical locations of some of these positions in Dealey Plaza, these elements in Dealey Plaza, which are geographically locate for researchers what has gone on. Just remember, the poles are back in the grass now. Well, that's where they were on November 22nd. And again, I point out that this is Doris Mumford. The police escort, this is Zapruder frame 185. We can see Martin's on this side. Hargis is right here, well, is right next. I mean, he's behind the president. He's on Jackie Kennedy's side. We have police officer Cheney. Okay, and I'm sure Larry will probably do this, and he has done this and showed you that the motorcycle police officer Cheney was actually right next to the president's and could look right inside the car itself. As for Jackson, you can see that Jackson is somewhere right around here. Now, I have seen other photographs of this, which are fake photographs, and people have replaced individuals in this, and they had Jackson in another area. This is a Dealey Plaza picture from the Gary Shaw collection, October of 1997, and it gives you kind of an idea of what the grassy knoll looks like. And the light poles are still in there in 1997, okay? But it also gives you an understanding here, and I have to tell you, it was taken, this picture that we use was 1997, but I believe this was 1967 when this photo was actually taken. And you can see that the light poles are still in. And this is one of the photographs that really, when Brian and I put together the book on Ed Hoffman, Ed said that there was no trees out here, and you could actually see behind the picket fence on the grassy knoll. He had a bird's eye view of seeing what was behind here. Okay, and he also said that this sign, okay, was exactly where it is right there. And this is 67, so that sign hasn't moved. However, if you were to go down to the day, that sign is up this high. That's the top of the sign. And Gerald Posner said, my God, there's no way that Ed Hoffman could have seen anything from where he was standing up here on Stemmons Freeway, because this sign is in the way. It is not in the way. It is about the same height as the railroad tracks. And as you can see, the railroad overpass right here, you can see where the concrete fencing is. And the only thing that was in the way was a 14-foot tree. And we thought it was a bush at the time, but it's a 14-foot tree. Okay. And I know this is the parking lot. This is the parking lot behind the picket fence on the grassy knoll. And it's also, you can see the concrete pergola here. And this is taken from a 14-foot view inside the railroad tower, which Lee Bowers was in. Now, looking out there, Lee Bowers, you can see the road. You can see the light lamppost here. Lee said he saw a Dallas police officer ride up the grassy knoll and drop his motorcycle. And so by showing you these pictures, it gives you an idea that these eyewitnesses are actually seeing and telling you what they actually saw that day. This is the railroad tower. And this is about 14 foot up here. This is Lee Bauer from his view. He could see President's limo on Elm Street. He could also see a Dallas police officer ride his motorcycle up the North Grassy Knoll. Using Larry Rivera's Blender program, I took this and made a frame out of it. And Is this what Lee Bowers saw? JFK in the limo right here. Abraham Zapruder filming here. And Dallas police officer Jackson riding his motorcycle up the grassy knoll? I think it is. This is where Jackson dumped his motorcycle. This is where he got out, pulled his gun out, and started running up the grassy knoll. Hargis is already running up the knoll because he left his motorcycle in the street. Now, both of these guys were running toward the picket fence on the grassy knoll. What were they running to? Did they hear and see gunshots being fired from up there? We believe so. The Warren Commission report went as far as trying to dispel the ugly speculation. Again, there are no witnesses who have ever stated this, and there is no evidence to support this claim. Now, you got to understand, this is 1966 and 1968. Those 2 to 3 years is when Beverly Brunson got a hold of this, and she doesn't have access to the Zapruder film other than what the Warren Commission put out in individual slides. And for those of you who don't know this, a number of those slides were reversed to make it look like the president's head is going forward. And when they reverse those slides, it looks like the president is moving forward, which would indicate a shot from behind. Well, when you study that film and you realize that there's a number of shots being shot at the president at a sequential set of times. This picture here is from Larry Rivera, and kind of gives you an idea of where Cheney was when the president was first being shot at. And he could look right in where President Kennedy was, and he gave testimony. I think I have it here. Of course, in 1966 and 1968, after months of investigation and careful evaluation of pertinent testimony, this is what Beverly said she saw. And this is Dallas motorcycle officer Doug Jackson. No credible evidence. 6th floor museum, historic interview, living history with Bob Jackson, a Dallas Times Herald photographer. It was on YouTube on May 21st, 2013. Stephen Fagan, associate curator of the 6th floor museum, interviewed Bob Jackson. And this is what Bob Jackson said. Now I'm going to show you this. Jackson is going to indicate, or yeah, this is great. I got Jackson and Jackson. Okay. Our journalist, photographer, Jackson, basically says he saw Dallas police officer jump 2 curbs. He come up here and dropped his motorcycle and ran behind Zapruder toward the grassy knoll back here. And then he'll come back. It's just almost as quick as he possibly could get there, get back on the motorcycle and ride off toward Parkland Hospital. Now, we have to speculate, what did he see back there? Well, we have to put other eyewitnesses in there, and I don't have this down, but we do have eyewitnesses that basically said that there were shooters up in this particular area. And not only one shooter, but at least 2, and the possibility of 3. Now, when you go to the testimony of B.J. Martin, Martin said that he thought there was about 6 people shooting from the picket fence on the grassy knoll. So I get a little ticked off sometimes, but I have to laugh when I hear it in movies where people will say, well, I guess that's the second shooter on the grassy knoll. And I laugh and I go, holy crap, you people need to study this, because there's probably more than one shooter on the grassy knoll, at least on this grassy knoll, okay? Now you can see the tire marks that Officer Jackson, when he drove up the grassy knoll, and you can see those tire marks there. So I'm assuming that he jumped this curb here and ran up this way and dropped his motorcycle somewhere in here, maybe even ran down in here, and then ran up past where Zapruder was standing and run back toward the picket fence on the grassy knoll. What did he see? Well, Jean Hill basically said she ran up the grassy knoll. And as she ran behind the picket fence, she saw two Dallas police officers. One of them was bending over on his knee, breaking down a rifle. Okay. Is that what these two police officers saw when they went back there, especially Doug Jackson? And did he think that everything was in control? Don't know. This is Jackson right here, photographer, and he's looking up the grassy knoll. And I had seen this picture, I don't know, maybe about 100 or 1,000 times, but I didn't see the picture from this point of view because this was cropped out. And David Knight got a hold of me and he says, have you seen this picture? And I go, yeah, except for I don't remember this part was cropped out. Okay. And I said, what is that? So when David saw that, he says, you know what? He says, that could be a gunman. So there's a whole story behind that. And most of you have seen his program, which is phenomenal. So is that a gunman? I don't know, but there's somebody up there. And it's a movable object. I would jokingly say it's probably Robert Grodin's Black Dog Man, but at the same time, the dog man moves, and so does this. So I would say it's a human being. This is Bob Jackson, Dallas Times Herald photographer. And this right here is and I can't even think of his name, but I probably have some material on him. But this is a White House cinematographer. And after about 12 to 13 years, he did an interview. He's former United States Navy, and he says, you know, nobody ever asked me what I saw. Okay, sir, what did you see? I saw at least two gunmen on the North Grassy Knoll shooting at the president. Okay, wow. How many other people can we have with people shooting on the North Grassy Knoll? This is what Bob Jackson said. As my car turned at the intersection of Houston and Elm, I surveyed the scene. Just for a moment there, I could see the confusion and bedlam, people covering up their kids, probably the Newmans. A motorcycle cop rode his motorcycle up the grassy knoll and just let it keep running. He jumped off the motorcycle until it fell over. Is this what he saw? Because apparently we don't have any photographs of this. And I personally believe that just at the aftermath of the murder of JFK, maybe 50 people came down into Dealey Plaza and started looking at the people who were down there and confiscated their films. However, when I say confiscate, it's almost like you arrested the people and arrested their films. No, these people in Dallas readily gave their films to these particular individuals. And this is an approximation, but I believe that half of those people never got their films back. And if they did, there was tremendous amounts of splices in these films. And as for more, praising Beverly Brunson, I think she found some things. She presented it and gave it to Harold Weisberg. But at the same time, I'm not really sure if Weisberg really got into what she was really trying to say. And Beverly had a lot of different things that she was talking about. And I would tell you right now that if you do want to read more about Beverly, and I think Larry Rivera put up the 50 to 70 different pages in his book relating to Queen Hecata, and what a unique lady she was. And there's Gary, and there's Doug Jackson, part of Oliver Stone's film. And this is where the Black Dog Men would have been. And I know there's a tremendous amount of people and researchers that say, well, this didn't happen and this didn't happen here either. I think both of them happened. But, you know, trying to get proof and 100% proof, that's real tough to do. Brian Edwards took this photograph of the picket fence on the grassy knoll from the railroad tower, again, which is about 12 to 14 feet up in the air. Now, I want to point this out to you. I'm going to go forward a little bit because, okay, when I first started reading about a woman by the name of, let me see if I can, Julianne Mercer, this is what I understood. I understood that, to begin with, that she was in this white Valiant, I believe, and she couldn't pull forward because there was a green Ford pickup truck straddling the pavement here and the curb. And this was about 11 o'clock in the morning on November 22nd. Well, I read that over and over again, and I'm going, I don't quite understand this. And so I got documents out to read this. I said, she's saying that somebody ran up the grassy knoll here, that there was the assistant driver or the person on the passenger side got out, went to the back and got what looked like a rifle and went up the grassy knoll. Well, the problem is that according to the documents, this thing took place 45 to 50 feet east of the overhead signs. Well, east is in this direction, and the only overhead, there are no overhead signs up here or here, but there are overhead signs here. So 45 to 50 feet east of the overhead signs is moving into the entrance of Stemmons Freeway. Okay. Now, of course, there's a picture of myself where very possibly Ed Hoffman, we believe, was in this position here. But what I wanted to show you is that, you know, this particular picture, look at the grade of this road. Okay. This is Stemmons Freeway, and I believe, is it called George Bush Highway now or something like that? Or Martin Luther King Highway. But the grade of this, okay, it will go down even further and then go under a railroad trellis. All right. And so when Ed was standing here, he said, I didn't see any policemen that were standing over here. And let me back up a little bit here. Let me show you here. This is where the Mercer incident took place. It wasn't on the other side of the grassy knoll. It was behind the grassy knoll on the other side of the railroad fence, right around here. This is where Mercer was. And this is where the pickup is. And what is unique? Several things are unique here. You can see the route that President Kennedy took after he was shot coming up this way. But at 11 o'clock, this is where Mercer was located. This is the pickup truck. And this is a December 1963 Secret Service photo. But not only that, you have Old Charter, the sign that was exactly the same height as it was that day, because it is that day. And it wasn't 10 to 15 to 20 feet up in the air, clear up in this area, so that Ed Hoffman couldn't see. He could see. Let me go over a couple other things here so you can see this. And this is Ed Hoffman, and this is our book that we wrote, and we presented it to Ed on the grassy knoll in 2008. And again, the grade of Stemmons Freeway and the triple underpass is on this side over here, what we call the railroad yard or the railroad bridge. But as you're coming into, in order to get on this freeway, Stemmons Freeway, you had to go under this area. And Ed was up in this corner and he could look down into the presidential car. And he said, the car stopped. I said, excuse me? He said, it stopped right here. He said he could see the president in back, and he was laying face down on the seat or on the floor, and he couldn't. He thought it was probably on the seat, but it'd be kind of hard for the Secret Service agents who were in the car to jump into the back seat, and especially when Jackie was on her knees in the footwell where JFK was sitting at one time. So Ed would be in this position and he could see right into the car, and he said it stopped. He said he saw Secret Service personnel in front on the phone talking to somebody, probably trying to figure out where Parkland Hospital is. If they had taken this route back here toward the Fort Worth exit, they would have got to another hospital quicker than what they were looking for at Parkland. Dick Russell and myself back at that time. And let me see what else we have. And this is Julianne Mercer's statement of where she said she saw. Julianne Mercer basically said that she saw 3 Dallas police officers, not on the railroad bridge, but on the Stemmons Freeway, where eventually Ed Hoffman is going to be. And she said at least one of them had a 3-wheeled motorcycle. And we went back and found out who that was and where they were. And there were 3 police officers up in that area. Marina Oswald Porter and her family, her 2 girls. And this is Mr. Porter with his son right here. And I believe basically for the most part, this is a little later picture, and let me see. Yeah, I don't know what year it is. You come across a lot of pictures, and what I would do, I would crop them out to see if I wanted to use them in any of the programs. Jack White, basically for years, he basically felt that there was somebody up in this particular area, and there is somebody there. Jack White is standing on the back of a car or a pickup truck. There's a railroad man here, and then also Gordon Arnold, and that's based upon that was in Nigel Turner's film, and Jack was one of the individuals that basically believed that there might have been a shooter, and this might have been Badgerman, but he's actually behind the fence. But when you look at this and you look at the information, the new information that's coming out with Larry Rivera and the Blender program, well, I can tell you that there might have been somebody back there on the fence lines back here, but somebody would have to be standing maybe on the top of a car to be able to do something like this. And there is smoke on the knoll. There are the Newmans laying down on the ground. And I believe this might be Couch's film. You see Dallas police officer right here. And I think that might be Hargis getting back on his motorcycle that was set out there before he ran up the knoll, which I'm going to make an assumption, but by this particular time, you already have a Dallas motorcycle police officer throwing his motorcycle down here, and that would be Jackson. Okay, as this car comes out, as the presidential vehicle comes out, you can see the president's car, the flags are waving. You can see an M16. We know that's an M16 by closer photographs. but they have identified this as Cheney. Well, if that's Cheney, according to the Warren Commission, he supposedly drove up to the Dallas police car, which housed Captain Fritz, or not Captain Fritz, but who am I thinking of? You got Secret Service, or not? Yeah, I think 1 or 2 Secret Service personnel in here, but you got the military. The military are inside this vehicle. Said that he came up and rode up next to this car and told him that JFK had been hit. Well, where did he do that? Did he do that back in the plaza? Apparently, he rode past the limo and got up here and told him. Well, when? If this is Cheney, he hasn't even gotten up there yet. And this is a bird's eye view of the picket fence, the billboard, the railroad lights. Okay. And this is where Ed Hoffman was at the time. There's a 14-foot tree. And there's the picket fence and the railroad. And you got cars in what they call the car park area. And again, you have pictures that a lot of you have seen before. And this is the Bell film. This is a pretty good picture of the Bell film frame. Now, I think, let me see if there's a couple other things. Okay, here we go. This is what Julianne Mercer, she said she saw 3 Dallas motorcycle patrol officers standing on Stemmons Freeway, which is I-35 today, over the Elm Street continuation. She also saw a Dallas police officer on the railroad bridge, the triple underpass. God forbid, I'll tell you what, it is the triple underpass. A lot of eyewitnesses will say it's the triple overpass. Okay, well, you know, I can't change eyewitnesses' point of view, but there are cars that will go under a bridge, which really is underpass. It is the triple underpass, and it is a railroad bridge. And again, eyewitnesses say, well, it's a triple overpass. No, it's a triple underpass, but again, I can't change eyewitness point of view. And these these signs here were about approximately 50 feet away from the railroad bridge. According to Julianne Mercer, she saw a Dallas police officer right here. That's where she was stopped because she couldn't get around this pickup truck. She saw 3 Dallas police officers over Elm Street in this area. And as for Ed, he said, I never saw the Dallas police officers over here. Well, he's only about 75 to 80 yards away. Why couldn't he see them? Well, got to go back to the curvature of the bridge. It's going to drop about 5 or 6 degrees as it goes under the railroad trestle right here, which is approximately 12 to 15 feet. So was he in a position to see these people because of the curvature of the road? I don't know. Apparently he didn't. And you people have seen this before, but this is what Senator Daniel Inouye said in the Iran-Contra hearings. He said there exists a shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances and free from the law itself. And good God, I'll tell you what, if any of you watched those hearings with Oliver North, I mean, his lawyer jumped all over him, and I'm sitting there going, good God. Well, Oliver North came out and says which I've used, and I brought it home to my father, and North said the director wanted to go to an off-the-shelf standalone entity that could perform certain things outside of the government and outside of the Constitution itself. When I brought that home to my father and I asked him, who was the United States Marines, he asked me, he says, well, what do you think Oliver North is saying? And I said, well, Dad, you were a Marine. What do you think he's talking about? Is he talking about somebody shooting, assassination? I said, yeah, that's what he's talking about. So with that, I just wanted to show you a segment of what I have put together. And at the same time, it's one of those things that eventually I'll finish. And I've got 428 slides of this, but they're all not in order. But I wanted to show that segment to you to at least let you know that Beverly Brunson was correct. And she corrected the Warren report, and the Warren report was incorrect. The Warren Commission documents and the hearings are correct. So in that particular aspect, I'm going to get off my high horse here because I know we've been going for some period of time, and I know some people have to break for dinner and things like this. But I did want to show you that Larry's book, and let me hold up this book. I guarantee you guys, if you haven't gotten this book, and you need to read it, okay, the JFK Horseman, and it is about the motorcycle jockeys. But it's more than that. He is going to go into so much of the Blender program and show you different aspects of what is going on and the modern technology. And I can't say enough and put enough praise on Larry Rivera. So I know he's one of us, and he's doing a very good job. And just what he did today to upgrade what he did from last week is pretty phenomenal. So that's the book. And with that, I'll be around for questions and answers, but basically what I do is I put a lot of these programs together for presentations, and my presentations are pretty heavily documented with individuals, and I give them credit all the way down the line. So with that, David, I'm done.
All right, Casey, I appreciate that. That pretty well closes the speakers that we had for today's conference. So now is the time where we get a chance to do the what some might call the Dealey Plaza water cooler talk, or what we would do if we were meeting in person. We'd go to a bar, have a drink, and sit down and talk. And this is kind of our virtual side of that. So anybody that wants to ask questions of somebody that's in the room, or if you have a question that maybe one of us can answer, or if there's any of the speakers that are still left in here that you have a question that didn't get asked earlier, then that would be the time to ask that question. So I'm going to open up the floor, and anybody that wants to start talking, just introduce yourself and fire away.
David, quick question.
Sure, Bruce. For
you or anybody, what is kind of the latest or best understanding of, had the motorcade stayed straight on Main Street, was there some way for them to get onto Stemmons without having to zigzag over to Elm?
I've driven that road many times myself, and I know unless they were going to jump the median or go down and try to, quote unquote, flip a bitch and go back the opposite way. No, the only way to get on the freeway that I know of at that time, and of course I wasn't live in '63, but what I see on the overhead aerials and stuff, I think going down Elm Street's the only way to have gotten him up on Stemmons to get there. And that's not to say they couldn't have went down Main Street and caught a different side road or something, at least to maybe not have to go right in front of Elm Street and take that slow curve.
Right.
But then again, if you believe in a front shooter, perhaps somebody, in front on the or under the triple underpass, it wouldn't have made a damn bit of difference, because it would have been actually a closer shot that way. So it's very possible that it wouldn't have mattered whether he would have been assassinated or not. It could have happened depending on where the shooters were located at. Anybody else want to add in on that? Okay, guess not.
Yeah,
all right. Next,
David, I'm going to say a couple things. First of all, if you read Gary Shaw's book Cover Up, you'll find out that it's very possible that there may have been other shooters in other areas if the Dealey Plaza assassination didn't take place. And we have that based upon the fact that several people were not only seen with high-powered rifles, but were arrested with high-powered rifles just on the turn, getting ready to go on Stemmons Freeway, getting ready to turn into the area where the president was going to speak, and there were 3 shooters with high-powered rifles in a triangulated firing position. And really, the idea of a triangulated firing position comes from the Army, and then it's protracted and put into a lot of the police agencies. So when we say triangulated position, I know when I interviewed a lot of police officers, especially if they were on drug raids, they would have somebody that would be breaking into the door and their guns drawn, but once the door was opened, okay, there were 3 people with high-powered weapons pointing at that door just in case somebody was going to come out and shoot them. So that was a military firing type situation that was handed down to the police forces. And when people talk about a triangulation of fire, that's a pretty good thing. However, we believe that there were more than 3 people that were firing that day, and the indication of that is the actual amount of bullets and rounds that were actually seen and confiscated that day.
Yeah, in my chapter on JFK, I do a nice shot tally of Elm Street. But Casey, while you're what's the totality of what Ed Hoffman told you about the limo stopping on that little curve before getting on the freeway? That's fascinating. What's everything he may have told you about what he witnessed, or why'd they do that, or what did he surmise about everything he saw?
Well, what was really interesting about it, we had no idea that when Brian and I were doing an interview with him, we had no idea that this was, he hadn't even seen anything like this. But when we took him back down to Dealey Plaza and brought him down there, and then all of a sudden things start popping in his mind. And he says, oh yeah, he says, blah, blah, blah. This is where he was. And understand, we don't speak sign language. And so we had to have interpreters there to get the correct, interpretation. But a lot of the people who were with us were extremely efficient in ASL, American Sign Language. Well, Ed didn't speak American Sign Language. He spoke the old sign language, but they could break it down. And so basically, for the most part, Ed, when he told us this, I said, stop. I said, you saw what? And he says, the car stopped. I said, where did it stop? Just after it came, will come over here and show us. And so we were in Dealey Plaza. We were on Stemmons Freeway, and he says, it stopped right there. He said, and we asked him for how long? He said, a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. And it says, it looked to him like the Secret Service agents did not know where to go. And today, if that ever happened, holy cow. We've got hospitals, all the hospitals in a certain city would have, different levels of blood and plasma ready to go just in case something like this would happen, and you would have the routes. However, also today, nobody's going to give you the route. So,
and I wonder if he had that impression of the 2 in the front, Greer and Kellerman, and Hill on top of the Kennedys in the backseat. Was that his observation of the follow-up car? Was it right on the bumper? Like, you wonder what kind of scrambling or conversation with microphones, whatever it was, it led him to believe that they just looked like, wow, they were trying to figure out where to go.
Yeah, and he did say and tell us that the backup car was right on the bumper of that car. And Ed, after he saw that, he tried to warn a policeman who was standing on the railroad trestle there, and he started to wave to the guy, like he said in the film, and also he said he turned around and he saw the car as the car was moving out in the backup car, and somebody in the backup car pointed a rifle at him, and he stopped, and he described the rifle. He says, I've never seen anything like that, but he described an AR-15, which is an M16. And of course, now you have to go back in history to figure out when that rifle was first made and when it was first used. Well, the military, I mean, it was the Secret Service had M16s, AR-15 rifles, and there was one in the back seat of the car. Of course, there's several people that will write books that the Secret Service agent accidentally butted the rifle and then shot the president of the United States. Well, and a lot of these people who did these books like that were mathematicians. And I sat back and I said, mathematicians, get your angles correct. I said, in order for I mean, just a simple thing, simple logic would tell you that the seat in the backup car, which was the Queen Mary, probably had to be 10 feet high, and the guy had to be standing up and butt his rifle, and that angle had to be a downward angle. And I'm sitting there going, you got to be kidding me. But you know what? Hey, once that book came out, it became a bestseller.
Right.
Well, while we're on the topic here real quick, let me interject here. I'm going to do a quick screen share. Speaking of Ed Hoffman, this is on our website, projectjfk.com. Sorry, I got to say that name a lot. I give shameless plugs to our site, but under the video section, I'm going to go full screen here. This is 2017, I believe it was.
Dave, are you going to show this whole film?
No, I'm just going to show from Ed Hoffman's perspective. Now, we all remember seeing in the movie, in the movie, The Men Who Killed Kennedy. Ed Hoffman is he's behind the picket fence. He's describing what he saw. He's actually he's sitting on the concrete Jersey wall there, and he's showing where he was looking across the highway to see behind there. Well, the one thing that I wish they would have done, they didn't, so I did it. I went down and did a reenactment to find out, because we had a lot of people, I know Posner was one of them, said there's no way possible Ed Hoffman could have seen down in the limo from where he was standing after President Kennedy was shot before it went on to Stemmons Freeway. Well, I knew that was complete bullshit. So I went back and I decided I was going to get a hold of Robin Brown, and I wanted to make a commercial for his website anyway. So I said, hey, we've got access to the car. Let's do this several different directions. And I said, I'll lay a narration over it. And I said, I think you'll be happy with it. So I'm gonna hit play here real quick, and I want you guys to see as the car comes underneath the bridge, Ed Hoffman had a perfect view, not only down in the Kennedy car, but also the follow-up car and all the other cars that followed. So let's take a look. .com and learn about Robin Brown and his restored X100 Kennedy car. For the first time shown in this video, see eyewitness Ed Hoffman's viewpoint when he said that after the limo emerged from the bridge, he looked right down into the back seat and saw the horror of JFK's head wound. Now, you can't tell me that there was no way that he didn't look down into that car and see what he saw. That right there shows you I'm sitting in the position he was sitting in. I did not have any telephoto, on the video camera, aimed in. That was just, wide angle into it. And I've got a perfect view. That was Brian Edwards and Heather Fear in the back seat. Now, I understand that was not the Kennedy stretch limo. That's the replica car that Robin Brown owns. But it just goes to show you, whether it's a, stretched or, the regular open top convertible there, you could see down Ed Hoffman. Now, anybody could have seen down in the car. And, Ed Hoffman stated that he saw, the horror of the car, the hole in the back of JFK's head. I mean, there's no way that he couldn't have seen it. So the people that called him a liar or, attacked Brian and Casey when they wrote the book going, there's no way Ed Hoffman could have seen what he saw. Well, you just saw the video. That's from the viewpoint. I think that should have been in The Men Who Killed Kennedy, because I think that would have took a lot of detraction away, going, Ed Hoffman, he might not be able to speak, but he could see everything. He may not be able to hear, he may not be able to spoke, but he could see everything that went on. And that right there's another viewpoint that a lot of people haven't seen. So, there's all kinds of fun things to see on the website, but that's just one of those hidden things tucked away in a video that, without me pointing out, you wouldn't know where it's at. So, I'd
like to say, to add a little bit to the conversation earlier regarding the so-called stop. Bobby Hodges said in his HSCA interview that it went slow, that slow that he had to put his foot down on the concrete.
Mm-hmm.
That slow it went. And the other thing is that the reason why Greer slowed down was because he knew the first shot came from the front. And you don't drive into a line of fire. That's why they were doubtful at that point where to go as such. That's speculation, but it makes best sense to me, basically, because he knew the first shot, the throat shot, was basically coming from the front at that point.
Yeah. I mean, even if he would have, I mean, obviously he couldn't throw it in reverse and back up. He couldn't flip a bitch in the middle of Elm Street. And even if he could have, I mean, first off, that limo is not going to turn around on a dime. I mean, it's going to take some, maneuvering to get that car turned around. But even if he turned it around, shots coming from the front, then they would have hit Kennedy from behind. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Today I was showing my wife an uncropped version of the Mormon photograph, and she says that's kind of fuzzy and hazy. And I said, yeah, but I said it's a copy of the original as far as we know. But I said it's cropped on the top, and I showed her where it was cropped, and she says, well, what is that Secret Service man doing? He's got something in his hand. I said, yeah, what do you think that is? She goes, well, it looks like a book. I said, yeah. Well, I said, I think it's probably the planner in a notebook form, and he's holding it up to his face like this. And it has been brought out that bullets were crashing through the windshield at that particular time, and shards of glass were coming out, and that he was shielding himself from the shards of glass that were coming out. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I swear to God, when I saw that, I go, you got to be kidding me.
You wanna look at Robin Unger's JFK Assassination gallery.
Yes, very good.
Because there's an excellent copy of Mormon in there, which is very big, which is really big. It's 3,000 pixels wide at least, I think. So that's a really, really good copy.
What's his site, Bart?
I think it's something like JFK Assassination Gallery.com, something like that. But mention Robin Unger in Google and it will take you there.
Easiest way to find it, everybody, just go to jfk.com. Ooh, shameless plug. Click on the more tab, the affiliated websites, and Robin Unger's website
there you go.
is right there.
Yeah.
And I just so everybody knows, I just got done adding about 9 new sites to the page. prayer-man.com is on there as well.
Good.
That one on there too. So there's a whole bunch of new ones. And like I say, again, if there's a site that I am missing on our website that you think that should be on there, email me at projectjfk@yahoo.com, drop me a line, go, hey, put this site on there, or you don't have this one linked. And that way, because I'd like to fill up that page with all the sites that are out there. But that one's I'm actually looking on it right now. Let me see if I can pull that photograph up that you're talking about, because yeah, it's great quality.
Yeah, let me say something about Robin Unger. You're absolutely correct. The photographic material that he has is just unbelievable, and I'm sure, Bart, that you've probably been through a lot of that. But
to an extent, yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yes.
I did that a lot in 2015, and then Russia became my favorite country because I found all these torrents of all these documentaries in 720 or 1080 format. And you can rely on the Russians when it comes to counterfeit goods. So I managed to, I had this screen software. You download the thing on a torrent, and then it would screen grab every 3 frames after another. So I ended up with thousands of screenshots of all the archival footage that they had of the DPD inside the corridor. So also coming through the corridor, and I have 150 frames to look at as such. Yeah, I did that 5-6 years ago. Mental. So I just downloaded the JFK Revisited copy, I'm looking at a 720 one, but they've got a 1080 as well. And I'm just looking and they got all this archival footage, and I think I'll have to nab the 1080 as well because to get better quality as such. So
is that the Mormon photograph you're talking about, Bart?
Well, if it's the big one, it depends what the size is, because I think one of them is described as drum roll scan. So I think that's the Josiah Thompson copy, and that's really big.
Let me see if I can find it.
Large Mormon drum scan. That's the one. Now click on it again.
Yeah.
And then bang, it opens up and it's massive. This is a very good copy. See, there's something that just doesn't make any sense if you look at this. If you look at the shadow behind Kennedy, right? You look at that, the aim of that shadow, the area of that shadow. And then you put a Zapruder frame right next to it. Now, and if you look, if you scroll up, you've got Zapruder standing on the pedestal. You have to go a little bit to the right as well. Bit more. There he is. Right there with Marilyn, standing on top. So if you check those angles and you look at the shadow area of his right head, the right side of his head, just before the impact, yeah, it's on the right-hand side. That's completely shadowed, everything, and it just doesn't. I find the area, if you look at that one and the area in Zapruder, it's way too big. And on top of that, Jackie's hair was darker in color and in tone than JFK's hair. Okay, so they should have never been that dark. When you have Jackie, look at it, you've got like that detail in the hair that's still there. And the only way you can explain the difference and that big black blotch behind it is that it's been painted over with retouching ink, which is really simple to do. And the only way to find out is to basically hold it flat. So you can hold the picture like that, and if you have the original Polaroid, and then basically look at it like that with the light streaking, then you can see if somebody messed with the surface as such. It's a very unnatural sport. The only thing is that it also could be, because it's Polaroid, Polaroid's temperamental. So, but you know, and it could have like all it needs
Dave,
is
don't close it yet. Don't close it.
A little bit less detail as such, but I find it really suspicious, that black spot in the back. And then also I think about the so-called autopsy photo where they masked on the back of the head, which I think is the shot where they hold him up for the back wound. If you look up, then you see strong straight lines in the back of his head, and it's all darkened. The whole thing is darkened.
Yeah,
as such. Now that points to masking.
Yeah, David, move the photograph to your right so you can see the driver and assistant driver.
To the right or over here?
Yeah. Now you see Kellerman?
Yeah.
That's what my wife asked me today. She says, "What the hell's that?"
Is that the partition in front of the jump seats that may have held the roof?
That's the partition in between the front door and the back door.
Or not, because you can see the raised bar over their head. So is that like the window piece that might be up?
Well, you got one here and you got one here, and the top would go over the top right here.
Well, the bubble top. You can see right, but the top bar is there.
That's on the front of the windshield. There's another bar that goes over the top of it.
That's not the windshield.
That's a book that's being held up, or some sort of a folder.
Okay.
The new codes. And that traitor Kellerman has it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, he is a traitor too.
He is a fucking traitor. Damn right. But this is the best copy of Mormon around, as far as I know. And I think this comes from Thompson. Thompson
You've seen the color version too, haven't you, Bart?
No. What, painted in?
No, they hold on. Let me see if I let me go back here.
Badge man crap.
No, it's not that. Hold on.
Let's point a lot of arrows to it. There you go. There it is.
Let me look here.
That's one thing I never bought right from the word get-go.
You stopped sharing, you know that, David.
Yeah, I stopped sharing so I don't have to sit there and kind of go through it with have it all up on the screen. But just give me a quick sec, because if it's not on Unger's site, I've got it in my archives, but it's a colorized version of the Mormon film or the Mormon photograph. Let me do a quick Google.
See, the reason also with the back of the head that I think it's painted in, if you're looking at the much more photo, there's a much more photo, which is really bright and really detailed. And you can just see this black blob in the back of the head and go that it's completely out of character. And I've spoken about this whole thing with Zapruder as well.
Okay. I'm going to pull this up now.
In fact, Bart, I think if for those of you who want to read, it'd be Doug Horn's. Doug Horn specifies that quite a bit. He believes that. And
now, obviously this was a black and white photograph, but this somebody went into Photoshop basically and painted in the color.
Horribly.
Yeah. But when this came out, I remember in the community, this was all over the place. This is a new Mormon photograph. And I'm sitting there going, are you shitting me? The Mormon photograph Polaroid was black and white. Okay. It was not colored back then.
The shit people come up with sometimes.
And you can tell all this over here is black and white too. But I mean, this actually, you can pick out Zapruder a little more on the pedestal and not so grainy. But yeah, okay, as soon as you do this, no matter what you look at it, I mean, it's not, that's the problem with the stuff that we have on the internet. I mean, it's been altered. It's been fake. I mean, I'm sitting there going, okay, this is the stuff that we don't need. I show it anyway, just because, I wanted to say, hey, have you seen this? But yeah, when you look at it, the idea of, we got to go back. What I've always said, we got to go back and look at the evidence with fresh eyes, a clear head, but go back to the original information, not going to something that's been colorized. But I just want to throw it out there because I remember I got into debates with a few people. And they're like, no, that there's a new Mormon photograph. I'm like, what? She had a black and white camera and a color camera with her? No, I said it was black and white. That's it.
This is 1963, people. Good God, help us all.
Beautiful.
Well, I mean, just like I've heard the fact of, okay, well, Kellerman was on the phone and he was talking to, the White House. You understand cell phones and car phones had not been actually, I don't give a damn if it was the government or not. The cell phone, car phone had not come out in 1963. The first call wasn't made until I think it was 74 was when the first cell phone call ever was actually called from a car. So the phone.
No, hold on. Car phones were there, but they worked through radio as such. You had the antenna as such.
Right. Yeah.
Because I remember doctors would have a car phone, and they were one of the first ones that I know of. I don't know in the 60s, but in the 70s for sure, definitely.
Yeah.
They had car phones.
Well, Johnson had one in his car.
Now, my GP did back then. So
yeah, he had some sort of military. And I don't know if it was a walkie-talkie or whatever, but I know that he had something, and he was communicating to the White House. But I'm not sure.
They called it
I'm not sure what satellite that was. So
they called it radio telephone. Radio telephone was invented. The first call was October 2nd, 1946, done through Motorola, and it was a radio telephone, but it wasn't. I mean, the problem with it is it says that there wasn't a lot of frequencies, and distance wise is no different than what a CB would be, which would be between 3 and 5 miles, unless it had unless it had something that would like a what the hell do they call? I used to use CBs. Starts with an L. Linear. unless they had a linear attached to the unless they had a linear attached to it to boost the signal. But there's no way that the if it was called the radio telephone, it wouldn't have reached to Washington.
Yeah, and you're right. It had a distance of about 3 to 5 miles.
Yeah.
Correct?
So I mean, they could have talked car to car.
Yeah.
I mean, the radio, if there was a phone, I'd have to go back and look at it. I don't think there might have been a phone in the front seat and one in the back seat. So that way the driver could talk to the president if there was, something of a partition, like in a limousine. But yeah, I just know that, when I heard that too, I'm just sitting there going, okay, yeah, they picked up the phone. They called Washington. Said, yeah, guess what? He's been shot. We're on our way to the hospital.
I don't think so. Well,
no way in hell that happened.
David, I saw and read articles about that, and I kept thinking, I go, my God, did we have 250 satellites up at that time in 1963? I'm sitting there going, for God's sake, I think Telstar was up.
Yeah.
And that was about it, but I'm not sure what capacity that particular thing had. And I'm not sure that the military or anybody would have given us that material.
No.
I'm wondering if a different quick question. What has Larry Schnapp, am I saying that right? What has he reported in the last week or so about the effort to harass Congress to have hearings of the non-compliance of the presidents for the release of the documents? Anything in the last week or so?
Let me check my email real quick and see if he sent anything to me.
We could prank call him right now. Let's see if he picks up.
Yeah, go on.
Bomb him.
I love that.
By the way, let's blame Larry if it doesn't happen next year in December.
And leave the longest voicemail in history.
Let's see. The call to action draft letter was the last one he sent me, other than to let me know he was waiting to get admitted into the thing this week, or today. So I haven't got anything new from Larry yet. But I know on December the 18th he is going to be giving us a big, hopefully he'll be giving us a big lowdown on what has transpired from the first of the month to December 15th. And he's going to be talking about that on December the 18th. So you'll definitely want to tune in for that meeting. And I noticed that we have another person in the room here. I just want to throw a quick shout out to Trine Day publisher Chris Milligan. It's really nice to have you in the group with us today, and glad you stopped by.
Or stepped away.
That could be it too. Yeah, anybody else want to add something or ask questions?
Since we're at the water cooler, I'm interested in any feedback, David and Casey, you could give me on my presentation. Maybe email me something or call me or something like that. I would be grateful for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could share it here if you wanted to, or you could keep it private, whatever. Thank you.
Well, like I said earlier, I think you did a great job. I know Casey said the same thing.
Thank you.
Definitely with the something to kind of keep in mind for like doing the spotlight series, because you're going to have 2 hours to fill up, and then an hour for Q&A, or if you wanted to go 2.5 and a half hour for Q&A. I would suggest kind of like what we do with the other spotlights, break it up into sections, like 1 to 4 sections, somewhere around there. And that way we can take questions in between, because I've noticed when it comes to spotlight, it's one of those things where if you wait to do Q&A at the very end, some people may leave early and they don't get their questions asked. So it's nice to kind of have those breaks in between, and hey, not everybody can hold their bladder for 2 hours or more.
Right.
But yeah, I think, expand, pull some excerpts out of your book.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll give you the opportunity to one, give a good lecture on it, and then two, it's a platform to get people to get the book and read it, and like what me and Casey and Brian have done. So that's the best platform for it. Anytime that we can get people to come on and, present material that they're bringing out, such as a book, documentary, research paper, whatever it may be. On average, during the regular part of the year, we get between 300 and 400 hits on our website a day. And around November, and especially around conference time, I've gotten as many as 1,700 hits in one day. So we've got a good, powerful, platform to get the information out there. And obviously we have enough web traffic, and we have participation each month with the journey meetings, the spotlights, and we do the conferences once or twice a year. So
David, why don't you tell them a little bit about the ranking? I know we get over 300 hits per month, or
no, that's a day
per day. I mean, and right now in this time period, we're going to get close to 1,700. But we do have rankings in that, and you want to explain that, because that's an interesting thing.
How the rating system works is, your websites are ranked by the content that they're listed in. So ours is like a historical website. It deals with political, it deals with history, political, obviously JFK, but depending on the groups that you're listed in, I mean, there's a Constitution website, the Sixth Floor Museum, all the other JFK sites that are historical sites are on here in that grouping. And when I got a hold of Brian and Casey back in 2018, I had the idea. I said, hey, I want to take us into, the present, and we need a website. There's all kinds of stuff that, we're doing, we participate in, and I want to, take that next step. And of course, Brian and Casey were like, well, we had a website when we brought out the book, and it really was just a one-page type of website, and it really didn't do anything for us. I said, not to sound, patting myself on the back, I said, but I'm not the one that was doing the website. I said, so, let me have a shot at it. And I've got a vision. I said, it's going to be in steps. I said, but when we first started out, we were getting about 30 hits a month. That's it. 30 hits a month. We were down at like the very bottom of the score of 1 to 100. And of all the other websites that were out there, we were ranking about 9, down in around the 1, 2, 3 mark. And then started building the website with photographs, blog entries, just baby steps till we were crawling before we got a chance to walk and run. And then once we started putting videos up, we were bouncing around the 48 to 50%, about halfway in between the other sites. And then I put up a video, this would have been 2018. And if you guys haven't got a chance to see it, it's called The Meeting of the Minds, and you'll find it underneath the video section. And I'll tell you why this video is so important. It's something that I had filmed in Dallas. I was filming the Lancer conference downstairs, and I was filming the other one up in my hotel room. And I had Dr. Michael Chesser, Jim Jenkins, William Law, and Dr. David Mantic. And what this was basically just so Chesser and Jenkins could get together and discuss what Jim Jenkins saw in the autopsy room that night. And of course, me being a documentary film guy, I'm like, this is a perfect opportunity. It's got to be filmed. Well, I was told right then, this film is not going to be released because, William was writing the book with Jim Jenkins at the cold shoulder of history. And, it wasn't something that was to be released until the book came out. And it was also something that was to be given away, not charged for any of that case, not sold. So I filmed it. I think it was 2016, 2017. Well, 2018 came out and the book had came out, and I said, all right, I want to release the video. And I got the approval from all 4 of them. Yeah, let's get it out there. So put it up on the website. And the very first day that went up, the video itself, I forgot how I had to take it down, fix it, and then reload it. Well, the very first time that it got up, that first day, 1,700 hits, 1,700 views of just that video. And of course, after I, did the video, there was a little spot that, had audio problems. So I went back in, ran it through the wizard, cleaned it, put it back up. And I think it's got 300-400 hits now. But the very first day that was up there, that's where it was kind of where people started paying attention and the views kept coming in. We went from, 30 hits a month to, 1,700. Then it went down to like 13,600. It never drops below 300 hits a day on our website. Our website's never gone down either.
Is the website a WordPress-based foundation?
No. I WordPress. I'm not gonna talk trash on other platforms. I do mine through GoDaddy, and I use their website builder that they use on GoDaddy.
Wonderful.
I've never had a problem. I didn't want to have ads. Because not to quote Facebook, but ads aren't cool. And on top of that, I didn't want I wanted a clean site. I wanted something that people could come to. I know we kicked it around going, okay, are we going to charge a monthly fee membership? I said, no. Right. I said, because that's the problem. I said, there's good sites, there's great sites, there's some bad sites. I said, but the problem we run into is we're looking at trying to get a hold of the junior high student, the high school student, the college student, and the research community as a whole. But I wanted to place where they could go and get information to write their term paper or get information. They could contact us directly. So the website was a way to reach them.
Nice.
And they're not going to pay to write a term paper,
Right.
So I said, no, we're going to keep it free, and we're just going to keep adding to it. And then when J. Gary Shaw let us get into his archives and we started bringing out the digital scans, which you can find on the Shaw Legacy First tab. I mean, when you're looking at, we did the very first ones of Wilma Bond. Now, Brian had a copy, and then I went and had them digitized in town, and they were good. I took them to a local shop. They were good. And I told Brian, I said, I can do better than the shop. And he goes, okay, how are we going to do better? I said, I want to scan these in at 48-bit, 3200 DPI. I wanted something crystal clear. I wanted it to look like the photograph was taken not 58 years ago or 55, whatever at the time it was. I said, I wanted to look like the picture was taken within at least the last 10 years. And I went out, bought a new scanner, and took it to Gary's house, and we started scanning stuff directly at his dining room table. And the quality that the machine that we have, it's second to none. It's better than what we had, when we took it out to actually have a place do it. And then we started putting those up on the site. Well, that also brought in traffic, and that also brought in comments. Hey, you guys are bringing out stuff that, you go on Google, you can't find quality like this. You don't find it in a Google search. So they come here and they find photographs that, you're talking about the original, second generation Phil Willis slides. And there's a picture that pops up where Phil Willis signed each individual slide. Also the ones that were obtained from Secret Service via the FOIA. I put the FOIA request that J. Gary Shaw had put up there. And that way we could have a comparison between what the Willis slides were that he had, plus what he got from the Secret Service. Tina Towner's slides, when I first did Tina Towner, they looked like somebody dipped them in Pepto-Bismol. They were that pink. The emulsion was completely gone. Well, the machine that we have was able to, digitally put the emulsion back onto the slide. And then the color was, it popped exactly like it should have been. So, but that's kind of how we, that's kind of how we built the website. And now where we're at, we outrank on a consistent basis. We do fluctuate from time to time, but usually the top 3 websites in our group is a U.S. Constitution website, the 6th Floor Museum in Dallas, and us.
Nice.
And it's always either we're in first place with 100% score, or the 6th floor's in And it just depends if, every time we add something onto the site and we get the visitorship up there, we get more visitors than the Sixth Floor Museum website does. And they, they're nonprofit. We're not for profit. We do a lot of shit for free.
Yeah, but content is king, and it tells the story. The proof is in the pudding.
Yeah. I think we're going to get more once we start getting the archive side of the website up with Betty Windsor's stuff. We have a whole collection of stuff that she gave us that we've already digitized. We've been sitting on for a couple years now, waiting to get that put up, and also Dick Russell's collection. And I know we're going to be working on a few other ones as well. So,
David, and a real quick tech question. I don't want it to keep. I wanted to use a green screen. I have a desktop computer that's doesn't have the specs. I guess it's too old. And I haven't Googled it yet. Just tell me to do that. Unless you know a quick tip, how do I boost my PC so it's got the specs to allow, a green screen to function, if you know?
Well, actually, you're going to need RAM. You're going to need memory. You're going to need good lighting, a good camera. If you don't look like
I have all that, and the PC still says, sorry, the computer doesn't have the specs to allow the use of a green screen.
Is that through Zoom you're talking about, or is that through a video editing software?
No, it's through Zoom, just Zooming. I can't, and I have a green screen, but I don't use it because it denies me. So if that's foreign to you, I'll just Google it, but I didn't know if you had it up here quick.
Well, like right now, I'm not using a green screen behind me. I'm using a virtual green screen through Zoom, but I'm also using a gaming laptop. So if you go on to,
I still use free Zoom. See, I'm not paying for Zoom yet. Maybe that's the problem.
No, actually, it's the same thing. If you go to down there where your little stop video button is, there's a little up arrow. Yeah. Just click that, and then go on to where it says background and filters.
Well, it says choose virtual background, choose video filter.
Yeah, on the background and filters, there's a box that says I have a green screen. You don't want to click that.
Wait, my only options are choose virtual background, choose video filter, or video settings. I got 3 options.
Yeah, if you choose a virtual background, there should be some, basic ones that are on there. If you click one of those, it will add a background behind you.
Well, I have one I tried uploading, and then manually pick the color background. Well, I clicked it, and it's not even trying to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do is, here in sometime this week, I'll get in touch with you, and we'll just have our own little Zoom meeting between you and me.
Wow.
And I'll see what I can do to help you out with that.
Wonderful. I would appreciate that, because I'm going to crack this code one way or the other.
Yeah, not a problem. No problem, Bruce. Let's see here. Is there anything in the chat? Okay. Anybody else have anything they'd like to ask questions of or comments?
Yeah, David, I would just like to say thank you for everybody coming in today on a one-day conferencing like this, and I think that's phenomenal. Since we were thinking about going to Dallas, and then we were thinking about putting on a 3-day conference, but I think a one-day conference like this was good for us and good for everybody else. Especially, it's free of charge, and if you want to donate something, that would be helpful. So thank you all for coming on here, and thank you to the speakers who did a fabulous job, and we learned a lot of material today. Thank you again.
Yeah, and just everybody needs to know that as soon as I end the meeting, it will start processing through Zoom. And of course, since this was 8 or 9 hours long, it's going to take a little while for Zoom to process the video. But once it processes, I'll download it, get it uploaded on YouTube, which of course will take another 4 or 5 hours. It will hopefully be online for replay sometime tomorrow, even if it's by 11:59 tomorrow night. It'll be on because it can work while I'm doing while I'm watching the Chiefs game. Hopefully we can pull out another win. So
David, is that just 2 steps? You get the version from Zoom, and that's what you can put on YouTube. You don't have to render what you got.
Here's the way it comes down. It's cloud recording right now, which I suggest if anybody ever wants to host something on Zoom, do not choose the option to download it locally to your computer, because we did that the very first time we did a Journey meeting, and the video never ever recorded. And there was plenty of disk space. So we always use cloud recording. And what I do is once I end the meeting, Zoom starts processing the video. And for about every hour that the video is run, that you're recording for, it takes about 35 to 40 minutes of time to process that video.
And that's the same as rendering it?
Well, not exactly. It processes the video and makes it a downloadable file. Now, when you download it, you've got like 6 different options. You've got one where you can show whenever somebody shares a screen, there may just be a gallery view, a speaker view, audio only. It depends on what you click. Well, when I set up on my system, 6 different files download, and then I'll pick that one. I run it through AVC, which is a free program. It's called Any Video Converter. And that way, if I need to clip the first 5 or 10 minutes off of it before everybody gets in the room and we start going, then I can clip it. I convert it to an MP4 file. And then from that point, I'll take the MP4 file, upload that to our YouTube channel, and then it will process the video. It checks for copyright issues and all that good stuff. And then once it's uploaded, in the background for about another 3 hours, the video can play, but it's not HD quality. It's a little bit lower, like 480 quality. And then once the HD version happens, it's seamless. It just, switches over to HD. But altogether, like if we do a 3-hour, 4-hour Journey meeting or Spotlight, it takes approximately 9 to 10 hours from the time that you stop the meeting until it's actually loaded onto the website and YouTube. So this here being, 8 or 9 hours long, I figure it's going to take probably 15, 16 hours before it actually is ready to go up on YouTube.
Right.
And then it also gives you the option to download the chat log. When you process the video and you download the files, you get the chat log. And then I take that and just stick the text document up on the website. That's the shortest thing I can possibly do. So, but I go one step further. I take the video and then I make an MP3 file so people can download the MP3 and take it with them.
And those choices you make as soon as you're done capturing right now?
The choice is to figure out what type of video you're going to capture. You do that before your meeting starts.
And that's what Zoom will provide when the meeting ends?
Yes.
Okay. And this AVC, the free audio, the Any Video Converter, that's a downloadable program somewhere?
Yeah, it's virus free. I've been using it for years. You can buy a pro version or a paid version, or you can just use the regular one like I do. And you basically will just drag the video over to that, and then you can convert it to an MP4 file so you can use it to upload.
I've been making some longer videos lately and rendering it in what used to be Sony Vegas Pro and Vegas Pro.
Yeah.
This sounds like it'd be a little faster.
It's a little bit faster, and it's just as good as quality as Sony. I used to use Sony way back in the day, and I have used Magix, Magix, video editing software. I've been using that for probably 20 years, and I've never had a problem with it. And it's not as fancy as Sony, but it's a hell of a lot quicker. The learning curve is definitely way lower, and you get good quality also. So,
and beyond just the converter, it's got the edit, like you say, it's got editing capability.
Yeah, you can clip where you need to clip at. You can add,
titles and
all that, and then also all the videos we upload on YouTube. When I encode them, I make sure, just because we had the connection to Ed Hoffman, I make sure that all of our videos are closed caption capable. So that way, if anybody in the research community is hearing impaired, they can they get captions with it. With Google's AI, it helps with, now it's not always correct sometimes, but you know, it's pretty damn close. So that way people can still watch the video and see the closed captioning.
What was the first tech question I asked you? I think you said you'd follow up with me. I can't even remember, David.
My brain is about fried right now, Bruce, since I only got about 3 hours of sleep last night.
I'm on the same plate, man. I'm on the same plate, fried and crispy.
Exactly. So I think, like I say, I on behalf of myself and Brian and Casey, I want to let everybody know, thank you for, you know, taking part today. And, you know, I think we had a lot of good information shared, a lot of good questions asked and answered. And, you know, look forward to keep looking at the events tab on the projectjfk.com website, and, you know, keep joining us. And if you'd like to make a donation, yeah, click on the homepage, hit that donate button, and every little bit helps. So thanks again to everybody. And we're going to go ahead and close out the stimulus conference that we had today. So thanks everybody for taking part, and we will see you very, very soon. Thank you.